Tulsa.
Not yet.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is February 26th, 2023, and we are getting ready to not show you basketball here, because that was on my screen, looking at Twitter.
Job.
Yeah, well job, indeed. But we are getting ready here, ladies and gentlemen, to actually... Oh, what? I hear myself again. Stop it. Let me speak! Computer! Alright, we're gonna try this again for the third time. Third time. Alright. We are getting ourselves ready to stream this pretty significant day here.
To show you the weather instead of basketball or something else.
Yeah, I mean, don't look at me. I clearly know what I'm doing. But we do have, on a serious note, a pretty significant day for severe weather here. As you guys can see on your screen, obviously it's not basketball. It is these contours right here. We have our dark green, which is right here. We have our yellow, we have our orange, and we have our red. All of these are our different severe weather scales. So our dark green is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Our yellow is a 2 out of 5. Our orange is a 3 out of 5. And our red is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And to be completely honest with you, if you're in the orange or if you're in the red, you need to pay attention to the weather. All right? On both sides of the spectrum, wind, hail, tornadoes, all of them are going to be prevalent. I'd say prevalent in this environment here today. So please be sure that if you know anyone who lives within these areas, let them know. This stuff's going to occur. This stuff's going to move on through your area here today, tonight, into tomorrow morning. Specifically, we are going to be talking about areas near Childress and Vernon, Texas, as well as areas near Wichita Falls. And then heading into Oklahoma, we've got Woodward,
Altus.
Elk City, Altus. Altus is a big one. All right, Altus is a big one.
Is a very, very big, probably a very big area that we're going to need to be watching out for today for multiple threats.
Oh, yeah. Lawton, Ada, Chickasha, Weatherford. Of course, we can't forget about the OKC metro area and the surrounding areas. Moving up to Stillwater, Enid. That would be Ponca City. And then heading up into another metro area like Tulsa and further off towards Bartlesville. You guys need to watch out here because you are in the main threat for severe weather. If you just heard your town, if you heard your city, or if you know anyone who lives within any of those areas that we just called out for, they need to watch out for severe weather here today. To a slight lesser extent, but still something to where it's still extreme, areas in the surrounding areas like Woodward, Wichita, Joplin, Springfield, Muskogee, Ada, all those areas are going to have a pretty decent chance of getting the same thing, except maybe on a lesser scale. So if you live in those areas, it's recommended that you guys also stay indoors as well and monitor the weather. And one last thing here. As I pan over here to Dodge City, there's a severe thunderstorm watch right now for Dodge City and Garden City. There's a storm over here near Ulysses that has a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And we can look at this off of the Dodge City radar. You can see right here, we've got our damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Grant, and I believe that's Kearney counties here, or Kearney, that's Kearney County in western Kansas. So areas near Ulysses and areas north of Ulysses, like Garden City. Garden City's a big place over there in Kansas. I highly recommend you guys go ahead, get indoors, stay away from windows. If you have any valuables outside, bring them into some form of shelter. If you have a carport, bring your car into it. If you have any sort of, fragile stuff, or if you're outside or your pets are outside, get them indoors. That way, no further damage or impacts can be felt to you other than just the exterior of your home. And speaking of your home, I want to get into that here real quickly because it's not going to be any sort of home that's going to get you in the clear here today. If there's any sort of these damage threat considerable or damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that we call today, which by the way, if there's a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, you need to treat it like a tornado warning. All right. It's essentially on that scale in regards to widespread impacts. It can't just be a mobile home. A mobile home will not protect you for the severe weather here today. You need to be able to get into a anchored building, a sturdy building, so that way you may be able to ride the storm out. Whether that's a gas station nearby, or, you know, a little shopping complex, or someone else's home. Preferably someone else's home, to be completely honest with you. You will be able to ride these storms out safely. But I've seen too many instances to where mobile homes have just been completely obliterated by just regular damaging winds and, you know, even a weak tornado. It's a pretty serious issue. So you need to take that serious in order to be safe. That's the big thing here. We're going to preach safety throughout the rest of the stream here.
Protecting your lives, and you're protecting others' lives.
Right.
By taking that, because particularly if you're getting out, if you get out by yourself, someone might see that, like a neighbor or something like that, and say, oh, I should do the same.
Yes.
If you don't do that, if no one does that, it's peer pressure. If no one else does it, why should I do it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And handful of trailer parks, really. More than a handful, actually, probably a ton up and down this moderate risk. You need to take this very seriously. You need to know where your tornado shelters are. You need to know how you can get out and get there efficiently, and what you need to bring, and how to get it quickly, and how to get out. Time is of the essence today, and particularly once we get into the later part of this event, we're going to be talking about storm motion of probably near 70, 80 miles an hour, which means you're going to have very little time to think. You're going to have to just act. So it's very important that now, once you have the time, you are preparing for what could be coming later on. And this is in particular for the areas that we've already mentioned, Childress in Texas, Woodward, Elk City, Altus. You guys have time now. And then later on, Lawton, Chickasha, El Reno, OKC, Norman, those areas. You guys need to be thinking about what you can do now to anticipate what you may need to be doing later in terms of preparation for the severe weather.
Yeah. With that being said, we can now kind of start to transition to what's currently going on. What's going on right now with the severe weather that's practically elongated itself from southwestern Kansas into northern Texas. I just got a DM here. You guys hear every now and then I tell you guys the name DOS. All right, DOS is a amazing analyst. Just knows his stuff thick and thin about meteorology.
My mic. They're saying I'm low.
Saying you're low? Oh, jeez. I probably will have to make your gain up higher, so I'll probably put that in the filters. Anyways, say something now.
Hi. Hello. I could also move my mic closer. I'm a little bit far away from my mic.
Maybe.
That should be a bit better.
Hopefully that's okay. I just added the gain, or added some more gain to it, so we're gonna hope that that works. It's good? Okay, good. Perfect. Fixed it.
Good. Perfect. Awesome.
I want to transition here now towards what's actually happening on the line. And believe it or not here, ladies and gentlemen, this line here is right along, if not behind, the dry line. If you guys have been watching my videos over the past few days, we've been talking about a dry line setup with storms that are going to form along it. They'll transition to either a discrete or a semi-discrete mode of severe storms for about an hour or two, and then they'll quickly form off into this elongated line of strong damaging winds across the board. these storms that are over here in northern Texas, as well as into portions of Kansas, are not actually on the dry line. At least according to the a meso analysis that DOS has directed me towards, which is really interesting. The fact that the majority of all this stuff, and I'll show it to you guys here with GR Earth, a lot of these storms are behind the dry line. This green line right here is what you would, I would say, call the dry line, more or less, where you got 50-degree dew points across the board in these areas. These storms are actually occurring behind this, which means this is just what is, you know, more or less your strong damaging wind threat that could catch up to the storm. So if you want your big tornadoes and stuff like that, if you want your tornadoes to form, they got to be in front of these lines. They got to be in front of this band of convection in order for you to get that. Now, these storms are also semi-discrete. So it's not saying, you know, I'm not saying that these storms are going to completely choke off whatever could happen in front of it, because it very well could merge together and be kind of a hybrid of those two. But to kind of put into perspective as to which storms we should look out for an eventual uptrend into what will be our severe weather mode of strong damaging winds later on this evening, this line right here is what we should watch out for our strong damaging winds. Anything else in front of it, or even remotely in front of it, is what we would be looking for the chance of our strong tornadoes here today. Now,
I'm just gonna slip a quick word in. Amarillo has just issued a new damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which includes Dumas and Amarillo, northeast into Borger. There is a batch of cells that is continuing to develop, some that have developed that are pushing off towards the north and east. Like Nate said, behind the dry line, there are areas out there very dry. Dew points are in the low 40s. Some cases, it's the upper 30s. So just a big damaging wind threat with these storms. You may get some smaller hail with this as well. So particularly if you're in the Borger area, you need to be watching out for this and possibly seeking a sturdy shelter. Further along, Interstate 27, there are more cells developing to the south of Amarillo. So do not be surprised if we see some more severe thunderstorm warnings extending south of I-40. A lot of chaser convergence there. But just watch out for these almost kind of look like confluence bands as they develop. These showers and thunderstorms that push off towards the north and east, very rapidly moving, could have some strong downbursts and damaging winds associated.
Now, I want to do this here real quickly because DOS just sent me this here as well. And he brings up a very good point. Back behind this could very well be a significant dust storm. And I mean a significant dust storm. I'll show you guys here with the localized region. Tell me that right there isn't a massive dust storm. And there's even some localized fires that you can see right there in the western portion of Texas. There's some fires right there. Even a couple of fires in some other spots in Mexico as well. So this could very well be an issue in regards to both visibility, in regards to travel, but also for a big wildfire risk back there.
Damage to life and property, possibly.
Oh yeah.
This year with that.
I want to see shortwave IR. This is infrared satellite imagery. And yeah, we can see a little bit of a fire right here. See this little black dot right here, chat? Just popped up. That little black dot right there is a fire. A fire being picked up from satellite. So, really interesting to see. And how many more of these black dots can we see sprout across the area? Now, a lot of people, I'm not sure if you guys in chat have been on Twitter a whole lot, but weather Twitter, I'll tell you what, it has its moments, but when people are on, they're on. When people talk about, you know, extreme weather, they talk about it with in-depth analysis and stuff like that. A lot of people were drawing comparisons to, if you guys remember, in late 2021, all right? So after the Mayfield tornado, there was another event, a moderate event that went through Iowa on the 15th, December 15th, 2021. And that day also had a strong low pressure system deepening, strengthening over the Central Plains. And it also had a lot of dry air coming in behind that as well. And it was creating a lot of strong damaging winds, had some wildfires behind it, even a dust storm in some spots. So it'll be interesting to see, even though those two have been compared so much over the recent, I want to say, day to a day and a half, contrast to what happened on the 15th, December 15th, what could the wildfire risk be with these storms here today? And I guess the main thing here to take away from it is the people out behind the dry line in New Mexico and in Texas. If you guys get evacuation notices because of wildfires, heed it, because those wildfires very well could spread way out of control. So note that there if you guys live in those areas. That would be western Texas into the northern panhandle of Texas as well, and into portions of New Mexico, southern Colorado, and Arizona. So let's go back to Amarillo's radar here, because these storms are really just firing off across the board. This is not exactly the dry line thunderstorms that we would be watching out for to produce tornadoes, but man, do these create a lot of strong damaging winds. So let's go ahead and do everyone a favor, and let's start talking about these storms just from warning to warning. We have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings, as you can already see, already up to 6 right now across the board, spreading across 3 different states. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Carson, Hutchinson, Gray, Hansford, Potter, Roberts, Ochiltree, and more counties in Texas until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for 70 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. That's going to be a consistency here. You're going to hear a lot of that with these warnings as we continue to move north. The warning that I'm currently talking about is the southernmost one that is just to the north of Amarillo. So if you're in those areas, I highly recommend you guys go ahead, get indoors, stay away from windows. Don't go don't go outside. It's not worth it. The last thing you need is for any sort of, tree to fall on top of you if there is a tree near you, or for you to get blown over, or, I'll tell you this, there's been some instances to where even in flat areas of the United States, and we had some strong damaging winds and stuff like that, I've seen debris get picked up from the ground and just ripped off and thrown off into some areas. So it's definitely not healthy, all right? Ingesting a lot of dust is not healthy. But for the safety, for your safety, get indoors, stay away from windows if you can. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning up further north. So this is a separate warning for Hutchinson, Hansford, Sherman, Ochiltree, and more counties there in northern Texas. That'll be in effect until 4:45 for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail this time. Now, one interesting thing here. First off, that Texas County over there in Oklahoma, they also have a severe thunderstorm warning there, but we also have a history here. We also have a damage report here, or it's not exactly a damage report, but it's a wind gust report here in Sherman County. This is 9 miles northeast of Sunray, to where we have a 65 mile per hour wind gust reported here. And that would be, for people who don't know where Sunray is, or where this report actually is, beyond Sunray, it's just to the east of Cactus and just to the north and east of Dumas there. So east of 287, US Highway 287 in northern Texas. That cell that's over there near Guyman in Oklahoma, just to the east of Highway 54 and 64, approaching the liberal areas there in Kansas. This one probably will be the one to produce the large hail. If they were talking about the quarter-sized hail with this individual severe thunderstorm warning, it'd be coming from this storm right here, approaching Hooker, Tyrone, and Adams. So if you're in those areas, I highly recommend you guys get indoors. Definitely stay away from windows because you don't want to be pelted by hail, and you don't want to be blown around by some strong damaging wind gusts. It's not very safe. So
there's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled if you guys are in those areas.
Yep, a lot of hail. Don't get impaled. It's only a
we should
matter of
trademark
time.
that.
It was only a matter of time before that was going to be said in the stream. It's a lot of hail, don't be impaled. Moving off to the north, we got a couple of warnings here in Kansas. We're going to start with the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning here for Morton, Grant, Stevens, Stanton, and Haskell County until the top of the hour, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That one's for 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. So once again, marginal-sized hail, but the damaging winds are really what's going to set this thing apart. So it's really recommended, once again, you guys get indoors, you guys stay away from windows so that you guys aren't really, blown around by those very strong damaging winds from those storms. If I had to guess where that would be, where these storms were, were to be coming from, I would say it's probably this one from Hugoton and Moscow. That'd be approaching the Setanta area and the Sublette areas. So areas further in towards Haskell County and maybe even northern Seward County. You guys could potentially get some stuff from those storms. And maybe even southeastern Grant County as well. You guys could get a little bit from that storm that can create some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll move off to the warning that's the furthest to the west here real quickly. Hamilton and Stanton, same thing. Go for it.
I'm going to break in really quickly and say along United States Route 160, Hickok, Kansas, the severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Garden City. The southern extent looks to have a small bit of rotation. Just to the north of the Hickok area, just past in between Ulysses and Hickok. Will that produce a tornado? No, but it is emphasizing that there will be stronger corridors of damaging winds in this. Even when you're considering on a large scale that these storms are probably producing damaging winds as is, you're going to have even stronger winds, possibly in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range right there. That in combination with the hail, you need to take that very seriously and probably get into an interior room, particularly when you're considering the type of infrastructure you're likely dealing with out there. You're going to have the winds roaring off the flatlands, so it's going to come even stronger for those areas, and this is hanging off towards the Garden City area. So 100% you guys need to be watching out for weak spin-ups, maybe. There is the smallest chance that there are a couple tornadoes there, likely brief, not long-lived. A lot of large hail as well. These storms are going to be doing some pretty significant stuff throughout the day, probably just not in the tornadic department.
All right, that just solved my issue because I actually was, I know there's a couple of cameras over in Garden City. When they actually get into Garden City, I'll be able to use them. But just by using the cameras here just now, I was able to figure out where that camera was looking at. And the northernmost camera in Garden City is looking west. So we'll be able to see something if it actually does get closer and closer, but that's for a later date. I want to go into something here real quickly because you might have seen me start to mess around with the velocities, and you kind of see how the velocities aren't really working too well a part of Dodge City's radar. And that's because we got a lot of de-aliasing within the radar, which is going to make things just a little bit more difficult to try and identify as to where things could potentially be. But to solve this, I just went to a higher tilt. So I went to 0.8 degree tilt, and I'm able to still see some stuff across the board, albeit it's about 8,000, feet above the ground, but I'm still able to kind of see what exactly is happening in and around the area. So just something to note. If you see something on your own radar and you're, trying to figure out, oh, well, are these winds actually, well, let's see what this wind actually is according to this, 126 miles per hour. No, it's not actually 126 miles per hour. That's just a bit of de-aliasing. At least whenever you see stuff like that on a widespread scale, that is de-aliasing. So if it's a little bit more concentrated, then maybe. But for right now, that's kind of my fix to all the de-aliasing that's occurring there in and around the Dodge City radar. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below because it really does help us get this out to more and more people. So we're all about preaching safety here, and we want to be able to continue to increase our outreach to more and more people. I also want to say April Rain with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Constant supporter and amazing moderator, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Nice to see you here today. Yeah, thank you so much. Gangy with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's nice to see you around too, especially since we were just talking in Discord just earlier. So nice to see you out in the stream. And then I believe Hobie Flower. So during one of my videos, one of you guys gave thanks. Hobie Flower, if you're watching, thank you so much. I saw that donation. I really do appreciate that as well. All right, let's move back over to these storms over here near Garden City. Because Morgan was talking about it very briefly. Or at least not exactly very briefly, but it was still something to look at. I'm watching something on the southern side of that storm. Are you seeing it too, Morgan? North and east of
I'm looking near
Ulysses?
Deerfield at what looks like a bookend vortex signature, but I don't think it's gonna. I'm really the structure of these storms are really, really not making too much sense quite yet.
Oh, yeah, you're
May
quite
also be
right.
because of how may also be because of how early it is.
Take a look north of Hickok. North of Hickok there. Very well could be a downdraft right within that. But that also looks like a discrete supercell. Or not a discrete supercell, but a semi-discrete supercell. It's on the southern part of the line. And at least aloft, it actually has a little bit of rotation. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out. I'm pretty sure it's way too far north for it to really do anything. Might be a bit elevated. But
That's what I was doing.
Goes to show you that these storms are firing off on a widespread scale. And to put it more into perspective, actually, here you go, chat. This is your satellite imagery of what's currently ongoing right now. We got our storms that we were talking about over near Guyman. That one's heading towards Liberal right there. And you can kind of see with these temperatures, so with all these colors, the further down the scale on this legend, the lower the temperatures are, which means the higher the cloud tops are. Think of how the higher you go in the sky, the colder it actually gets. Same premise. So the clouds are going higher and higher in the sky, which means that these cloud tops are pretty tall. Just to say is the just a general whatever. They're pretty tall. So we got a couple over there near Guyman and Liberal. We also have that one that's south of Ulysses. And then we have these storms that are approaching Garden City. And you can see we got some pretty widespread strong thunderstorms that, as we said, they're behind the dry line at the moment. So this isn't really, this is the main wind risk that's starting to form. It's not at its peak. It's nowhere near its peak. But this is the main wind risk that's starting to form. And it's starting to gravitate further east. So areas further along the line, north and east of the actual event, need to watch out for the potential of some strong, severe weather. And that's the reason why we're saying Garden City. All right, Garden City is right here. And this is a massive line of strong, damaging winds that are going to move towards your area with even some relatively large hail. We'll go to the maximum expected hail size. And in some areas, it actually gets almost to about golf ball sized hail that's possible. So, do I think it's actually golf ball sized hail? Probably not. I would say it's more of $half sized hail, which is just a little bit over an inch. But you still see that there's a widespread swath of colors here from the maximum expected hail size, which kind of tells us that, hey, there is a lot of hail, a lot of strong damaging winds associated with this storm. And that's really all you need in order for a storm to be impactful. You can throw out the tornadoes. Of course, the tornadoes makes things worse, but those conditions should not be left out by any stretch just because, they're not as strong as tornadoes. Miss Pac-Man with the 1.5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. That's a mezzo.
My window shade just scared the living crap out of me. Just shut up.
Ah.
I was gonna say, before you just kept talking and kept talking, which is fine. It is your stream. Deerfield definitely tried to bookend Vortex. ZDR indicates that there was its own structure there for a minute. Velocity's kind of agreeing with it. So that may be an idea of the kind of tornadic structures we're going to see, if we're going to see any embedded with these lines. I would also like to note, not an imminent threat at all, and it's very elevated, but that Moscow storm that's moving up towards Dodge City, a lot of strong
Yeah.
damaging winds involved in that along United States Route 56. So heading up towards Sublette, you guys need to be watching out for that. You've probably got some large hail embedded in there as well. It's a very strong storm pushing up towards your area, so watch out for that. Along United States Route 83 and United States Route 56, that intersection near Sublette, particularly. And then moving up towards Copeland, Montezuma, and such. Wait a second.
Ooh.
Sounds familiar. Hold up.
So, something really interesting here. Doss pointed out something really interesting to me in DMs. And he's got a pretty good point. If I can take storm motion here to make things a little bit easier for us. Yeah. So we got a storm that we finally need to watch out for. The storms along the line, as I said, or the storms that are, kind of just doing their own thing here in Texas. This is behind the dry line, but there's a storm that's starting to try and get towards the dry line. Or at least is trying to ride it. And it's this one over here, just to the west of Pampa. This is north and east of Amarillo, inside the severe thunderstorm warning. And at the surface, it doesn't look like a whole lot. But if you go aloft, if you go to, say, 3-degree tilt up there, up near the Panhandle and White Deer, there's some rotation aloft with this storm. So, not saying that this thing is going to be the one to try and produce a tornado, but we're going to want to watch all of these storms to be able to monitor the potential for them to produce a tornado. Just on the off chance. Just on the off chance that something happens, something to monitor. So, fortunately, it'll head into Roberts County, which isn't really super populated. But I think the area that we would probably want to watch the most in the near term, stage, I would say 152, Texas Highway 152, near Skellytown. And in the long-term time frame, we're talking about US Highway 83 over in Ochiltree County. So, long while to go. But still, those storms are something to watch. That area in Kansas is pronounced Ulysses. Perfect. Ulysses. And I haven't said this yet in this stream yet. If there's any area that we mispronounce, please correct us in the chat.
Tell us.
Please tell us. All right?
Make a mistake. I want to make a mistake once.
Right. Because people are going to misinterpret it. All right? It's going to happen. But we need to make sure that we limit those mistakes, more or less. And by correcting us, we'll be able to realize those mistakes of us mispronouncing town names or city names, and we'll be able to fix them. So that way, when the storms actually get near the area, and say a person from the area is, watching the stream, we'll be able to help them out. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Really interesting thing here. So Birding Peep, I'm not sure if you guys have seen her on Twitter, but she is a person who has a massive array of sky cameras, more or less. And there's one that was over in Amarillo. By the way, Angela, who sent this to me on Twitter, by looking at her stuff, thank you so much. This right here, from Birding Peep, she's got a live camera over there in Amarillo. And look at how jittery that is. I mean, that is a lot of intense wind. Intense wind. That is surging through the metro area. And I'm assuming this is a bit of rain and a bit of dust, too. So, Man. If you guys find anything else on Twitter, by the way, don't be afraid to @ me. But also, if you know the local National Weather Service office in the area, please be sure to @ them too. That way they can get the information a lot more efficiently. Oh, you bring up a good point. Did Garden City move their camera? No, it looks like it's still looking off to the east, unfortunately. But Garden City's in that area. New damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Garden City. New damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Garden City.
A lot of hail.
A lot of hail. And a lot of very strong damaging winds. And that also might be...
I see what you're saying.
I'll watch that out for right now, but it's definitely ominous. There looks to be like there is a little bit of rotation just to the south and west of Garden City. I'm not fully sold yet, albeit there is a spectrum width drop. If you see this screen right here, this is essentially looking at turbulence in the atmosphere, and you know, tornadoes create turbulence, so. Something on my throat. Jeesh. Oh boy, that just updated. And that's a lot of strong damaging winds that's starting to move towards the surface. Yeah, Garden City's about to get slapped.
Yeah, if you're in, as Nate mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Garden City, the wording for damage threat considerable tags is the same that they use for base tornado warnings. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Excuse me, not the same. Very similar. Very similar.
Yeah.
So, you need to treat this at this point as if it is a tornado warning and get into an interior room on the lowest innermost part of your building. These are very strong damaging winds that are probably at weak tornado strengths right now, moving up towards your area, and there may be a possible tornadic rotation moving up into Garden City. Now is the time to act and get into a safe space.
And I'll tell you what, Morgan, you bring up a very good point. You said even before this, large hail. If you were with us about 5 to 10 minutes ago, we looked at this storm at Garden City, and we saw hail probably about golf ball size. That's an 1 3/4. Now look at it. We've introduced another color. It's the oranges, which tell us, believe it or not, we actually got almost 2.5-inch sized hail within that southern extent. And I'll put storm motion for you guys, so that way you guys may be able to see the track of this. It's going for Garden City. This band of large hail right here is going to be heading straight for Garden City. So you guys don't really have a whole lot of time, but if you have any sort of valuables that are outdoors, if you have your pets, if you have your cars, put them into some form of shelter, a carport, parking garage, or bring them indoors, all right? Be sure to bring yourself any sort of valuables, pets especially. Bring them indoors. Not only are you going to be dealing with what is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you could see quarter-sized hail to maybe even golf ball-sized hail. Golf ball-sized hail is a bit more reasonable. I know I said almost 2.5-inch sized hail. Sometimes the radar can overestimate the size of hail that is in the area. Golf ball is still destructive. I've seen golf ball-sized hail absolutely wreak havoc to windshields and windows on the sides of houses. So it's all the more reason. It's all the more reason for you to get indoors right now and stay away from windows. So, once again, Garden City, Kansas. If you know anyone who lives in Garden City, Kansas, or if you're in the Kearney, the Finney, the Scott, the Lane, or the Haskell counties over in Kansas, this is southwestern Kansas, you need to get indoors, and you need to stay away from windows. Make sure that all your valuables are brought indoors or into some form of shelter, such as cars into carports, pets inside, any sort of valuables that might be fragile outdoors, bring them inside too. So that way, you guys may be able to ride this one out with not as much damage. Because I'm telling you right now, this thing here, all right, when they issue these damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings, they're very similar to tornado warnings, as Morgan just said. They're very similar to tornado warnings in regards to the widespread impacts and the similar impacts. It's essentially a weak tornado, but tornadoes don't just, do light damage and just, go out and leave everyone unscathed, unless if you're in the middle of a field. If you're in the middle of a field, then you're having a whale of a time. But the thing of it is this isn't a middle of a field. This is Garden City that we're talking about and the surrounding areas. So you need to take this one seriously. We'll move off down to the south just a little bit because we still have a couple other storms that are going to be forming along the line and are marching through. This one's moving into the southern Haskell counties over here along US Highway 56. If you're over here near the Sublette areas and the intersection of 83 and 56, I would recommend you guys get indoors as well. A damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, I'm assuming for strong damaging winds, is in your forecast here.
Nate.
Yeah, go for it.
I need your thoughts on Santanta, Kansas, very quickly.
Santanta, that one is the Sublette.
It's on 56.
Yeah, so
It's on 56. I need your thoughts because I don't know if that's trying to get a mesocyclone.
I definitely think it has a mesocyclone. I definitely think it does. I think the only issue with it though, so if you take a look at ZDR, on the rear side, you clearly see there's clearly an updraft.
Yeah, there's a spike.
There's clearly an updraft right there. But I also want you to notice, you see all that low values of ZDR right in the middle, right there? That's all nothing but hail. That's nothing but hail right within the area. And regardless of what CC says, CC's not going to be a real help for you unless if you take a look at that scatter spike on that western side. So all of that is hail within that area, which is being dumped within that general vicinity. That's already a supercell ongoing. That's already one that's creating rotation. One thing that I will say about that, though, that could call into question, and that might be something that you can look at for mesoscale analysis, is that what are the LCLs looking like over there? That might be something to monitor here in a bit. There's a storm that's moving to Liberal, Kansas. For the people who might not know, yeah, you got a storm that's moving over there. It's essentially paralleling 54 from Tyrone, Oklahoma into Liberal, Kansas. So that's the reason why there's a severe thunderstorm warning over there for Seward and Stevens County until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live in those areas, you need to get indoors as well because you guys also have some large hail and some very strong damaging winds into your area. So be sure to watch out for that one. Let's go back to Garden City. And I actually have a live view here for you guys to watch. Here's Garden City. We're actually looking west of Garden City, or I should say east of Garden City, and the storms are coming from the west. They're coming from behind, and they're going to move over. So we're going to see if we can watch this, or at least we're going to try and come back to this at least every few minutes to try and show you guys what the conditions are like over in this area. But as I said, if you're in Garden City, man, you got to get indoors. You got to stay away from windows.
2,500 meters. No, I'm not kidding.
2,500? That's like
Insane.
high as a kite. That is
7,500. 70. No, actually, that's not 7,500 feet. That's even more than that.
That's high as a kite, man.
It's like 8,000 feet.
Let's see.
That's a 76 DBZ more.
Tree. Oh, it's called Tree. So that Tree thing is called Tree, just for reference.
Tree.
Tree. I also want to point over here real quickly because we're gonna move away from the camera. Your eyes don't deceive you, chat. That is another color beyond purple. That is light blue. Now, for the people who are not familiar with radar, all right, radar essentially takes a look at all the stuff in the atmosphere, and it tells us how much stuff is within that spot, all right, how much stuff is in there. Red is heavy rain, or at least a good amount of stuff, a lot of stuff. As a matter of fact, red typically is a lot of stuff. Pink is even more a lot of stuff, and that also is included with hail. Purple is a more extreme version of that, what's above purple is that light blue, and man, oh man, that is some immense amount of stuff that has fallen from the sky from this one storm. All right, and I'm looking at ZDR here real quickly to kind of, further give me an idea as to how much stuff. All this gray area right here is nothing but hail. All this gray area right here is nothing but hail. I'm actually interested to see on CC. It's got a scatter spike on the rear side, so that's a lot of hail that's being dumped over this entire area, and it's not small hail either. We'll go back to the maximum expected hail size, and we've introduced another color beyond orange. It's kind of this reddish orange now that is saying over 2.5 inches as your diameter. Now, is that realistic? I would say it's probably a bit closer to 2 inches. That's what this giant pink circle is there for. It actually tells me a little bit more of a realistic idea.
Ain't too far from the radar site, so it's not maybe that unrealistic.
Yeah.
But I would agree definitely closer to 2. Also, new damage threat considerable. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for United States Route 56. It's for that cell near Santanta that I was just mentioning.
Oh, in Sublette in Haskell County.
Yes, and it also extends up along United States Route 50. Why? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a jurisdiction issue, but that's, again, beyond me.
Sheesh.
Charleston, Ingalls, Copeland, Sublette, and Santanta, you guys are all involved in the severe thunderstorm warning, 70 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time.
All right, I'm going to continue to look at the Garden City camera here on the side. It hasn't come fully into view quite yet, but I will pan over once it does. I want to mention something here about the areas over in Texas, because we haven't talked about that in a bit. I want to look at that storm north of Pampa, because that's the one. Oh wow. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's happening.
That'll do it. So this thing is definitely starting to intensify. We mentioned that this storm over here north of Pampa, Texas, probably could be something to watch out for.
I love it.
Give me a second here, guys.
Oh goodness, it's my favorite thing in the world.
I got something to send you here in a second, Morgan. Quickly, we'll shelf Pampa here real quickly. Look at this here, guys. Look at this. Shelf Pampa. We're going straight to Garden City. Look at this.
Aha! You can't see anything.
And you can see there's a little bit of blue out in front, so the line just passed through here. Look at that.
Stay off the roads.
Oh, yeah.
Stay off the roads. For most of these storms, really, in any kind of situation,
watch these trees.
Unless you are a trained chaser, I'm going to say this again. Unless you are a trained chaser, have experienced storm chasing, you should not be on the road. You should not be on the road. These are dangerous storms. I just went to look at the camera that used to be here, and that's not a thing anymore. I have a webcam. It's here. You should not be on the road. Stay off the roads. It's going to take a whole lot of, because I go in muscle memory to do this.
Right.
It's not there.
Yeah, I get that. We're going to keep this camera up here for a bit, guys, because I want you guys to actually watch the trees. And if there is any sudden downbursts in that area, you're going to see those trees start to really whip around. So, and maybe even the light poles in front as well. Maybe they could also be whipped around as well. But visibility in itself, all right? You guys know how it is when you're driving through rain. I'm assuming you've either rode in a car and drove through rain, or you yourself have driven through a thunderstorm of some sort. Visibility is obviously terrible, okay? So, with that being said, you can't really, just go out there and be reckless. You gotta treat these seriously when they move on through. Speaking of treating it seriously, check Northern Garden City. Not that it's gonna hit anything anytime soon, Morgan.
Camera up there, or
No,
or no, or
radar.
Just literally the radar.
Just the radar.
Okay.
I'm actually kind of surprised that it's not any more windier than it was in the beginning.
Yeah, that is if that is on its way to nothing at all.
Yes.
Quite literally.
Yes.
Who and why?
Camera is definitely shaking still. Visibility is let up though. In the beginning, there was a lot of strong damaging winds when we panned towards it. Visibility is definitely loosened up too. You can see all the way up to there.
Check your Twitter mentions. Check your Twitter mentions. Lance sent something that's pretty cool, actually.
Perfect. Let's go back over the radar. Let's actually go north of Pampa again, just to try and see. Once again, that storm right there that is north of Pampa, Texas, approaching the State Highway 70 area. That one probably is going to be the one to try and produce a tornado here in the short term. So that would be something to watch out for. And then we've also got this massive line of storms that's over near White Deer along Highway 60. So we'll continue to watch out for that as well. But that storm over there in Roberts County should be something to watch out for. And I'm actually going to play this on loop while I take a look at my Twitter mentions here. If you guys have anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. It's greatly appreciated if you guys do that. That way, you know, that way we may be able to show everyone else what's going on. Because I can't scan through Twitter. Yeah, I'm up here. I'm looking at radar. Of course, everyone else is too. So, oh, that is winds from Mexico. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, Lance, you did send something pretty interesting here. So this is in southeastern New Mexico. Carlsbad. So this was sent in to Anthony Franz, who is the chief meteorologist at News West 9. And we'll take a look at this here so you guys can see. Look at this here, guys. Look at that. That is crazy. And then Thunderstorms as well on Twitter also sent that one in as well. Thank you. Yeah, the Gaiman camera.
Tor possible severe thunderstorm warning. That severe warning for Garden City has been updated for a Tor possible tag. That rotation that you were discussing to the north of
yeah,
stuff and things, I believe.
Stuff and things
is what they're
All right.
That's what they're calling for. I don't think, unless I'm wrong. I may be wrong.
I would probably say so. And the only reason why I would say that is because looking at that northern storm. Yeah, looking at that northern storm, you can clearly see. So with velocities, we take a look at greens moving towards the radar, which is kind of like this, and then reds moving away, which is kind of like that. Usually when you see a lot of reds funneling in near that Highway 156 area, northeast of Garden City, that's a lot of inflow being pulled in. Which tells me that that is indeed a supercell, and that's probably what they're possibling. Possibling. Yep. Add an ing at the end, and everything's fine.
It's the preface of it's the preface of verb tenses. Just throw an ing, and everything will be okay.
Yep.
I'll be back in just a short period. I'm gonna go grab something.
That's fine. Yeah, you'll hear constant
now before the Figure do it now before the tornadic stuff really.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you'll hear a lot of Nate-isms here on the stream. Nate-isms. That would be cool to show as well. This was from Rex E. Brandon. No idea where this is. It says this is in Texas, so I'm assuming this is Western Texas here. Look at this here, guys. This was on the Ring camera in Western Texas. Look at that. Oof. That's crazy. All right, we'll go back to the thing. Play a loop of this so that way you guys can see the motion of these storms here. Also being told to check Liberal, Kansas. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation with that storm. There's also, I believe there is a camera over there. So, believe it or not, over the past few days, I have been trying to get a crap ton of cameras in general on a custom Google Map sheet. And this is kind of what I got here. All these cameras. I've been working on Kansas specifically over the past few days. So that one's over near Meade. I have no idea if that camera is working. It looks like it's looking eastbound, so it probably won't be as big of a help. But yes, there is a camera that was looking near that area, very gusty. But from radar, you can see there's a little bit of rotation with this storm. Just a reminder here, so reds are moving away from the radar, just like that. Reds are moving away, and then just in general, greens are moving towards. And so you want counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. Counterclockwise spin will always help you out with, any sort of tornadic potential. And that's kind of what we had earlier, believe it or not. We had a lot of reds moving away, greens moving towards, and we had a little bit of rotation. South of that would be Highway 54 in the eastern side of Liberal. Now we got a lot of strong damaging winds. Now we got a lot of large hail associated with that. So Kismet, as well as Plains in Seward County, heading off into Meade County. And that could also go towards the southern portion of Haskell and Gray counties as well. So if you're in those areas, I highly recommend you guys go ahead, get indoors, and stay away from windows. A lot of reports across the board of spotty hail and damaging winds. That also looks in the portion of Finney County here, north of 156. This could be trying to produce a tornado here soon. This one. No debris signature quite yet. I don't see anything else within it as well. So, not completely certain that there is something on the ground with that quite yet. But the good news there is that once you get past Garden City, which it's almost past Garden City completely at this point, you don't really have a whole lot for it to hit until a good few, like half an hour. So that would be Dighton. That'd be areas over here in Lane County. So that's the good news. Let's go back to Texas. The cell that is over here. That was over here in Roberts. It seems that this one's dissipated, but there's a new tornado warning right here.
Tornado warning for northwestern Lipscomb County in the Panhandle of Texas, northeastern Hutchinson County in the Panhandle of Texas, southeastern Hansford County in the Panhandle of Texas, northwestern Roberts County in the Panhandle of Texas, Ochiltree County in the Panhandle of Texas.
So there you go. First tornado warning of the day right there. And it's for all those counties right there. It's essentially northeastern Texas. So if you're along State Highway 70 over here, if you're along US Highway 83, if you're over near the Perryton or the areas south of Perryton, and areas along State Highway 15 from Perryton and east, you need to get in your safe space right now. I don't know what that was. Something just happened outside my house. But if you're in those areas along US Highway 83, State Highway 70, as well as State Highway 15 from Perryton and east, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be
that does that.
Huh? Yeah, well, no, it's actually
happens.
It's actually the other storm. So it wasn't the storm that we were looking at earlier.
I know.
Right. But this storm right here will be approaching the State Highway 70 area here in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you are driving north on 70 from Pampa, all right, if you're driving north on 70 and you're over in Roberts County, try and time it so that this big storm passes in front of you, or else you're going to be hit by not only some large hail and strong damaging winds, there's a good chance you could probably see a tornado within that as well, which is the reason why they issued this tornado warning.
National Weather Service in Dodge City has just put out a high wind warning. This will be until 10 o'clock Central Time for a lot of counties, including Clark, Finney, Ford, Grant, Gray, Hamilton, Haskell, Hodgman, Kearney, Lane, Meade, Morton, Ness, Scott, Seward, Stanton, Stevens, and Trago. Again, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. This warning is for southwest winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour sustained with gusts to 70. Winds will become sharply northwest and remain strong this evening, continuing to gust near 70. They mentioned blowing dust. They mention reduced visibility inside and outside of thunderstorms, which is very important. It doesn't take a thunderstorm for the winds to produce issues. So, if you guys are in those areas, I went to look my left again. If you guys are in that area, you need to be watching out for that very closely. Stay off the roads tonight in particular.
Where are you at, Jacob?
I'm in Elk City right now.
You're in Elk City. I probably wouldn't head north, although that is a really interesting thing that I just saw on a
Yeah, in the new MCD.
Well, no, it's not the new MCD. There's a report from Spotter Network south of 40 in Texas, near Goodnight, by Eric Fox of A Wall Cloud. So, it's a storm that's southeast of Amarillo, approaching Groom and Jericho. Honestly, what I would do is I would go west to like Shamrock, right? Wait for the storms to approach you, and then just head east on 40. You're not going to be able to catch up, or I should say stick with one storm only. You're going to need to hop from one storm to another by going along 40. Make sure as well that if you're out in front of the storms, once it's about 6 miles away from you, book it.
Right at us.
Book it.
Okay.
All right. So don't wait for it to get too close, because you're going to be caught behind. You need to make sure you stay out in front of it, so that way you have that way you can still be flexible with your movements.
All right, sounds good.
Yep. But that was Jacob right there. Jacob is gonna be he's chasing out there right now. All right, I'll give it to you straight. He's chasing, and he's also giving a general idea. He's gonna tell us what's actually going to be happening on the ground. He'll try and send us some pictures. He'll try and send us some videos, but he's chasing, and we just want to make sure that he's all right, so that way he can report to us whenever he can. But speaking of reporting here, he did mention that there is a mesoscale discussion that was just issued, and I'll read you here the summary here. It says convection is expected to increase in organization and intensity across the eastern Texas and Oklahoma panhandles into far western Oklahoma over the next couple of hours. Swaths of damaging gusts greater than 80 miles per hour, a few tornadoes, and hail are possible. So it's starting to ramp up. It's starting to get to that point to where the event is it's firing off. It's, you know, the time is now into which things are starting to get real. And I mean, if the giant line of severe thunderstorm warnings weren't enough to tell you that, I don't know what will. But I do want to do one thing here real quickly before we get back to the tornado warning. This right here is our convective outlook. This is the convective outlook here for today, which tells you where the highest likelihood of severe weather is going to occur, let alone significant severe weather. I want you guys to pay attention to everywhere that's from the dark green and inward. The light green is just a general thunderstorm risk. So if you're over there, don't worry too much about it. Unless if you want to pay attention to your National Weather Service, then contact your local National Weather Service to see if there's any warnings. Or better yet, go to weather.gov and you'll be able to see if there's any warnings over your area. But if you're in the dark green right here, you've got a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you're in the yellow, you've got a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you're in the orange, you've got a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And if you're in the red, and this is where people need to especially pay attention to, this red area. If you're in the red, you've got a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And this is where the most intense weather conditions can be anticipated. We're talking about large hail and upwards of 2 inches. We're talking about damaging wind gusts that could exceed 100 miles per hour, and maybe even a few strong tornadoes possible along the line. So if you know anyone who lives within the orange or the red, I would highly recommend that you let them know that this stuff is going to happen. This stuff's going to move on through tonight, overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. So that way people may be able to be ready. If you have weather radios, I highly recommend you charge them. You plug them in so that way you may be able to know what's going on, because there's going to be a lot of severe weather tonight over this exact area. And we're going to be over here. We're going to be live here for a good duration of the event here today. So if you want to stick around with us, feel free to do so, as we will be covering this extensive risk. All right, this is, just a reminder here for everyone. Obviously this is going to be a dumb moment, but this is February 26th here. And severe weather season, although is not far away, especially since we've got another threat for severe weather approaching on Thursday, there is, this is still relatively early for severe weather to start. So,
Very.
be sure to watch out for that, and stick around with us if you can. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning here. As I said, if you're in the orange or if you're in the red, please pay attention tonight. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the green, I would still pay attention if I were you, but it's not as intense a conditions in your area. Back to the tornado warning here. Ochiltree County, as well as areas over near Lipscomb and Roberts County. I recommend you guys get indoors and stay away from windows, because there is some rotation on this storm. We'll take a look at the reflectivity here, and you guys can see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away, and this is a bit of our counterclockwise spin that we would watch out for the potential tornadoes to form. All right, if you find any of this within that southern side of a supercell, there's a good chance it'll probably be rotating, and it will have a chance. It'll have a chance to put down a tornado. So this is crossing over from Roberts County into the Ochiltree County area, and it will get to Highway 70 here in a second. So I'm serious, guys. If you're on Highway 70 and you're moving north, you really do need to let this storm pass in front of you.
You need to stop.
Yeah, let it pass in front of you. Don't drive through it, all right? It's already producing a lot of large hail. It's already producing some strong damaging winds. you don't need, all right, on the off chance that a tornado is there, you don't need to be a part of the tornado, all right? So please let the storm pass in front of you. Once it's past you, you'll be fine, all right? You can then continue to travel up north towards Perryton. Highway 83, all right? Canadian, Texas, all the way up to Perryton. If you're driving northwest on 83 from Canadian, same thing. Let the storm pass in front of you. If you're near the intersection of 70 and 83, keep driving to Perryton, all right? If you drive to Perryton, then you'll be able to beat the storm out in front. But if you just got on the road and you're about 5 miles northwest of Canadian in Texas, let the storm pass in front of you. Don't drive through it, all right? This is not the storm that you want to drive through. Large hail, damaging winds, of course. The tornado warning is issued for a reason. The National Weather Service knows what they're doing in regards to trying to keep people safe. So please heed their warnings. If you're in a house anywhere within these areas, once again, this is Booker and Perryton over near Highway 15 on the northern side of Texas here, on the northern side of this warning. If you're in those areas, I recommend you guys get indoors. You still have a lot of time before the storm actually gets into your area, a good half an hour. But I recommend you start formulating plans of action to start getting indoors, stay away from windows, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's a new tornado warning.
Yep.
Tornado warning for northeastern Finney County in southwestern Kansas, north central Gray County in southwestern Kansas.
And for good reason. Very good reason, honestly.
I didn't even see that. Oh, goodness.
If you're in Calvesta, that would be in eastern Finney County. If you're in Calvesta, Kansas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Big time storm. New tornado warning just got issued here. This is for Finney and Gray counties here in not Texas, Kansas. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And there's also the interesting thing here in the warning text. You also could potentially have tennis ball sized hail with this storm too. Tennis ball sized hail. That is immense. That is immense. So, all the more reason.
I like how you say that. They literally updated the warning 1 minute after they issued it to bring it down to ping pong ball size. Well job.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But yeah, now it's ping pong. Still, regardless, this thing right here has got some it's got some oomph to it. It's got some major oomph to it. And when I mean it's got some major oomph to it, I'm going to give you a product that can quantify how strong rotation actually is within an area. And this rotation right here is it goes up multiple color scales. Blue is weak rotation, green and yellow is moderate, and red is strong rotation. It's got some strong rotation according to this thing. And I would not be surprised if this thing actually does end up producing a tornado because of that. So, Calvesta in Kansas, State Highway 23, State Highway 156, need to get in your safe space. New tornado warnings just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Armstrong County in the Panhandle of Texas, Wheeler County in the Panhandle of Texas, southeastern Carson County in the Panhandle of Texas, Gray County in the Panhandle of Texas, northwestern Donley County in the Panhandle of Texas.
It's starting to fire off. This is the beginning of the event right here. And
they're on to something. That is not good.
Yeah.
Reminds me a lot of Toledo in a way, but it's not quite that significant.
Well, and I think the main reason why they did that, if you take a look at ZDR, it's got a clear ZDR arc. It's got a very clear one. For the people who don't know, whenever we look at ZDR and I mention a ZDR arc, it means that a storm is strengthening. It's under a period of strengthening. And whenever that occurs, of course, that can lead to multiple things depending upon your environment. In this instance, this can lead to larger hail outputs, stronger damaging winds, and tornadoes because all of them are favorable. So right there is your ZDR arc. It's on the southern side of the storm, and that thing is rotating. Wow. I mean, it'll get there. It'll get it done.
Jacob, How interested are you guys in going west on State Route 6?
Um,
Get to the Sweetwater area or something like that. You'll have a good view on this, but you'll
uh,
all ways out.
I don't know. I can't really head west because of personal reasons, but
Hmm.
uh, yeah, I was thinking about just going a little more north
You could.
You could.
to like Shawnee, Oklahoma, or Butler or something
Cheyenne.
like that.
I think you'd be
Ch-
going too far north if that's the case, though. If I were you, if that's the case, I would sit at the intersection of State Highway 6 and US Highway 283, north of Sayre. I would sit right there and see what you can do from there.
All right.
Hold on. Ethan's calling me.
But this tornado warning here is going to be impacting a lot more areas here in Texas. And I mean, you could see how expansive this warning is. So let's start off by saying if you're on Interstate 40, you need to go ahead and monitor this storm very, very closely. If you are moving east on 40 from Amarillo and you're near Lark or Conway, stop, move over to the side of the road, let the storm pass in front of you. All right? There's even another storm that's down below that. It's okay if you have to wait 15, 30 minutes for the storm to pass through. Let's put it this way, your life's more important than you being on time. All right? Take that seriously when we say move out of the way, let the storm pass in front of you so that way you don't have to drive through a storm that can produce large hail, very strong damaging winds, a tornado, all those stuff like that. Need to really watch out for that. If you're moving west on 40 and you're over near the Shamrock and the McLean areas, stop, let the storm pass in front. All right, it's gonna be a rinse and repeat right there. If you see storms in front of you, it's okay to pull over to the side. It's okay to pull over to like a gas station and ride it out. It's fine to do that, but driving through it is not recommended. So please be sure to heed that accordingly. With that being said, Groom, Jericho, Allen Reed, McLean, Leafors, Kellerville, Laketon, Mobeetie, Wheeler, as well as areas near Briscoe and Gageby, probably Gageby or Gageby. You guys need to get into your safe space right now, especially the areas over closer to I-40 near Boydston, Jericho, and Groom, as well as Allen Reed and Leafors. You need to get in your safe space because this storm right here is probably going to start trying to produce a tornado here soon. And this thing is also, you know, if we throw out the tornado discussion out, hail and wind is still impactful regardless. So even though it's already severe warned, you add the threat to the tornadoes with it, and boom, you've got one of the more significant storms within the line as of this moment. And because of that, that one should be taken a little bit more seriously than some of the other ones. So when we call out for those towns like Groom, Boydston, Jericho, Allen Reed, McLean, Leafors, even Kellerville to an extent, go ahead, get indoors, stay away from windows, preferably get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
I just saw someone in chat. Talking about Lawton. I've got a friend in Lawton. I've been looking at that area very closely. The next 2 to 3 hours will be very important to determine the extent of the tornado threat down there. We are already knee deep in a damaging wind risk. That is almost a given for really basically up and down Oklahoma, north to south. It's almost a given. The tornado threat will be determined when we see if we get any dry line activity. Nate mentioned that. And what the warm air advection, where it gets to. We need to see those two things. Lawton, Chickasha. Regardless of whether or not there's a tornado threat, you are still looking at a significant damaging wind risk of possibly storms capable of producing wind gusts to 80, 90 miles an hour or higher locally. Tornado threat, not yet realized. We'll have more soon. Stay tuned.
Yeah. I'm checking up on this tornado warning up here. This one is for the Finney County area. So this is northeast of Garden City. It's actually more east of Garden City. Rotation's still there. There's actually still some pretty strong rotation within this storm. So even though it doesn't say on the correlation coefficient that there's a tornado.
Confirmed.
Which one?
Calvesta.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. You'll see it confirmed in a second. And actually, yes, I see it on my side screen here too. So that way you guys can tell that we're not messing around. See this dark red polygon right here? Dark red polygon? So if you take a look here in a second, the legend's going to update, and that will tell you that it's tornado confirmed. So my actual radar here is going to update here in a second and see to that polygon. There it is. It just updated right in front of us. Tornado confirmed. It is a tornado on the ground right now. Radar confirmed tornado. If you guys live in these areas over here near Calvesta or north of Calvesta, you need to get in your safe space. If you're along Highway 2 or Highway 23, need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Once it passes 23, though. Yeah?
It's very interesting, the reflectivity presentation of it, because it looks like there's a giant debris ball with it. That would be classic of a normal supercell, but
Yeah.
spectrum width doesn't agree. ZDR maybe partially agrees, but CC doesn't agree at all. So I'm wondering what actually is going on that nudged them to confirm that storm.
My best guess, my honest best guess, is 2 frames prior. All right, it would be 23. What is that? 23, 15, 16. 23, 15, 16. My best guess is that. So when it was initially warned, it had the lower CC values. My best guess is that, and then the frame after that with extraordinarily low ZDR. That one would probably be my best guess.
Also, I'm just going to go ahead and say this now. Montezuma, Ensign, Dodge City. This is the time to start preparing for significant wind gusts moving into your area. There is a swath moving right up United States Route 56. This is the time to start preparing for possible 80 to 90 miles per hour wind gusts coming right up your area in an environment that's very conducive to do so, and maybe even more. That is a very significant swath, maybe a little bit of rotation, but that's not my concern. My concern is the probably significant winds that are ongoing in that right now. If you are on United States Route 56 near Montezuma, pull off to the side of the road or get off the road entirely. If you happen to be near the intersection of United States Route 23, get off the road there and probably go north would be your better bet, because going south you're finding the swath. If you're an Ensign along 56, get off the road. If you guys live near any of these areas that I mentioned that are particularly along 56, you need to get into your lowest airmost part of your building very soon. You have a couple of minutes to get helmets, pillows, and what I would say is probably hard-toed shoes as well, in the off chance that you do happen to encounter some debris once you get out of your shelter. If you are in Dodge City, it is the time to start really considering how you are going to go about this. You have plenty of time. Start thinking about what you are going to do once severe weather comes up your way. Very strong damaging winds moving up towards that area.
I want to point out 3 things here real quickly. 3 separate things. First off, someone asked Garden City. They're fine now. The line has passed through. You guys are good. Second thing, I want to add to Morgan's point here. When he was talking about spin-ups along the line, listen, that tornado warning that's up north, that one's along the line, that's a spin-up, and that's a tornado warning that's going to interrupt me, so go ahead and
Tornado
listen.
warning for northeastern Finney County in southwestern Kansas, southwestern Ness County in west central Kansas, northwestern Hodgman County in southwestern Kansas, southeastern Lane County in west central Kansas.
So it's an extension for this tornado warning. But the northernmost tornado warning is a spin up along the line. So that's part of the QLCS threat. But I can see probably 3 other areas along the line that could probably try to produce a tornado here within the next, I'd say, 10 minutes. So within these severe thunderstorm warnings here in Kansas, do not be surprised if that is the case. Do not be surprised if you get some stuff, some activity that could be tornadic. And, you know, even this one that's over down near Meade, right on the border of Oklahoma and Kansas, just realistically, anywhere in Kansas could try and see a brief tornado within that area. So it's recommended that you get indoors, you stay away from windows, and preferably you get into the lowest innermost part of your building and prepare now, all right? On a broader scale, this is the third thing that I want to talk about, all right? First off, if we aren't updating your guys' town or your area and stuff like that, don't take it to heart, all right? We've got all sorts of different stuff that we're trying to watch out for right now. We're reading chat, we're reading comments, we're trying to help you guys out and stuff like that. Down below me, right here, there is a little screen that's moving. Not this one that's like doing that. It's the one with all the colors, all right? The orange one right there, it says enhanced risk has been issued. All those town names right there are, you know, all those cities and towns, they're going to be impacted here today and the surrounding areas. So if we're not talking about your area, realize that down there, down below, it tells you who potentially could be impacted later on. But for the people who may want to visualize that and be able to see what exactly is, you know, where exactly these storms are going to be going towards. Right here is the convective outlook. This tells us where the severe weather is going to be possible here today. Light green is general thunderstorms, so don't worry about that, all right? Dark green is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. This is a marginal risk, so pretty small, but still severe weather is possible within that area, so it's recommended that you guys monitor, changing conditions. Yellow is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. That's a slight risk. Make sure that if you're in the yellow, anything really goes. I've seen all sorts of stuff that has happened in the yellow risk. It could be, you know, completely dead quiet, nothing happens, or it could be, you know, worst case scenario and stuff like that. I'm not saying that's going to be the case here today, although it is widespread of what we are anticipated here today. I'm just saying that you probably should be a little bit more weather aware than you usually would be when normal thunderstorms move on through. Orange is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, all right? This is where people need to start watching out, all right? If you have any sort of way to get the emergency alert notifications or any sort of way for you to be able to, you know, stay tuned to your local news, your local National Weather Service office, this area would be the area to do it. The orange right here is a 3 out of 5, and then especially the red right there over central Oklahoma is a 4 out of 5. And so if you're in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and watch out. This is Elk City, Altus, Vernon, Lawton, Weatherford, OKC, Chickasha, Shawnee, Stillwater, Ponca City, Enid, Tulsa, Bartlesville, all those areas. And then even further off towards the Ada, Woodward, Alva, Wichita, Joplin, Springfield areas, and the surrounding areas within that as well. All those areas need to watch out for severe weather from now all the way until tomorrow morning. Once the line passes you, though, you're done. You're fine. So, of course, the areas that are a lot closer to where the severe weather is, it's going to take less time for these storms to get to you. But the further and further east you are, the longer and longer it's going to take for these storms to get to you. And by then, it may be midnight to a little bit past midnight before these storms actually get near your area. So something to watch out for that. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, I recommend you let them know, hey, we've got severe storms that are going to be moving into our area. Just be on the lookout, all right? If they, you know, I'm assuming that everyone in Oklahoma constantly looks to their local news stations for live streams and stuff like that. But if they don't have cable or if they don't have service and stuff like that, please be sure to send them over to this stream here. Copy the link to the live stream, send it to them, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to spread our outreach. You know, that way we can be able to at least tell people who may not be able to have an idea as to what's going on. You know, we can tell people what is exactly happening within these areas. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, and hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to spread this to more and more people on Twitter and YouTube. Not Twitter, just YouTube. I want to mention here real quickly. So we said the storms along the line is probably going to be trying to produce tornadoes up and down. Gray County, Cimarron, we've got an area of rotation that is starting to amplify significantly. If you're in Cimarron, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, now's the time. There's going to be a tornado warning issued for Gray County. Could very well be also issued for areas in Hodgman and which one is Dodge City in Ford County. But Gray County, Cimarron, Highway 50, need to get in your safe space right now. And that's actually a debris signature. That is a debris signature.
Is it?
Yeah, that is a debris signature.
Tornado warning
sure it's
for
associated with the
northwestern
reflectivity?
Ford
Yes,
County
ZDR.
in southwestern Kansas, east central Gray County in southwestern
It is
Kansas.
that is a debris signature right there. Look at this small little gray pixel right here in ZDR. This can tell us where solid substance is. So, you know, like dirt, wood, or any sort of other debris that can be hit. That's right there. And then CC, correlation coefficient, essentially looks at the particles in the atmosphere and tells us if it's similar to each other or not. So if it's red, then everything is pretty much the same, which means that there's just a lot of rain around. But once you start introducing stuff like dirt, trees, even portions of houses and stuff like that, the correlation coefficient is going to start to lower. Same thing with hail. Hail does the same exact thing. But there's no hail in that area. You can see on the maximum expected hail size indicator that isn't the case. This is 100% tornadic debris. This is 100% a tornado. If you're in Cimarron, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're along State Highway 23 south of Cimarron, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this one definitely is a tornado in progress here in Gray County, Kansas. So this is due west of Dodge City. If you're due west of Dodge City along Highway 50 or Highway 400, you need to get in your safe space as well. All right, Cimarron, and then areas just to the west of Dodge City here along the Ford and the Gray County line, if you're in those areas. Also, some very large hail associated with this storm, too. So it's going to be kind of a double whammy, more or less. You're going to get strong damaging winds and your tornadoes, all that create, you know, your strong damaging winds around it. But you also get the large hail associated with it. So it's all the more reason for you to not be outside. Don't be outside while this thing is currently going about. We do also have some, look at this. We have some moderate levels of rotation here according to our normalized rotation. This quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. And just remember that greens and yellows is moderate rotation. And then anything beyond the yellow, like red and pink and white, that's very strong rotation. That's immense rotation. But right now we've got weak to moderate rotation in the area. And people are saying it's Cimarron. Cimarron. So it's not Cimarron, it's Cimarron. Appreciate everyone in the chat for correcting me. But Cimarron. If you're over in those areas in Cimarron, need to get in your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Can we get a webcam up? I don't believe we have a webcam for this area, unfortunately.
Dodge City doesn't have one.
Dodge City is currently down. I know that for a fact. That is a new tornado warning. Oh,
That is Meade.
yeah.
Tornado warning for southern
Gun
Meade
Border
County in southwestern Kansas.
Actually, no, that's a supercell. What?
Yeah, it is a supercell. You missed that too.
It's a. It's got a whole B word. Wow.
Yeah, it's some pretty intense stuff there. But if you're over in Meade, we said Meade County can get into the risk here as well. We're trying to keep you guys up to date with all this. Meade, new tornado warning for your area. If you're in Meade, Kansas, get into your safe space right now. And I actually think there's a camera over there. It's looking east. But we can get to that there in a second once the storm gets
might
closer.
go east of Meade, so.
That's the reason why I was like, maybe we might be able to utilize it. But if you're in Meade, in Kansas, or if you're along State Highway 23 south of Meade, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because that's a bona fide supercell. I mean, look at this. You can clearly see the hook and it wrapping around just like this. That is a bona fide supercell. The rain is being wrapped all the way around into the hook just like that. And that is, yeah, wow. ZDR doesn't show a strong ZDR arc, but that's good.
Did you check your Twitter mentions within the last 10 minutes?
No, I have not.
You need to go look at it.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you, Lance. This right here. So Sublette, right? Sublette, that would be the storm that was over near
Back along
Setanta.
56.
So this was along 56. With this storm right here. Or at least I don't think it's that storm anymore. No, it is. It's this storm right here near Haskell, and then it merged with another one, which is where Cimarron is. I'll just go ahead and show you guys here. This is from Sylveon Gamer Jake. Sylveon Gamer Jake. If you want to go see it yourself, it's right there. You guys can see it. Thank you so much, Lance, for sending that in. This right here is what we're going to be seeing a lot in Kansas here this evening.
Holy cow.
I'm not sure if there's any language within this as well, so viewers' discretion is advised.
You have been warned.
You have been warned.
Dude, these winds. Saying this again, Dodge City, you have time. Figure out what you are doing to prepare for the 80 to 90 miles an hour wind gusts that are moving into your area.
Yeah, just to reinforce something, Meade needs to get in their safe space. Same thing with Cimarron. That storm is definitely still going.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
I need a second opinion.
Um,
I want you to go back to the 2315 frame near Sublette on reflectivity, velocity, CC, and start scrolling.
2315, you said?
2315 Dodge City.
That would match up with the wind report that they just had. 81 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm near Sublette. There is rotation there.
My remark is the CC.
Oh, that? Nah, too far out. That one's south, due east of Sublette.
You think?
I would say no.
Sure that's not scattering of some sort?
Yeah, I would say no. I would think it's whatever is happening out in front of it. One thing I do want to direct your attention to, Morgan, alright? So we haven't talked about the tornado warnings in Texas in a little bit, and as we probably should, to be completely honest with you. Let's talk about the northern tornado warning, and then we'll get down to the main gritty of the southern tornado warning, because that one's probably going to do something here in a second. Lipscomb and Ochiltree counties over here in northeastern, the northeastern northern panhandle of Texas. You guys still have a tornado warning for your area. It looks like this storm has kind of died out just a little teeny smidge, so I wouldn't be surprised if this thing actually lost its tornado warning here soon. But there is still a storm right here. You can see this supercell to where we got this little hook, all right? Whenever you see these storms that have little hooks like this one could potentially be, you know, one to try and produce a tornado. So don't leave your safe space anytime soon if you're over near that Booker area and along the border of Ochiltree and Lipscomb County, or Ochiltree. And then we'll move off to the south because this one really needs our attention the most. This one north of Allen Reed and McLean. So we mentioned that Gray County and areas near Lee Force is probably going to be an area to watch. I would say yes. This reminds me so much of previous tornadoes, just based off of characteristics, storm characteristics, that it is highly recommended that if you're over here along State Highway 273 and you're moving north of McLean before you move due west, to turn back right now. Go back to McLean. If you go back to McLean, you'll be able to avoid this thing, especially if this thing does decide to try and put down a tornado. But if you are moving west on 273, north of McLean, you need to go back. You need to go back because this one has a good chance to try and put down a tornado. Right here is the rotation. You can see green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle where this icon, this upside down triangle is, whenever you see an upside down triangle like that, that's the radar telling me that there is a tornado vortex signature right within there. Not saying that it's on the ground, it's just it's rotating right within that area. And we have that right there. Clear, identifiable factor that this thing is tornadic. And with that being said, if you're over in Kellerville and Mobeetie, Laketon, areas along the border of Wheeler and Gray County, as well as areas northwest of Wheeler heading towards the Briscoe area and Gageby, you guys need to watch out, all right? Time is starting to get close for you guys to head into your safe space. So Mobeetie, I'm talking about 20 to 25 minutes before this storm actually gets to your area.
Nate, break. Dodge City. Sig Tour, Sig spin up.
Oh, yes. Oh, there's two of them.
There's two of them.
One's
going right into Dodge City. One's going right into northern Dodge City. If you are in Dodge City, safe space right now.
Good call, Morgan. Good call. This is
lowest innermost part of your building right now.
Northern Ford County in Kansas. Need to get in your safe space. We have two areas, two tornadoes that are definitely possible. I'll take the warning off so you guys can see. Look at this here, guys. We have one that has some moderate rotation and then one with very strong rotation here. You can see the reds and pinks right there in the normalized rotation, clear as day. That is a couple strong tornadoes that are starting to approach the Dodge City area. If you're in northern Ford County right now, heading off into southern Hodgman County, you need to get in your safe space right now. Very much so. That actually looks like there are two tornadoes in progress right now. There's one
tornado warning Dodge City.
One right there, one right there. Yeah, clear as day. Two tornadoes in progress right along that line, heading off into northern Ford. So guys,
tornado warning for
listen in real quick.
Northwestern Ford County in southwestern Kansas, south central Hodgman County in southwestern Kansas, east central Gray County in southwestern Kansas.
Yep. This is once again northern Ford, southern Hodgman. Two tornadoes right now in progress. They issued one for the storm that's approaching Highway 400. So if you're near Highway 50 and Highway 400 west of Dodge City, you need to get in your safe space right now. This one is definitely going off. This one is definitely trying to produce a tornado. And I mean, that's a massive amount of turbulence consolidated within that area. That is, you know, every single thing that I checked off on radar here is telling me this thing is on the ground right now. This thing is producing a tornado. So take this one very seriously here, guys. Fortunately enough, west and north of Dodge City, there isn't really too much. So it's just the areas near Dodge City and areas north of Dodge City is where you guys really need to get into your safe space. Yeah, there are two debris signatures right there. The northern one isn't as big now. The southern one now still is going, and it just kind of weakened a little bit. Wow, as quickly as it came, it went too. Sheesh, but that went right over Highway 50. Right over Highway 50. So northern Dodge City, and then this is going to be also heading, believe it or not, that second rotation that is now going to cross the Ford County into the Hodgman County area. Jetmore. You can't see Jetmore because of the warnings. It's covering it. I'll take the warnings off here. You can see Jetmore is in the southern portion of Hodgman County. You guys are in the crosshairs of this storm. So Jetmore, a little bit further along the line, you need to watch out for something tornadic that's going to move on through. Yep, go for it.
Do me a solid favor. I would like you to go on to storm relative velocity and take storm motion of the tornado warning. And as you do that, folks, you're going to observe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornadic signatures between Calvesta and Cimarron, east of Calvesta and Cimarron. That line of storms is very dangerous. Jetmore You are not fully in a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to consider what you are going to do if you get a tornado warning issued, because right now all of these storms could be capable of producing tornadoes. This entire line is probably going to be capable of producing tornadoes, whether it be one at a time, whether it be two at a time, or three at a time. All of these storms, all of those little embedded signatures are where you could possibly see tornadoes. So as far down south as United States Route 50, as far north as State Route 156 right now, you guys need to be watching out for tornadic activity.
I just got a report from Twitter. A couple storm chases over there. It says circulation and potential brief touchdown near Calvesta 5 minutes ago. So they had, they did indeed see a couple areas of rotation along the line in general that has just been just spinning up. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot more of these to where as quickly as they form, they're going to dissipate, which makes things all the more difficult for us to track because they form so quickly. And by the time we are on it, very well could be too late. So that's the reason why we say if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning there in Kansas, you need to take it very seriously. All right? Those that entire line there very well could try to produce a tornado at any given moment. And you need to just get indoors and you need to stay away from windows. If you can, it is recommended that you also get into a sturdy building. As a matter of fact, it's the utmost importance for you to get into a sturdy building and not a mobile home, because mobile homes are not anchored to the ground. They are not going to be able to get it done for you. So you need to be able to get into your safe space. What a shot there by Gage Shaw there that I just retweeted. And I mean, look at this here real quickly. I'll show you guys here. This is Gage Shaw. So at WXGage, if you want to go follow him, please be sure to do so. Look at this shot that he got. Insane picture there from Gage Shaw. That is stunning.
Oh, there's about to be another significant.
Yeah, another
moving towards Jetmore. Jetmore.
Yeah, Jetmore.
Like I said, you need to be watching out.
And another one north of that in the severe warning. That's another one.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Tornado warning for Texas.
This thing is just spinning up so quickly. New tornado warning, listen in.
Tornado warning for Wheeler County in the Panhandle of Texas, southeastern Gray County in the Panhandle of Texas, southeastern Hemphill County in the Panhandle of Texas.
Real quickly. There you go. All right. So for people who
tornado warning.
Another one.
Yep.
Sheesh.
Jetmore.
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 My goodness.
I'm gonna do all this collective solid and just look at something really quickly.
There's the warnings that I was talking about here for you guys. That's another. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Wow.
Tornado warning for southwestern Hodgman
that's
County in
unhelpful.
southwestern Kansas.
So here's the thing here, guys. There's going to be a new warning for this one approaching Jetmore. That's a significant tornado. You also have your 3 rotations here in the main tornado warning. You also have another one that's going to be approaching State Highway 156 here, just west of Jetmore. So if you're west of Jetmore, do not be surprised if there is a tornado right there. Turn around, go back to Jetmore if you can. And then once you're at Jetmore, you might even have to continue to move east or take shelter at Jetmore. There actually is quite a few different areas here, a lot of buildings over in Jetmore, so you might be able to take shelter over at Jetmore. It's actually recommended that you do so. Don't drive through the line.
Jetmore, second tornado warning for you guys just got issued. You are in 2 warnings simultaneously. That northern rotation that you mentioned, Nate, that just got tornado warned.
That just got tornado warned. Wow. And yeah, it did.
Also, please refer
Tornado
Nate,
warning
to the,
for
group chat I sent
northwestern
something that will,
Hodgman County in southwestern
pistol.
Kansas.
That's what Vorticity will do for you. And that 3 cape down there too is going to be something to watch very closely. Let's see. So there's your 3 tornado warnings. I mean, it's all marching all around. New mesoscale discussion was just issued. It says severe storms capable of producing very strong destructive winds and brief tornadoes will continue to move quickly across western Kansas. So the Storm Prediction Center is now acknowledging the fact that this is a certainty at this point. It is going to happen. It's going to continue to happen all the way up until these storms start to kind of dissipate. There's another storm that's rotating over even north of the other tornado warning, approaching Ness City. So Ness County, all right, approaching Ness City, a new storm right there, and that's a new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for East Central Meade County in southwestern Kansas, northwestern Clark County in southwestern Kansas.
So that's on the southern portion all the way down here in Meade. So they issued a tornado warning for those storms over there. Something to watch out. There is some rotation aloft with that. So we might have to, yeah, there is. There's definitely a couple areas of rotation. So we'll come back to that here in a second. But this area over here near Ness City needs to watch out there too for something tornadic.
Yeah,
Go Morgan.
Yeah, Ness City, I was going to watch it. I was just about to mention that. Also, look at reflectivity on Gem 1. Look at that structure. Crazy.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that here again in a second. I want to go back down here to Texas. There's 2 things that I want to note. First off, the line of damaging winds is starting to take structure here on the rear side. So this line right here, you guys see, that's your main damaging wind risk. So anything that really forms along there, unless if it's got a huge supercell associated with it, like the one north of Silverton, don't really anticipate too much tornadic stuff from that line. Unless if we got the quick spin up, something similar to up north near in Kansas. But this storm over here that is approaching Wheeler, all right, this is Wheeler County, Texas, north of Shamrock, approaching the Kellerville and the Mobeetie areas, is starting to do something that is really interesting here. And if you guys are willing to give me about 30 seconds of your time, this will take really quickly. Just be over really quickly. The storm, as I usually tell you guys on radar, wraps rain around just like this. But this storm in particular has gotten to the point to where not only is it wrapping rain around, it's wrapping it around the circulation on its own. That is called a bounded weak echo, bounded weak echo region. Or, if you guys would like to make it even something simpler, a donut hole. All right, so we've got a donut hole here from the radar, from this storm, which means that this thing is not only rotating, but it is also a full-fledged supercell, and this one's going to be something to watch out for, especially as we get closer towards Highway 83. So Gageby, as well as Briscoe, Mobeetie, and Wheeler, areas near Wheeler County and Hemphill County, you guys need to take this one seriously. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, little donut hole right here.
Just a couple words that I need to get in here. Dodge City, maybe a spin up heading your way. There's
Yeah,
very
southern
small
side.
embedded rotation heading towards the southern side of Dodge City. Secondly, Nate, Twitter mentions. Thirdly, the southernmost tornado warning of the 3 north of Dodge City is recycling and producing a tornado in a different spot now. That is going to be immediately north. It's going to be immediately northwest of Wright, along United States Route 283, approaching United States Route 283.
Jetmore still needs to watch
Watch
out.
out for that. Watch out for that. Yeah, Jetmore still definitely needs to watch out. Lot of significant damaging winds, regardless.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, and someone on Twitter, Keaton, really interesting that you point this one out. All right, I'm gonna go to spectrum width, right, and I'm gonna show you guys here that spectrum width literally is along the entire line here. So I'm gonna outline this entire line of spectrum width that I see. So it's from right here all the way down to here and all the way down to here. If I go to reflectivity, that's your line of storms right there, which means there is turbulence all across this entire line. There's a very good chance that this continues to be the case to where we just have continuous turbulence over and over and over again that can create these spin-ups that have been producing tornadoes. We've had a couple of tornadoes that have been produced from all of this as well. So not very too surprising that is occurring at this moment. But the one thing to take away from all of that is that the people out in front in these severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas still need to get indoors and stay away from windows. Big time storm here that is just absolutely raking in just a lot of strong damaging winds and creating its own little mini tornadoes. So Jetmore areas along Highway 283 north of Dodge City, and even Dodge City right now, there's a little area of rotation that's starting to develop right there. If we actually go to the normalized rotation, you can see it's actually too close to the radar. The radar is in Dodge City right here. And once you get close to the radar within a stretch, it actually doesn't work. So we still have rotation within that area, and definitely something tornadic that's approaching the city. So Dodge City, do not get out of your safe space. Stay indoors and stay away from windows if you guys can. We're gonna move down here. A couple things that I want to mention. So for the people who are just tuning in here right now, ongoing severe weather threat with both tornadoes, some of which could be strong, and very strong damaging winds. The Storm Prediction Center has said that we can get wind gusts in upwards of 100 miles per hour to even 110. And there is already even some reports of over hurricane force wind gusts. We have a 78 mile per hour wind gust over here in Seward County, Kansas. This is 4 miles northeast of Haines. And then we also have this one over here in Haskell County, 1 mile northeast of Sublette, an 81 mile per hour wind gust over there. So already hurricane force wind gusts have been reported with these storms, but it's these storms are supposed to continue. Keyword supposed to. We can always hope for this to not happen, but these storms are expected to continue to get stronger and stronger, and we could potentially be talking about wind gusts even higher than that. So make sure that if you're out in front of this, we'll go back over here to the convective outlook so that you guys may be able to see. If you are in the orange or you're in the red, you guys need to monitor the weather here very, very closely this evening. Very strong damaging winds and tornadoes are possible up and down these areas. This is central Oklahoma, or west. Really, it's western to central Oklahoma and northern Oklahoma, heading off into southwestern Missouri and southern Kansas. If you're in those areas, you need to watch out. If you know anyone who lives within those areas, I recommend you tell them to watch out. If none of them have cable, or if none of them have any way to get warnings and stuff like that, please send them over to this channel. We will help them out. We will try and tell them when these storms are going to be approaching your area, so that way people may be able to be safe. So copy the link to the live stream, send it via text message, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and if you want to help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, please be sure to interact with this channel a lot more. Hit that thumbs up button down below, so that way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on this platform.
I would have said something, but you said everything I was going to say.
Yeah. And as I said, this is a very widespread storm setup here. Very widespread across the board. And talking about widespread here, I want to mention.
I'd just like to make a quick note about the storm near Mobeetie and Wheeler. The only reason that this thing really is struggling to produce right now is because it's dealing with cell mergers.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff around it to the south and to the west, it's interacting with the RFD as the RFD tries to surge, and they're merging together. So the storm can't produce a tornado most of the time if it's merging with a separate storm.
Right.
That being said, the supercell is a monster, and there's a bunch of chasers on it, so I'm sure that we will have knowledge on when this thing produces a tornado, if it does.
3 tornado warnings up in north of Dodge City just got canceled.
Really? All at once?
All at once. I think they were supposed to go until 6 now. So yeah, they actually just expired. I want to mention here real quickly, the line in Texas is starting to kind of take shape here, as I mentioned. but it also is doing something very similar to what Kansas is doing. Along that line in Kansas, you have a lot of rotations. Along this line here, especially south of I-40, you've got rotations. You've got one over here near Goodnight. You have one south of Goodnight. You have one all the way down near Silverton. So you've got a couple areas of rotations here along this entire line from here, right here, to right here. Right here to right here. This is where I would watch out for. These storms right along this line is where we could probably see some more tornadic activity. But this is the storm that Morgan was talking about. This one near Morbidi, or Mobidi, I should say. This is probably the one to watch out for, but it's just got to get somewhat discreet. If the storms can just leave it alone, there's a good chance that that could probably produce some form of tornadic activity. So, just something to note there.
Very interesting, and I don't know, like, if this is a radar issue.
Mm-hmm.
Southwest of Clarendon.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a rotation embedded in a hail core or
that is rotation
what,
there. That is the
yeah. There's something going on.
And there's actually another area that just formed. So there's one right here. There's one right here. This one was one that I was watching, or somewhere right within here. Now it's kind of leveled off a little bit. So bunch of areas of rotation. Bunch of areas of rotation that we're just going to have to continue to keep monitoring.
Tornado warning for Clark and Meade continues for severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage.
Ooh.
So tornado and half dollar sized hail
North of Jetmore
is the north of Jet. Yeah, I did see that again.
Yeah.
That is definitely going to need to be watched. I don't think it's onto the ground yet though.
No, it's not, but it's going to.
Oh wow, look at this. That structure's pretty insane.
Wow. Right on the border of Ness and Jetmore, we've got what appears to be either a bookend vortice or still a classic supercell. I'm going to assume that's a bookend vortice. What the world?
Think
Tornado warning for
Oh, it's
Central
north or
Ford
right.
County in southwestern Kansas, southeastern
North of Dodge
Hodgman
City.
County in southwestern Kansas.
So that's Ford and Hodgman counties right here. New area right here along the line, north of Spearville, about to cross over U.S. Highway 283. You can see there's a little bit of a hook right within there. That's where the tornadic rotation is localized, and 100% for a good reason.
Fully warranted. If you're south of Hanston, you need to be getting into your safe space, underground or lowest near most part of your building. Good news is it really doesn't look like it's going much of anywhere in terms of populated areas. Because,
Right.
You know, there's a lot of trees and fields. But regardless, if you happen to be probably one of the 10 people that live there, you need to be getting into your safe space. And I'm actually going to double check.
Areas over here along State Highway 156 over here. So Burdette, all right, outside of the warning. Burdette, Rosal, and Sanford, as well as eventually Larned over here. You guys should probably start watching out for these storms to move off into your general area. Something probably tornadic is possible near you. Look at this here, guys. Look at this. We've got rain that is wrapping around on the backside just like this. Still counterclockwise spin. This kind of looks a bit more like a bookend vortice to me. Big time strong damaging winds. That's a new tornado warning and was just issued for this storm.
Tornado warning for southeastern Ness County in west central Kansas, northeastern Hodgman County in southwestern Kansas.
Whew. And this is just, you know, a whole conveyor belt of warning after warning after warning that's just been issued. Fortunately, that rotations kind of went down a little bit, but that is a new tornado warning here. Ness and Hodgman counties, if you are in those areas in Kansas, it's recommended that you get indoors and you stay away from windows. That tornado warning that was over there for Clark County in Kansas is probably going to expire here relatively soon. I don't see too much tornadic rotation with that storm anymore. Storm has kind of fizzled out along the line, but we'll continue to watch out and see if there's anything new that develops with that here soon. Ooh, yeah, Clarendon. If you're in Clarendon, you need to get in your safe space right now. Clarendon, Texas. Get in your safe space. This one's probably going to try and produce a tornado here as well. Clarendon, Texas. This is Donley County. Donley County, U.S. Highway 287, as well as Howardwick and Leela Lake and Headley. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And there is some rotation right here. You can see there is some moderate levels of rotation that is approaching Clarendon. So if you're in Clarendon, I mean, you can see that it does have some people that live within this area. You need to get in your safe space right now. So Clarendon, Texas, underground right now. That's really interesting over there near Wheeler. I don't know exactly what that is trying to do. Whether that's side lobe contamination or what. And it actually does look like there is some side lobe contamination with that. So that's kind of interesting. There's also a storm near McLean. This one right here, it might be caught up with by the line, but if this thing can continue to sustain for a while, don't be surprised if this one also tries to produce a tornado. It's got a little bit of rotation, but it's just not quite there yet. So we'll watch out for that one over there approaching the Twitty, the Leela, and the Shamrock areas. But once again, Clarendon, there's a good chance that there is a tornado heading off towards your area, or at least it could try to produce a tornado near your area. Get into your safe space right now if you're over there in Texas. And yeah, I'm not joking when I say the line is starting to consolidate. Look at this massive line here. I'll actually try and play a loop here so you guys can see. Look at this. Look at how quickly it's fired off.
Hey, Nate.
Yes.
South and west of McLean.
South and west.
On McLean.
Yes,
McLean.
that's Supercell right there. Yes.
That looks better than the northern one. The northern one just got shredded.
The northern one is getting shredded by Anvil Precip from the storm to its rear.
Getting shredded by Anvil Precip and by mergers.
Yeah. But if that storm right there near McLean can turn right, because right now it's moving, right now it's just regular storm, but if it can become a right mover, it'll try and produce a tornado.
I question how possible that really is right now, given the environment. Plus, this line is starting to like race at more than highway speed. So, once again, I'm going to say what I said earlier, and I'm going to look in the right camera to do it this time. If you are not an experienced chaser, get off the road. If you are not chasing with a knowledge of where to go when this thing starts to race towards you, if you don't have knowledge of a safe space, get off the road, find a safe space. Not the situation to mess around with. This setup is not the situation to mess around with.
Someone just brought up in chat, good question. So a lot of people are throwing around the word derecho. All right, derecho is essentially a long-lived storm that produces severe wind gusts for, what is it, about 250 miles straight? 250 miles straight, yes, I believe is what it is.
I believe that's the number.
And so, realistically, this thing does have a chance at producing a derecho, a long-lived windstorm. But, of course, that is something that we got to continue to watch out for. You know, that's what real-time analysis is there for. If the storm isn't doing that, then we're not going to have any sort of severe warnings. And so if you continue to see these severe thunderstorm warnings pile up one after another as we move through into Oklahoma, or let alone even into portions of Kansas, then there is a good chance that we would have a derecho, which would be essentially a significant wind event. So, yes, there is a chance for a derecho here today. But we've got to, you know, it's got to continuously do so.
Got a ways to go.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Wheeler County in the Panhandle of Texas, southeastern Gray County in the Panhandle of Texas, northern Killingsworth County in the Panhandle of Texas, northeastern Donley County in the Panhandle of Texas.
So that is a new tornado warning here. Donley, Gray, Wheeler, and Collingsworth counties here in Texas. That will be in effect until the top of the hour, until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're in those areas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we're talking about McLean, Shamrock, Twitty, Wheeler, and then areas closer towards the border along Interstate 40. If you're along I-40 over there, you need to get in your safe space as well, because this is going to be going right over that area. And if you're driving west on I-40 here from Texola and Shamrock, pull over to the side. Pull over to the side of the road if you can. Let the storms pass in front of you. That way you don't get hit by a tornado, or you don't get hit by significant damaging winds. All right? It's one of those things where we rather you be safe rather than sorry, and you can do that by actually waiting for the storm to pass by rather than just smacking straight head first into it. Yeah, one thing to note here, whenever this line does catch up with these supercells, the significant wind risk will begin. Like, a very significant wind risk will begin. So, watch out for that. Once you see these storms get to the line, watch out for these little bowing structures. All right? Watch out for it to bow, because there's a very good chance that that could be the case. New damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning, which is essentially... This is essentially a tornado warning, all right? Treat this like a tornado warning here. Damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning within this area. Please be sure to take this seriously. So Childress, Hall, Motley, as well as Cottle, Floyd, and Briscoe County. If you're in those areas, get inside get inside a sturdy building right now. All right, that's the way for you to do it.
Nate, I don't know if DOS forwarded you the link to the whatever it's called, the WAFs,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Yeah, you did.
TLDR, from what I'm looking at right now,
Yeah.
dryline threat, meh. Squall's a problem.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Once this thing turns into a line, big issues will occur. All right? Let's put it this way here as well. All right? On another perspective, I do not believe that we're going to see our big, strong tornadoes that are classic supercells. We're not going to see that here at this instance. We very well could try. Maybe the storm near McLean could try to do it. Maybe the storm up near Wheeler could try to do it. But once those storms merge with the line, we are going to have very big issues there in west central portions of Oklahoma, because then we're probably going to have some very strong damaging winds. So just something to note within that. You're in Calvesta. Are you safe? Calvesta is in Kansas, no? If that's the case, if I remember correctly, I think you guys might be starting to get there. Let me check here on the map. Let me go on to Google Maps here and try and see if I can pull this up. Please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe if you're new, to help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, as we are going to want to continue to try and get this information out to more and more people across the board. Calvesta is northwest of Dodge City. Yeah, you guys are good. Calvesta is all right for right now. You can go to bed if you really want to, or you can do whatever you want. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. Camera west of Shamrock. Yeah, that's right. There is a camera west of Shamrock. Forgot about that. There's also a camera. Oh, that's in McLean. That's a still image camera. Let's see if it can load it in time. And yeah, that one's facing east, unfortunately, so that's probably not going to be too much of a help. The one along the border of Oklahoma and Texas will, though, because I've already put that on the map. Another area of rotation near Spearville and Bellefonte. So if you're over there in Kansas, northeast of Dodge City, along This would be 56. Highway 56 near Spearville and Offerly. You guys need to also watch out for this. Pretty significant storm that could try to produce tornadoes along that as well. And even into the Pawnee Counties area and the Edwards County area. Would not be surprised if you guys got your activity. There's also another storm south and east of Nest City. This one's rotating right within this area right here. It hasn't consolidated. It may not even try to consolidate. But if this thing does end up doing something, it'll head up towards the Bazine, the Alexander, the McCracken, and the Brownell areas. So something to watch out for. Something to note as that continues to move off towards the north and east.
Nate.
Yes.
Bloom, Kansas, south of Dodge City.
South of Dodge City. Oh yeah, that thing is rotating.
It's about if it's gonna do it, it's gonna do it in the next 5 minutes. I'm glad I saw it now.
Right.
That thing's moving. That thing is definitely moving. That was what the tornado warning was just a while ago. So it's definitely got tornadic elements to it, regardless of whether or not it produces.
Yeah, this is definitely something tornadic near Bloom and Mineola. 100%. If you go to the velocities, I mean, you can see that is the case. The reds and the pinks are moving away. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So Bloom, Kingsdown, Ford, heading into Ford County, and then eventually Windhorst over here in Kansas. This is southeast of Dodge City. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, very strong damaging winds, but there could also be some tornadoes associated within the line as well, and that is exactly what we are potentially seeing here near Bloom, Kansas. What about Tulsa? Tulsa is definitely going to see some very strong damaging winds, but it'll be occurring a lot later on tonight. So if you want to come back, feel free to do so after like an hour or two, probably 2 hours. And even Oklahoma City. Realistically, we'll show you guys here once again. First off, before I get into this extensively, down below me there's like this yellow bar that just kind of swipes and it turns orange and then it turns red. If you need to know where the significant weather is going to be, it's right there. Okay, it's going to be in those towns within the enhanced risk or the moderate risk. So if you see your town within there, know that you got some strong severe weather moving into your area. But right here, see this giant graphic here with all the contours. This is where the severe weather is actually going to be localized at. So if you're in the green, you're in a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale right here. If you're in the yellow, you're in a 2 out of 5. If you're in the orange, you're in a 3 out of 5. And if you're in the red, you're in a 4 out of 5. And especially if you're in the yellow, orange, or red, you need to pay attention to the weather as this gets closer towards your area here this evening. So this includes Oklahoma City, Altus, Elk City, Woodward, Lawton, Enid, Stillwater, Tulsa, Muskogee, Ada, Childress, Wichita, Joplin, and Springfield, as well as even Fayetteville, Arkansas. If you're in those areas, you really need to take your proper precautions. Have a plan of action just on the off chance that a tornado warning occurs, or if there's a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Please be sure to know where to go on the off chance that this stuff does move on through. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please share this live stream with them if they don't have their local news coverage. If they are not able to get it, please be sure to share this with them so that way we may be able to get this out to them and they may be able to be safe. They've finally issued their first severe thunderstorm warning over into Oklahoma now. This is now for Roger Mills and Ellis County here in Oklahoma. So Roger Mills and Ellis County here. This is near Arnett and along US Highway 283. You guys need to go ahead and watch out for the storm very, very closely. Radar is going to start to de-alias, which is going to be an issue here. A little bit of rotation over here near Leslie on the northern portion of Hall County in Texas. So if you're over near Memphis, Leslie, Lakeview, Giles, and Headley, watch out for that. If something does amplify over there and if something does become tornadic, you might want to be indoors and in a sturdy structure for it. So just something to consider if you can. I appreciate everyone subscribing and hitting the thumbs up button down below. That really does help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's just how YouTube's algorithm works. So I'm not trying to say it, just to like, expand the channel and to try and, do it for numbers. We are really trying to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So if you guys keep doing that, if you see new people that come into the chat, please be sure to tell them that as well. That way we can continue to increase our outreach to more and more people. But I do appreciate everyone in chat. I do appreciate everyone for being here and supporting the channel. I want to say here real quickly, RK with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says great coverage as usual, Nate. Are any areas PDS yet? No, not quite yet. Or at least I don't believe there's... We'll see after it gets to, or once it gets to Oklahoma City, because they still have to be into a warning. I'm not sure if they're going to be issued a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch yet. We'll have to see. But, I mean, we're talking about very strong damaging winds across the area. That's possible. Gangy with the 2, it says, what's back? You're back. What is happening since you were gone? Any tornadoes? Yes, there's been quite a few tornadoes across the board. So... We're really expecting a lot more of this to continue to expand, and we're expecting more tornadoes across the area too. So do not be surprised. Do not be surprised. Let's go back to Dodge City. Let's go back to this storm over here near Bloom and Kingsdown, and this one still seems as if it is trying to be tornadic. Not really a whole lot of turbulence within that area. Spectrum width hasn't really increased too much. But look at that structure there. That is definitely a supercell, and the rain wrapping around just like that. So we definitely still have a classic supercell, albeit not a very strong supercell. Classic supercell structure right within that storm that I would say we still need to watch out for. Storms are now starting to approach the Hayes area, Ellis County, Rush County, Pawnee County, as well as Trigo counties. If you're in those areas... watch out for some very strong damaging winds within your area. Would not be surprised if that was the case at all. Ooh. That is an interesting profile from Dodge City. Wow. That's Norman. So that's still pretty capped. That'll probably take that, dry line will fix that. So no prefrontals more than likely. Thanks, DOS. Appreciate it. Allison? Where is Allison? Rotation / tornado near Allison. Where is tornado? Where is Allison, I should say. Allison's up there, actually. There's a little bit of rotation. If you're talking about this one near Laketon, that is definitely a possibility, but the storm's pretty small at the moment. That is a report of golf ball-sized hail on I-40 east of McLean. Golf ball-sized hail. So... you remember when I said don't drive through the storm if you're on I-40? That's what I meant. Don't drive through the storm if you're on I-40, all right? Especially if you're in Texas. Can I pull up current dew points ahead of the storms in Oklahoma? I sure can. Best way to do that is probably... or actually, you know what I can do?
Moisture return's just kind of mediocre right now. That's another reason that these supercells are getting stifled. They can't really shoot too high. There's also that cap, and the cold front is moving so fast that really no supercell that forms is going to have adequate time.
Yeah.
To set up in the environment. So, QLCS threat, absolutely, and very bad at that point.
Yeah.
Supercellular threat, meh, as of right now.
There's your dew points right there. That's from the current live analysis that's ongoing. And we don't have a whole lot of dew points. We need a lot more of these yellows to get into this area, but we just don't have that. We have a lot of these blues, which means that storms aren't going to be able to try and get that classic characteristic of supercell activity. So for right now, a big wind bag. But once those dew points start to get north, watch out. That might be something to watch out for. And then same thing, as I said, with those supercells that get caught by the line. That's when you're going to get some very strong damaging winds throughout the entire area. So something kind of just to watch out for. According to the SPC, National Weather Service, there's a possibility of severe weather outbreak for Thursday and Friday. Yes, so you can see our next recorded broadcast is going to be tomorrow, which is going to talk about that. And then you can see once this thing switches through, oh, it's not going to tell us where the next live broadcast is going to be. That's unfortunate. But the next live broadcast is more than likely going to be on Thursday, where we get another big severe weather event that's going to occur. We'll talk about that a lot later on. For right now, we need to continue to focus on the severe weather at hand. Still rotation near Kingsdown. Not super strong. There is some turbulence, though. New spike in turbulence here north of Kingsdown. So that probably could be an area to watch for something tornadic here soon. Maybe approaching the US Highway 400 areas north of Buckland, approaching the Ford area and even Mullinville. So if you're over in those areas, it is highly recommended that you guys go indoors, stay away from windows, and get into the lowest innermost portion of that building if you guys can. We're going to go back down south here because we still have a couple of tornado warnings. This one over here north of Leela. It actually does look like near Leela there is some rotation within this. And that is some de-aliasing. That is very nice. That's very helpful.
Big fire ongoing northwest of Vega, Texas.
Big fire in Texas? Oh, yes.
I just looked at Amarillo's radar and I saw that, and then I looked at CC and said, oh, expletive.
That's a big fire right there. So we mentioned at the beginning of the stream that wildfires could also pose a risk here. Look at this here, guys. You see how we have this little line right here of reflectivity that's stretching out? Play the loop here. And look at this. We've got a lot of whatever is moving east. If you go to correlation coefficient, remember, correlation coefficient tries to figure out if the particles are relatively about the same. And, oh wow, we actually have two different things that we can look at. So this right here is smoke, okay? Actually, all of this stuff here you probably should pay attention to as well, because all of it is a low CC. So this right
Nate,
here...
I'm going to ask a question on behalf of the people. Why does the low CC indicate smoke and not something else?
So, good question, all right? Correlation coefficient, when looking at rain is relatively the same across the board, all right? When you're looking at the particles, the particle for rain is about the same. But when you look at smoke builds up a lot of ash, a lot of bits and parts of debris that is lofted with it. And because of that, most of those particles are not exactly the same. It can pick up dust, it can pick up dirt, it can pick up trees, wood, stuff like that. It's just straight up anything, rocks. And because of that, that right there is actually a big fire. But this here to the south of it near Vega, this is also really interesting. You want to know why? These are birds. These are birds. This thing south of Vega that is moving west, that's birds.
What?
So we have birds here, we have smoke here, and then we have storms all the way over on the opposite side of the panhandle.
Birds?
Yes, birds.
Why? And how can you tell?
Just based off of the motion. Ooh, Jacob, really interesting what you got over there.
Yeah, it's just pitch black.
Yeah. I'll pull this up here.
I'm in Hammond, Texas.
You're in where?
Or Hammond, Oklahoma, sorry.
Hammond, Oklahoma. Oh, that's north of Elk City. Okay. It's this shot right here, guys. We'll actually go a little closer. So that's Hammond, Oklahoma. He's not seeing too much, but listen to the wind
Tornado.
here.
Tornado warning, Cheyenne. North of Cheyenne, excuse me.
Oh, that thing near Twitty and Leela and Shamrock's probably going to go here soon as well. That's what he's seeing right now. Really interesting stuff.
Ellis County in northwestern Oklahoma, central Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma.
Yeah, so it's been extended further on. Beckham and Roger Mills County in Oklahoma. There's a supercell that is localized right here over Wheeler County, north of Shamrock, south of Wheeler. It is going to head towards Sweetwater and Cheyenne. If you're in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This does seem to be, honestly, the main area. If there was something that was going to produce a significant tornado, it would be from this storm right here. This would be the one to try and do it. So Sweetwater, Dempsey, Grimes, Cheyenne, Mackey, and Raiden, if you're in those areas, I would watch out for this very, very closely on its approach to the east. Let's get some timings out here.
Jacob took the GIF in your profile too seriously.
Yeah.
Your Discord profile.
Some timings here. This will be going over State Highway 152 here, east of Wheeler, in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you are near Wheeler or if you're east of Wheeler, right about that time frame is when it's going to go over you. Twitty almost immediately. If you're in Twitty, you need to get into your safe space right now because that thing is rotating 100%. That one's probably your significant... as I said, this one probably would be the storm to try and produce your significant tornado if it could. So definitely something to watch out for as that continues to move up. And then Sweetwater and Dempsey, we're talking about 20 to 25 minutes, maybe even a half an hour as it gets on through. And then Cheyenne in about 40 to 45 minutes is when I'm thinking when you guys could start to really get that activity. Yeah, my screen was frozen 100%. Why did they issue that tornado warning like that?
I don't know what to tell you about that because I don't know myself.
That's really weird. But anyways, as I said, Twitty, Wheeler, Highway 152 and Highway 83, approaching Sweetwater, Raiden, Mackey, Dempsey. All those areas over there, you guys need to watch out as there is something tornadic to move on through. Now, the reason why I was like, why did they issue this tornado warning like this is because if you look, you can see that this warning starts right here, but the storm track takes it right along the southern border of the warning. So, are they warning it for the storm near Raiden? And if they are, then why? Oh, everything is de-aliased. Good luck. Morgan, tell me if Jacob says anything. There's just a lot of wind that's hitting this thing.
Jacob, if you're in Hammond, you have to not... It depends. If you're going to go for the cell that's currently tornado warned for areas north of Cheyenne, you got to go north. If you're going to wait on the cell that's in Wheeler, which might produce the significant stuff, then you're going to have to wait a bit and stay where you are, maybe go south.
Yeah. And it does look like this storm over here near Twitty probably could be trying to produce a tornado here relatively soon. You can clearly see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There's actually two areas of rotation. There's one right here, which is, I think that one is the an older rotation. And then there's a new area of rotation over here near Twitty that's developing on the southern side. So this is probably going to start... Oh, wow, everything is de-aliasing. Yeah, the radar is slowly breaking down, but still, one of those things where Wheeler County, as well as Roger Mills County and Beckham County, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to go back up to Dodge City. I'm going to take a look at these storms, see what they've been doing. Lot
Kind
of
of done over there.
Yeah, a lot of
Straight
strong, damaging winds, and even then, the storms are starting to kind of lose character a bit. Not as much rain that is dumping down towards the ground within this. So that's kind of the good news within that. Kansas is starting to kind of slip out away little by little. There is a random severe thunderstorm warning up near the border of Kansas and Nebraska. I'm half tempted to take Radar Omega and put that over there, just to see what's going on with that.
I'm gonna go do that.
Day 1, there you go.
Wind. Go look.
Yeah, that's a lot of wind.
That's weird.
That is a lot of wind, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is a new tornado warning that just got issued. Why?
Tornado warning for Roger Mills
Norman.
County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Beckham County in western Oklahoma.
Oh.
So I think they fixed their mistake, or they really were trying to tornado warn the storm that just crossed over into Oklahoma just now.
No, I think they were trying to warn that storm too, and I think now they're warning the southern one as well.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the case. So, with that being said, we now have a new tornado warning here. This is for areas over near Roger Mills and Beckham County in western Oklahoma until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic storm as possible. Because, as I said, I've been saying for the past, I would say 10, 15 minutes, and even before then to a lighter degree, this one is probably going to be the one, if it had the environment to do so, to try and produce a significant tornado. This one would probably, if it were to produce a tornado, would be the strongest tornado in this entire event. And believe it or not, even if it did produce the strongest tornado, it wouldn't even compare, or at least I should say it could compare to the strong damaging winds that would move off into central Oklahoma here later on. But still, this thing right here would probably have the best shot at doing it. So that's the reason why the new severe thunderstorm warning and the new tornado warnings have been issued along this line and even out in front of it. This is going to be here for quite some time. So, western Oklahoma.
I must make an important note right now. I-40. If you are south of I-40 along United States Route 83, this is the time that you need to get indoors. You are not in a tornado warning. You are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. There's 2-inch hail in various spots up and down the warning boxes. There's 80 miles per hour wind gusts, possibly more in some areas. The time is now to get into the lowest airmost part of your building. Regardless of whether or not you're in some sort of sturdy building, hailstones can shatter windows and glass hurts.
Oh yeah.
That was my best way of analyzing that. You're welcome. If you are in Childress, if you are in Wellington, if you're south of Shamrock, just those are the general bigger areas, town names that y'all folks will recognize out there. The time is now to get indoors.
Right.
You're not going to want to get indoors 30 seconds before it gets in, because then you're already too late.
Real quickly, I want to shout out some members that have became a member of the channel. It's the best way to support the channel. It's kind of like a sponsorship, so I want to shout them out here real quickly. Ashi, thank you for becoming a member again. Farmer Matt with the 21 months, thank you so much. Hello. Pickles Von Brine with the 14, thank you so much. Celinda with becoming a member, and then Shell with a membership as well. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate that here, and supporting the channel as like a sponsorship. Ooh, so this camera right here, I want to show you guys real quickly. This is right along the border of Texas and Oklahoma, looking west. And I mean, speak for yourself here real quickly. If you want, I'll actually zoom in so you guys can see it a little bit better. This is there's a lot of lightning out there. Lot of lightning. I'm hoping that we can see something from the storms that are approaching Shamrock here relatively soon. Give it about, what, I would say probably 15 minutes. 15 minutes before the storms get to the area. So in about 10 minutes, we'll check back to this camera. I'll leave it on the side here, so that way we may be able to see it. But we'll be able to see a big line of storms and maybe some good structure here to kind of emphasize, ooh, that lightning strike that just occurred. It'll emphasize as to how intense this event actually is. Will Hutton with the membership, the 10 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. All right, back to the radar here. Back to the radar.
Witty is getting torn up.
Yeah.
Storm is getting torn up because it's getting caught by the line. Again, like I said just a little bit earlier, front's moving too fast, folks. I'm going to be totally honest. If the front was moving 20 miles per hour or so slower, we'd be talking about a different setup. If this setup occurred in April, we'd be talking about a different setup, but that's a different issue. That's a different conversation that we'll maybe have later on. Point is, still, if you guys are in Cheyenne, if you guys are in Roll, if you're in Crawford, if you're in any of those areas, Sweetwater, Hammond, even, then back into Twitty, Shamrock. Actually, Shamrock, you're kind of in the clear.
Yeah.
You guys need to be in your safe spaces now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows.
It almost looks like all these bands are swirling into the central area right here. You see this, guys? See this on radar and how all these bands are just swirling to right in the middle? That's really interesting. I think that's the storm just realistically pulling anything it can get towards the central area of rotation, which, even though it's the aliased, I can still tell it's right here. Right there is the area of rotation that we would watch out for if it wasn't de-aliased. And there you go. I actually went up a higher tilt just for everyone else to see. You can still see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right here is where the tornadic rotation would be. So there is still some pretty good rotation within this, and all these bands are just swirling right into the center of that, trying to make this thing intensify further and further. So that's something to note. I also want to show you guys here. Fry sent this in on Twitter. This is from Andrew Justin Weather. All right. If you want to follow them on Twitter, please be sure to do so. Fry, thank you so much for adding me. If you want to send me stuff on Twitter, please be sure to @ me. And if you could, or if you do know, the local National Weather Service office in that area, @ them as well. But this is from Andrew Justin. This was near Claude in Texas about 23 minutes ago over here. And you can clearly see the rear flank downdraft surge right here on the right side. See all this dust that's picking up on here? So the rain's coming down and then it's pulling back around. And then the wall cloud is kind of over here. You can kind of see how it shelves a little bit, just like that. So right in there would be the wall cloud on that eastern, or just not the eastern side, but on the right part of your screen. So a really interesting thing to note there within that.
I'm calling my first time out.
Yeah.
If you are south of Wellington, particularly near the intersection of United States Route 62, and United States Route 62, and it extends when it goes east, 83 down south intersects with 62. 62 goes east into the state of Oklahoma. I'm saying this again, but with a little bit of stronger words. You need to get inside now. There is a little bit of a rotation there, and it's hard to see because we're in a little bit of a radar gap, but there's a little bit of a rotating spot there with winds probably in excess of 90 miles per hour. You need to be in a safe space now. Jacob's trying to talk, Nate.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Spin up near Shamrock.
Yeah, Reed just said that there was something on the ground over near Shamrock.
All right. We are south of Harmon now, or Hammond, sorry. Do you think we're in a good position?
I think you're very far off to the east. It'll be heading off towards like the Cheyenne area. If you wanted to see the storm, you'd have to go to Hammond. Realistically. Huh?
Okay. All right, we'll go to Hammond then.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Maybe a
Alright.
little bit, maybe a little
Hey,
bit more north come the
Down
time
your
of
wheel,
it.
Texas.
Round.
Yep. Yeah, I think that storm that's over near Sweetwater and Twitty. I really do believe that
That just got a lot better, yeah.
that
Thing is, there's no good. What radar are you using? Just
I'm still
if you
using
don't mind me
Amarillo,
asking.
but the reflectivity is still looking very good. I mean, this thing still has a hook on the rear side of it. So this is definitely
of
still
turbulence.
rotating. A
It's a
lot of turbulence in the area, yeah.
And even on Amarillo, you can see what I was mentioning down by south of Wellington.
Yeah, he's
That-
saying the tornado on the ground. Reed is saying there is one. Let's see if I can pull it up on the side here. Oh, it's pitch dark over there. You can't see anything.
No, you can't see a thing.
No. But I mean there's a good chance that he does have something on the ground over there. There's a good chance that there's a tornado somewhere over here near Sweetwater and Wheeler. And there's been multiple tornadoes across this entire line. So when we call your county, when we call your town, when we call your city, respond accordingly by having a plan of action in place for you to be safe and to stay away from these tornadoes. Tornado on the ground south of the other tornadoes.
Any more specific, please? Any more specific?
Unwarned south of the Torres in Texas.
Thank you. Wellington, maybe south of it, Esteline.
I don't. Maybe north and east of Esteline. South of 256, due east of Memphis.
Yeah, that's what I've been mentioning. Yeah, mentioning.
Sheesh. Yeah.
South of Wellington. Yep, that's what I mentioned.
Yeah. And to be completely honest with you here, guys, remember,
Yeah, definitely.
all these dark yellow warning boxes right here, they are essentially comparable to tornado warnings. They are. So if you see any of these, or if we mention severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag, take it seriously. All right? Because it very well could be something comparable to a tornado, like significant damaging winds. Let's see. I'm watching that on the side. Don't see too much. That's a new tornado warning in
Tornado warning
Wellington.
for southern
for
Fillingsworth
Wellington.
County in the Panhandle of Texas.
So
That's not south of Wellington.
I'm assuming here it says both tornadoes and extensive straight line damaging winds were located 7 miles south of Wellington. So it's essentially Amarillo on its jurisdiction issuing that tornado warning. Which means Lubbock hypothetically will issue a tornado warning for Childress. And then Norman will issue a tornado warning for Harmon. That's right, we could look at oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, thanks de-aliasing. De-aliasing, his radars are not gonna do all too well. Yeah, I'm not having fun.
You know, y'all folks watching may think this is cool and all. It's really frustrating sometimes. I do not advise if you do not have the patience for it.
I'm looking at Frederick's radar, KFDR. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Good luck, have fun. God bless Amarillo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not
Oh, gosh.
170 miles per hour. I'm not sure that's actually legit. So with all due respect, no.
No.
With all due respect, no.
Oh god, I almost knocked over my water.
Yeah, that does kind of look like what would be a debris signature there. I don't know what it would hit though for it to loft debris like that, but it definitely
Mark,
looks like
Dallas Fort Worth should be all right from this. Maybe some outflow winds, frankly.
yeah.
That's the most that I would expect from something like this. Don't expect much precip down there. Really shouldn't be too much of a concern. Gotta update my friend.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Memphis, Texas just got a report of 114 miles per hour. That is the dagger.
Was that I wonder if that was a tornado.
Nah,
I wonder if
it doesn't.
I wonder.
It doesn't look like it. 114.
That was a spot of rotation. That was a spot of rotation.
Well, no, the spot of rotation was south of it.
Oh no, it wasn't your new one. If that was 114, what was that? Is my concern then.
Straight line. I'm assuming a straight line.
No, I'm saying like speed 120, 130.
I have no clue.
Also, if you're in Luty, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, on United States Route 83, you need to watch out for spin-ups. Safe space now. You're just outside of a tornado warning, I would be in your safe space, regardless. That is not very settling for me at all.
114 miles per hour, chat. And just for reference here, by the way, chat, I'm actually going to go to Radar Omega here again. I'm going to go all the way back down to Amarillo. And I'm going to put on our warnings here. Weather alert settings. Turn all that on. All right. I want you guys to read this severe thunderstorm warning with me real quickly. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending 5 miles northwest of Quail to 10 miles southeast of Memphis, moving southeast of Memphis to 6 miles northeast of Matador, moving east at 55 miles per hour. These are destructive storms for eastern Hall County, Childress County, northeastern Motley County, and northern Cottle County. Hazard 100 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Source Texas Mesonet with a wind gust of 114. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Expect considerable damage to homes and businesses. Expect extensive tree damage and power outages. That sounds almost exactly like a tornado warning, chat. Almost exactly like a tornado warning. And then if you go north, of course, you can see that this one has 80 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And then if you go north of that, that one has 70 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This one over here in Oklahoma, for Roger Mills, Jackson, Harmon, Greer, Beckham, and Hardman counties, 90 mile per hour wind gusts and golf ball-sized hail. So the point being here, guys, is the event has begun. The peak of the event is starting now, and it is only going to progress from here and maintain from here all the way up into Oklahoma City. From what happens after Oklahoma City, we will see. But between now and the time it gets to Oklahoma City, we are going to expect significant damaging winds. Very significant damaging winds that are going to maintain throughout the area. So it's all the more imperative, if you guys could, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and share this with more and more people. Hit the thumbs up so that we can get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Copy the link to the live stream. and put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or send it via text message somewhere. That way we can continue to spread it out to a bunch of people on other social medias as well. That would be greatly appreciated. We're trying to make sure that everyone out in front of this knows what's going to happen. And, you know, especially with what just happened in Memphis, Texas, we can only assume that this is going to continue to move through and continue to just overtake a lot of areas east. So, and someone actually just brought up a very good point. Let's actually see here. Saffir-Simpson scale. Images. That was a Category 3 hurricane wind gust. A Category 3 hurricane wind gust. Category 3 starts at 111. And that was a 114 mile an hour wind gust that we just had. So Category 3 hurricane wind gust. That
Nate, watch for a spin up near Dodson.
Dodson.
Arnett.
Yeah.
South of Wellington. About to enter the warning polygon. Goodness gracious.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
That's golf balls. That's golf ball sized hail too.
There was a tornado west of Sweetwater. Eric Fox reports house and barn significantly damaged and no longer standing.
Let's see. Power lines were brought down in Shamrock, so a bunch of reports of damage over there. Wow. Yeah, so that means there was a tornado over there. Man, I wish that radar was better.
This is kind of the point of realization, folks, in terms of the extent of what we could be dealing with for the rest of the night.
Yeah. Trying to get storm motion here. Yeah, there is still some rotation over near Dempsey. It's broad rotation, but it is approaching the Mackay, the Strong City, and the Cheyenne areas over here in Roger Mills County. So if you're in those areas, yeah, go for it.
Texola, Texas camera, go now.
Texola. Hold up. I'll do you one better. Ooh. There you go, chat. That's right on the border. Texola. Look at how much lightning there is. So much lightning within that area. That's absolutely crazy. So if you're just tuning in here right now, we are starting to undergo a significant wind event. We just had a report of a 114 mile per hour wind gust in northern Texas. This is now starting to move off into Oklahoma. And if you're in western Oklahoma, central Oklahoma, new tornado warning just got issued.
Yep.
Tornado warning for Central Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma, Central Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma.
I imagine it's Norman's extension of
Right.
that warning.
But if you're in western Oklahoma or if you're in central Oklahoma, you guys are going to be impacted by the storm system. All right, it's going to head over towards your area. So you need to make sure.
Discussion. Convective wind with embedded severe caliber winds will continue crossing western Kansas. Storms exit the eastern fringes of Watch 43 and new watch will be issued. They mentioned that spin-ups are no longer as likely, but a more significant wind event's taken over.
Moderate's been maintained for the day one.
Serial derecho remains wow.
How long until it gets to OKC? I would say in about an hour and a half. An hour and a half is when I'm thinking OKC starts to get its stuff in range. So if you live in Oklahoma City, you guys need to watch out, all right? Listen, realistically, guys, we're going to keep telling every single person, all right, across the board here in Oklahoma and even southern portions of Kansas, we're going to keep telling people to get into their safe space because it is that style of night here to where these storms, regardless if they're producing tornadoes or if it's just straight line damaging winds, the output is still going to be the same. The same outcome will occur. You have to get into your safe space right now if you are in those areas that are being impacted. So this is extreme western Oklahoma along the border of Texas and Oklahoma. I-40. If you're along I-40 or if you're near US Highway 62 near Hollis and Gold, or Vincent and Reed, where a new tornado warning was just issued for those areas, approaching the Mangum area, Altus, 283 from Sayre all the way down and even up. All right, if you're along 283 in Oklahoma in general, you need to be in your safe space. Look at that. Look at your screen right here, chat. The winds are starting to absolutely rake. Yeah, we're starting to get very strong damaging winds within that area. But if you're in those areas, if you're near Frederick, if you're near Snyder, new tornado warning.
Cheyenne.
Wow.
Tornado warning for southeastern
Yes.
Ellis County in northwestern Oklahoma.
That is
Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Custer County in western Oklahoma, Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Beckham County in western Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma.
and the best shot
That's a huge warning.
And the best shot you got at viewing the storm, believe it or not, is actually back down south in Frederick. So if you're on Frederick's radar, stay on it. New tornado warning, significant rotation over here near Cheyenne and Strong City. This is the same storm that more than likely produced a tornado near Twitty and Wheeler and Sweetwater. This thing is still going, and this thing has some very significant rotation associated with it. If you're in Cheyenne, Mackey, and Strong City, as well as Highway 283, now's the time to go. You gotta go now. Very strong rotation. If we take a look at a delta velocity, all right, delta velocity is essentially used to kind of determine how fast the rotation actually is within the area. We're talking about 111 miles per hour on top of 40 miles per hour. You do the math, that is a 151 mile per hour rotation. Very strong rotation that's moving about right within that area. And I mean, man, no debris signature quite yet, fortunately. But that is some very strong rotation localized within that area. And you can see that we're in the upper levels of moderate rotation here now within this storm. So Cheyenne, Mackey, Strong City, Roll, US Highway 283 near the intersection of 283 and State Highway 33. Oklahoma 47, Oklahoma 34, approaching the Camargo Trail, Morewood. Those areas need to get in their safe space right now.
Tornado warning for northwestern
warning,
Harmon
sir.
County in southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma, southern Beckham County in western Oklahoma.
Yeah.
New tornado warning includes areas of I-40 near Eric and Sayre. If you guys are in that area, southwest of Elk City, safe space now. Carter as well. That's on State Route 84. I believe that's 84. I may have misspoken. Yeah, I did misspeak. State Route 34. Pardon me. United States Route 283 as well. Sayre and south. All of you guys are kind of in tornado warnings right now. You guys need to be very vigilant, getting into your safe space now. and if nothing, for the damaging winds, because this is very serious.
Oh yeah, it's and I mean, here's the thing too.
Also, just really quickly, there's a new mesoscale discussion for a new tornado watch that's going to be issued for areas,
Yeah,
including Tulsa, including Oklahoma City, really the rest of the moderate risk, as well as areas south down to the Red River. I'll just read a little bit of it. The line of intense severe thunderstorm and tornado warning cells continues to solidify and approach the Oklahoma-Texas border this evening. Additional cells ahead of the line have already moved into far northwest Oklahoma. This convection will shift east at around 50 to 55 knots, moving outside of Tornado Watch 43 by 3Z, warranting a new watch.
hey Morgan.
What?
I just want to note, look at the METAR station over near Elk City. That storm in Cheyenne's got southeasterly flow, which means this thing in Cheyenne is probably going to maintain as long as that flow has continued to be aided from the southeast. This thing probably has got a good chance.
I think this station is borked unless Elk City is in a mountain region, which actually it may be. Because it says the surface pressure is 923.
Well, but then you can look southeast of that and go to Burns Flat over at that airport. Same thing. Same southeasterly flow. So,
if that southernmost tornado warning produces, we've got a problem. A very big problem.
yeah, I just want to say, yeah, I wanted to say before I go back to the north, that cell near Dodson, this right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is as textbook as you can get it. This is as textbook as you can get it with a significant storm. Look at this here. Big time hook echo with the rain wrapping around just like that. Inflow coming in unimpeded. You can see clear area to where the lack of stuff is at. That's where all the moisture is pulled into the storm. And right on top of the hook echo right there is where I would anticipate where a tornado would be. And I mean, look at this here, guys. Very significant rotation across the board. Usually when you see this S shape just like this, you're going to have issues. You're going to have a tornado. And that is exactly the case right there. We have a massive S shape right there. Yeah, I would not be surprised if this thing's going to produce a tornado. So Vincent, all right, this is important here. This is important here if you're in Vincent, Oklahoma. This storm, all right, is going to be moving off in your general vicinity, all right, in your general area, Vincent and Reed and Mangum. You won't be able to see this storm until it's literally on top of you because there's just so much rain in this entire area that it's going to be blinding. So do yourself a favor. If you're in Greer and Harmon County, get into your safe space ahead of time. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I don't see a debris signature quite yet. I see some very strong velocities, though. I mean, look at that. Very strong velocities.
Nate, check the chat for Frederick wind profile. That it's bad.
That's a heck of a photograph.
Yeah.
I mean, this entire environment is favorable. It is very favorable for significant tornadoes. Would not be surprised if this was the case. So McKnight, State Highway 30, Vinson, Reed, heading to Mangum. Mangum's been hit by tornadoes in previous history, all right? If you know anyone who lives in Mangum, Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get into their safe space here within the near future. Give it about 15 minutes before this storm gets right on top of you. 15 minutes. So, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. People want me to show the photograph? Sure, why not? Here is the vertical wind profile here out of Frederick, Oklahoma. And you can see here, this is one heck of a photograph. You got southeasterly flow, and then it switches to northeasterly flow here, or not northeasterly, southwesterly flow, which is just absolutely insane. Being able to veer this much here is a problem. A lot of streamwise vorticity within that. So You know, as if we haven't said that this event is going to be significant already. Let the event play itself out for you so that you can see.
Thanks, velocities, for not existing.
Yeah, velocities did not exist. It's very helpful. The rotation over near Cheyenne, it's getting closer to Cheyenne now. I'm actually going to use Vance Air Force Base because now we just have so much range folding in that area that I can't use Frederick anymore. Cheyenne and Strong City, get into your safe space right now. We've got a supercell right within here. You can see the rain wrapping around in this hook fashion, just like this. We've got a supercell, and this supercell has had a history of producing tornadoes. Cheyenne, Strong City, and then areas towards Moorwood and Leedy. You need to get into your safe space right now. Leedy or Leeday, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Sorry, I've got hiccups right now. So this is not really helping. Eventually, this will get towards Sealing. If you live near Sealing, Camargo, as well as Tologa, Sestos, VC, that area over there in Oklahoma, you need to get into a mindset here pretty soon of I'm probably going to have to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. So have a plan of action if you can. And you should be fine within that if you do exactly that. Just get indoors, stay away from windows, get in the lowest innermost part of that building. Severe thunderstorm warnings over here in the northwestern portions of Oklahoma. Not exactly the panhandle, but northwestern portions. U.S. Highway 64 over here near Freedom and Selman. If you're in those areas near Woodward as well, and Woods, as well as I believe that is Harper County. Yeah, that is Harper County. I had to zoom in so I can see. Harper County, Oklahoma. You guys should probably be indoors and stay away from windows as well. All right, let's move back down south. New report of 78 mile per hour wind gust over here, 4 miles east-southeast of Eric here in Oklahoma. So once again, hurricane force wind gusts right within that area. I am not sure if that's a debris signature or not, but regardless, look at this reflectivity presentation here, guys. Look at the reflectivity presentation within this. This is insane. You've got rain wrapping around just like that, and then you've got the wind that's blowing out on the southern side just like this. But the moisture pulls the rain, or pulls the inflow notch pulls the moisture right into the inflow notch. And you've just got an absolute insane radar presentation of the storm. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. This right here is crazy. Just got a 58 mile per hour wind gust over here in Hardman County, near Goodlet. So that's out in front of the line. One can only assume what's going to happen when the line does get there. I also want to mention here, guys, that the line has started to extend all the way down to I-20, Snyder, Texas, all the way down towards Howard County in Texas. Storms are starting to form over there too. They'll be severe as well. So if you guys live out in front of that, don't be surprised if you guys get some stuff as well. Yeah, that is still some very strong rotation. Normalized rotation tells you everything you need to know. That's strong rotation right there, south of Vinson, approaching Reed and Mangum. So if you're in Reed and Mangum, you need to get into your safe space right now. Now is the time for you to get into your safe space. Everyone's telling me to take a 3D. I might as well, but first thing...
Yeah.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a slice. I'm actually going to take a slice through all of this. And look at... Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at that slice here, ladies and gentlemen. I just took a slice here through the inflow notch. That right there is your updraft, right? This is your inflow notch. Your updraft goes all the way up here, and then it puts back hail just like that. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what that is up there. That's kind of crazy. And yeah, you still have your updraft right here. Updraft, inflow notch. So updraft, hail, comes back down. Look at that, guys. That's absolutely amazing right there, what we just saw. That is a slice through the storm, and that tells you everything you need to know about what exactly is happening with that storm. We'll take a 3D here in a second. I want to take a look and see velocities. Velocities have weakened a bit, and something tells me here soon, even though we have an embedded supercell right here, if this bow echo gets out in front of the supercell, we're probably going to see some very significant damaging winds near Mangum. So we'll watch out for that here in the near future. But let's take a 3D and see what's happening with this storm. With the embedded supercell. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is an inflow notch right there, ladies and gentlemen. You see that?
Nate,
That's...
Jacob thinks they have power flashes.
Huh?
Jacob thinks they have power flashes.
Jeez. Where are they at? Let's see. I gotta put this up. Where are you guys at?
Northeast of the Cheyenne storm.
Northeast of the Cheyenne storm. Okay. So you're in front of that tornado warning there. Okay, okay.
Still radar indicated.
How far away from the storm are you guys?
Still a ways, it looks like.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So we can't really check how far we are right now.
That's a really discreet couplet, though.
Yeah, that velocity over near Cheyenne is pretty discreet. So that very well could be a tornado, what you're seeing here, guys.
Oh, CC, it went. It's down.
South?
Strong City. Cheyenne. Strong City, it went.
Are you looking from Frederick, probably?
I'm looking from Frederick.
Yeah, let me look at that.
Likely on the ground.
It is on the ground.
Yeah, that is, and that's a strong tornado on the ground, too. That is a debris signature. So, yeah, you just saw a tornado there, guys.
Nice.
Yeah. Are you on 34 right now, like Hammond?
We're south of Lede.
Oh, you're south of Lede. All right, well then, if you guys can get up, so are you at the intersection of 34 and 47?
We stopped on 34. Yeah, intersection 34, 37.
All right, I would probably, when the storm gets relatively close to you, I would head east on 47. That's gonna be your way to escape. But that is indeed a tornado on the ground right now. Rain wrapped. We just had one of our spotters tell us that a tornado is on the ground right now, and just by looking at the correlation coefficient, that'll tell you exactly what you need to know, in my honest opinion. That is large tornado on the ground. They just said large tornado on the ground. Right there, Strong City and Cheyenne. There's a large tornado on the ground there, according to one of our spotters. This is a very dangerous situation over here for people out in front of this. So, Morwood and Lede. Morwood and Lede. If you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. Once again, large tornado on the ground right now, approaching Morwood and Lede. So this is Highway 47, Highway 34 over here in Oklahoma. If you need to know exactly where this is, here is Elk City in Oklahoma. There is the tornado warning with the supercell right here that I just outlined with this hook. The debris signature is down here, and it is heading off towards the north and east, approaching the Dewey County area over there in Oklahoma. So once again, large tornado on the ground over there in Roger Mills. Very big CC over there, but from one of our spotters, They even confirmed that there's a large tornado on the ground over there, so you need to get into your safe space right now. This is, wow, very big debris signature, actually. Let's take a look and see. Oh, yeah, look at that. That just updated right in front of our eyes. That is a very large debris signature. That is a very large debris signature. That is extensive. According to this is 3.5 miles wide is the debris field. The debris field is 3.5 miles wide, which I would take as a little bit of a grain of salt, but that is still, oh, that velocity, that's a significant tornado. That's a significant tornado right there. Wow. That velocity signature told you everything you needed to know right there. Look how compact these velocities are right here. Very, very strong tornado ongoing at this time. So, once again, our spotter said large tornado. The radar now supports a large tornado in progress right now. This is an intense situation here heading towards Morewood and Lee Day. If you're in Morewood and Lee Day here in Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're over near Roll and Mackey and Radon, you guys are in the clear. You guys are out of the way. You guys should be fine. But it's areas out in front, north and east of Cheyenne. Cheyenne, you guys should be fine here. Just give it another 2 minutes. Out in front, it's Morewood, Lee Day, Trail, Rhea, and Camargo. Camargo. This is a storm that is producing a large tornado right now, according to our spotter. I mean, look at that. That is a heck of a... That is an intense debris signature right there. That goes all the way up to 16,000 feet. It goes all the way up to 16,000 feet.
We called in to Norman. We called in to Norman.
You called into Norman?
Have you, or?
Yep.
All right, so they've already told Norman that this is a large tornado. I mean, this tells you everything you need to know, guys. This really does tell you everything you need to know. Very powerful tornado. Once again, the debris is being lofted up to 16,000 feet up in the atmosphere. And of course, the velocity signature, it speaks for itself with how compact it actually is. So,
they just updated the severe thunderstorm warning. 90 miles per hour wind gusts in southern Oklahoma, as well as golf ball sized hail. That's a new tornado warning.
That's a confirmed tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Ouachita County in western Oklahoma, northwestern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Harmon County in southwestern
Debris signature's
Oklahoma,
still there.
central Greer County in southwestern
Oh,
Oklahoma,
pardon me. Wait. That's
southeastern
not what I
Beckham
thought it
County
was.
in western Oklahoma.
That's not what I thought it was.
No, it's the southernmost one.
Yeah.
They said that one's confirmed. So they have a tornado on that one approaching Mangum, Brinkman, and Willow.
I was just about to make a statement really quickly. If you live along United States Route 62 heading in towards Altus, you need to be in a shelter now, in a tornado shelter for possibly winds in excess of 90 miles per hour. McQueen, Gold, East Duke, and eventually Altus, safe space now. You have very little time. This thing is searching at a rapid rate of speed.
Yeah. For people who want to track this with us, this is over on KFDR's radar at Frederick, Oklahoma. So the southwestern most radar here is the closest radar that we've got. The other one over in Vance is way too high up. It's looking way too high. But even if we go back a few scans, it looks to be as if this thing did produce a tornado according to this as well. So not too surprised with that. But once again, tornado currently in progress still got a big debris signature here north of Strong City. This is going to be approaching the Morewood and the Lee Day areas here as this continues to move off to the north and east. So once again, one of our spotters saw the power flashes, saw a large tornado move on through here, moving off towards the north and east. They've called it into Norman. This is a pretty serious situation for everyone who's off to the north and east of this storm. So Lee Day, Morewood, Rhea, Trail, get into your safe space right now.
I do want to note we are at the point where we have 70-mile-per-hour wind warnings extending all the way south to near I-20. For reference, I-20 goes through Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Line of storms is extending really far south at this point. You do need to take note if you are in the northern portion of Texas that you are also going to be expecting some significant wind gusts. Maybe not to the extent of Oklahoma, but 70, 80 miles an hour wind gusts are not out of the question if you guys are in those areas. Watch out. Guthrie right now is being impacted later on. Seymour, Espermont, Monday, and then up towards Vernon in particular, you guys are going to be dealing with some very significant wind gusts. Watch out for that very closely.
Speaking of significant wind gusts, on the southern part of the supercell, the supercell in itself has actually turned off to the north, so I believe it actually has occluded. But the actual outflow boundary to the south has created a massive bow echo. Mangum, if you haven't already, you really should be indoors. We said that Mangum probably should be indoors and away from windows. Now's the time for you to get there, though. It's going to be some very strong damaging winds in upwards of 70, even 80 miles per hour. That's actually what they are calling for. They're actually calling for 90 mile per hour wind gusts with golf ball sized tail. So it's all the more imperative for you guys over there in Mangum to get into your safe space right now. You guys got to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible, because at this point, the strong damaging winds are comparable to a weaker tornado, and weak tornadoes still do significant damage. Weak tornadoes can actually take out mobile homes. So to think that, weak tornadoes and these strong damaging winds are something two of a kind, somewhat similar, you got to take that seriously. You got to make sure that you're indoors and that you're away from windows in a sturdy structure.
I'm just going to intervene really quickly. Brian Allen, great person, friend of mine. We've been talking back and forth. He's in Mangum right now. He has abandoned his car to take shelter in a store because he does not feel safe in his car. You should not be on the road if you're in front of these storms, period.
Yeah.
If you are in Mangum, safe space now. If you are in East Duke, safe space now. Hester, Blair, Martha, safe space now. Really anywhere along this line of severe warning with destructive tags or considerable tags, safe space. It is the smartest thing for yourselves and for the possibility of others around you. And like Nate said, that supercell is occluding north, but the Boeing echo that's coming out of it is probably going to be one of the strongest portions of the wind event. Where those embedded supercell structures bow out is when you get the strongest winds.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the best low-level shear is
Confirmed.
associated.
Northern one's confirmed.
You need to watch out. Yeah, there you go. You need to watch out if you guys are in those areas. A little late, but...
It is extremely late, but... Yeah, they just radar confirmed it. So, for the people who might have thought, maybe the spotters, maybe they didn't see something, or maybe they're just trolling. National Weather Service agrees. I mean, it's pretty easy to see there, that dark polygon across the board. That is indeed a confirmed tornado. So, good call by the people who are over down there, Jacob and the gang down there chasing. Good call for you all. And calling in that tornado. Good job. Very widespread damaging winds. 70 mile per hour, or 70 to 80 miles per hour across the board. And yeah, it did indeed have a tornado. I mean, look at that. It went right over Pierce Strong City. Oh, it hit trees. That's the reason why it showed up on CC. It hit trees.
What does it look like now? Do we need to go east?
I would say head east now because it's right next to you all. I would say head east, honestly.
We're near Putnam.
Oh, you're near Putnam. All right, then yeah, you're good. You should be fine. What I would recommend doing, actually, let's see, how much time until these storms actually get off into that area?
Your tornado watch.
Yeah.
Should we go into Putnam and look for a shelter, or?
If you can get on the interstate, if you're able to get on the interstate, you can beat these storms.
On
40.
35? 40?
If you can get on 40, somehow, you'll be able to beat these storms. But I think the way you would have to do it is you would have to take 47. You would have to continue to take 47 down southeast. So 47 after Putnam, you would have to go south, and then it goes east again. To like Thomas, and then you can take 54 down south to Weatherford.
So Weatherford should be our next stop.
Yeah, but I would the way to do that is I would put in Thomas as your next stop. Thomas as your next stop, and then Weatherford.
All right. All right. Going to Thomas. I'll unmute when we get there.
Yep. New mesoscale discussion for southern Kansas. It says a new watch will be issued across central Kansas here soon. Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Range folding. Range folding is so helpful. Tell you what, the most helpful thing in the world.
You hate to see it.
In order, the storm over near Lee Day is now in range of Vance. It's Vance would be the best one to use for Lee Day. So if that thing continues to keep moving off towards the north and east and is still an issue, then I would probably watch out for that. Also, something to watch over near Freedom and Tea Garden in northwestern Oklahoma. A quick spin up along the line over there in that severe thunderstorm warning approaching the Woods County area. So don't be surprised if you're over near Camp Houston and Tea Garden near US Highway 64 and you guys get a tornado warning. So just something to watch. Man, those storms just absolutely hit Mangum with everything they got.
They just issued a giant 80-mile-an-hour wind warning. Rashida, Comanche, Caddo, Roger Mills, Custer, Kiowa,
Sheesh.
Blaine, Dewey, Greer, Canadian, Jackson, Tillman, and Beckham counties. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for 80 miles per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. With a tornado possible, tag as embedded supercells are present in the line. Also, Elk City, Weatherford, Clinton, Watauga, etc.
I use GR2 Analyst the most with GR Earth, but I use a little bit of Radar Omega, Radar Scope, and Guru. Can I tell about Anadarko? Where is Anadarko? And this is, I want to do this here real quickly so that everyone can see. This is the risk for severe weather here tonight. If you're in the orange or in the red, you need to watch out for significant weather here. You need to be on alert for significant weather here tonight.
Oh, wow. Nate, new watch. 70-20, 90-70, 40-20.
Oof. Anadarko,
70-20
yes, you
is
will be
pretty
impacted. Anadarko, you will be impacted here. I'm gonna try and get a timing here for you. Anadarko, in 45 minutes, the storm will be right on top of you. Let's say 40, it'll be on top of you. So if you're in Anadarko, you got a lot of time between now and then to start preparing on the off chance that this thing does continue to maintain its significant strength. That's some small rotation on that northern side. That's very interesting. But yes.
Sorry, what?
Huh?
Alright.
Jacob, did you say something? Apparently not.
Yeah.
I asked him what was the safest area.
Safest area would probably be the interstate, which is the reason why I'm trying to push you southeast. So southeast is perpendicular to storm motion, which is usually the best way to move when you're trying to escape storms. And so, in this instance, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you to the interstate, so that way you may be able to stay way out in front of the storm and you won't be caught into too much. And then whenever stuff does get significant, if it does get too close, you're heading more towards a populous area, which obviously with populous comes more areas for you to take shelter.
So Thomas, Weatherford, and I-40.
Yeah, so Thomas and then Weatherford is on I-40, so you would just have to head east on I-40.
Alright, sounds good.
It's also not recommended that you go anywhere beyond I-40. I-40 is probably the area that you are going to want to hug for the rest of the night, unless if you're wanting to seek shelter.
Alright. And north on I-40 or south?
Huh?
North or south on I-40?
More than likely north. You'll be taking 44 all the way up to 35, and then 35. If you want to continue to chase, you can take 44 all the way up to Tulsa. Or, if you want to head back to Kansas, you can go north on 35, of course.
Alright.
Can I check Colorado City? Colorado City is getting a severe thunderstorm, or at least the area north of it's getting a severe thunderstorm. Just strong damaging winds with that one. I don't see too much with it, honestly, to be that big of an issue. So as long as you stay indoors, you don't go outside, you stay in a sturdy structure, you should be good down there in Colorado City. That is still a heck of a bow echo over there east of Mangum. That thing is still going. And it actually might be starting to rotate.
It's getting more upscale over time.
It's starting to kind of rotate a little bit more over near Luggert. Right at the tip of it.
Maybe a bit. It's not too conducive there right now.
Well, I was just going to say that's the tip of the bow echo. So I'm not sure if that's just RFD from the northern part of the supercell. Because that still technically is a part of it.
There could be a mesovortex or two.
Right.
There. But I don't think we'll be able to tell that on radar is the thing.
Well,
which is why it's important that if you're in the tornado warning, you're in your safe space regardless.
I was going to say, you'd be surprised because this is only looking up 2,900 feet. So
I'm just saying with how quickly they would go up and down, it would be
hard
to tell.
No, I get it. That's cell back behind it near Willows. Interesting. I'm gonna go back to Vance Air Force Base up north, try and see the storm near Lide. And yeah, that storm has started to kind of weaken a little bit. Actually, it's weakened a lot. It's split. It has actually split. So the storms have split, which means that this storm has weakened significantly. And it's more of just a damaging wind threat. So that's good for Jacob for his chase, because he'll still be able to see stuff, and he wasn't on that storm for too long. Mary with the 5 says, where can we go online to chase with you? So the link that I currently have with all the cameras is currently private for me, but I'm working on trying to put up a website as soon as I get, all the cameras that I need for right now. I plan on putting up a website for it here soon.
Tornado warning for northern Kiowa County in southwestern Oklahoma, east central Greer County in southwestern Oklahoma.
So there's your new tornado warning down there. Let's go back over to Frederick, Oklahoma's radar. And yeah, that's the Luggert cell. So they warned that cell that had that rotation on the tip of that bow echo. And we're going to see a lot of this. I'll tell you guys right now, get used to seeing this. Get used to seeing this over and over and over again. Because we are realistically going to see this for the next probably 2 hours. The next 2 hours, there's a good chance that we see this. Same story. NASCAR fan with the 2 says, around what time does it hit Tulsa? Good question. Let me quickly look here.
2-3 a.m. I feel. Maybe a little bit earlier.
11 p.m. Central.
Really? It's
That quick.
how fast is this? How much did this thing speed up in recent runs?
Well, it's moving 65 right now. But yeah, it'll hit Tulsa at about 11. 11 Central. And as I said, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here with you guys all the way throughout, even as it gets to Joplin. I'm gonna be here. So if you guys know anyone that wants to, wants to continue to watch live coverage and stuff like that, please be sure to send them this way. Because we're gonna be trying to continue to tell you guys which storms should be watched out for the most and which ones shouldn't.
I suppose you have a point, actually. Because as this thing grows upscale, it's going to speed up even more.
Yeah.
You're right sometimes.
Yeah, only sometimes. Yeah, I like radar scope. I like radar scope for the cheap one. I like Omega too. But scope is for people who want to be like nerd stuff, like get extra stuff about, on there. I'm kind of that nerd style of guy. So scope I recommend. It's also more user friendly. But it also has a couple other stuff that Omega does not. So me patiently awaiting the guessing game for the TOA. Yeah, that's right. We need to do the guessing game. All right, everyone put their things if they didn't hear what Morgan said. The Tornado Watch guessing game. So what's the probability of 2 or more tornadoes?
Kind of obvious.
Yeah. Followed by the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes.
And no cheating. No cheating.
No cheating unless if you heard Morgan already.
Well,
Or do we
that's
count
my
that
fault.
as cheating?
Well, no, it's not actually, because I kind of, yeah, I rigged, and it's not my fault. New severe watch.
All right.
A lot of y'all are way too optimistic on the SIG-Tor potential. Way too optimistic on the SIG-Tor.
Survey says 70-20. Survey says 70-20.
70-20.
Someone said 120-160. There it is.
That makes sense. What's up, Jacob?
I'm more than likely gonna have to stop my chase. Getting too dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So we're gonna head to Weatherford and wait for the storms to pass, and then we'll head back to Kansas.
Yeah, that's probably the best move.
I don't like chasing at night.
Oh, I get that. Neither does Matt. Neither does me. I'm not sure if Morgan is chased at night, but I'd assume he wouldn't either. So
I don't.
he
I don't
don't.
desire it.
Glad to kinda get a tornado for you.
Hey, well, I mean, the thing of it is you helped the National Weather Service Norman get that warning out. So
All right. Well, it was fun streaming for you.
yeah, for sure.
Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Wow, that's north of Luggert now, near Lone Wolf. That is a heck of a supercell. Look at that. Go back a scan actually here so that we can put this in perspective. Look at this hook here, chat. That is an embedded supercell. That is an embedded supercell right within there. Absolutely amazing. Something tells me that this thing's going to continue to be tornadic as it continues to move through. So, for right now, Babs, Hobart, Comalty, as well as Gotebo, Mountain View, Carnegie, Alden. If you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
You have the new scan
Yes, I do.
and Lone Wolf. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, the velocity scan is absolutely insane. That one's
Not good.
that would probably be one to try and produce a strong tornado too.
Alrighty. New severe watch. What are those probs?
How soon is the line gonna approach Wichita Falls? That's a good question. My guess
An hour earlier than Tulsa.
is about an hour, maybe a little bit more than that actually. Yeah, that is a heck of a velocity signature right there. Delta velocity, let's see what we got. 98 on top of 30. So that in itself is just shy of 130 miles per hour. That's how fast the rotation's moving within that area. That's a strong storm. That is a strong area of rotation, potentially even a future tornado as well. So Hobart and Comalty, it is all the more important for you guys here in Oklahoma to get into your safe space right now, because that is where the tornado more than likely will head towards. We'll put a storm track there. You can see it is heading that general direction. Let's actually see. Yeah, I would say it's moving in that general direction there. So Hobart, Comalty, Rocky, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, and even potentially tornado as possible. And look at the normalized rotation here, guys. This red indicates some strong rotation. Remember, blue is weak, green and yellow is moderate, and then the red is strong rotation. Pinks and even whites is strong rotation as well. That is definitely an area that would probably produce a strong tornado. Oh,
There's a CC drop.
yeah, that is a tornado. 100%. That's a deep CC drop too. That is a tornado. Look at that. Debris.
Freeze.
Oh, that's the dagger. That may be the dagger.
Oh, when? God, it goes up until.
That velocity scan is that one's pretty bad. That one's a significant one. That one's a pretty significant tornado right there. So Hobart, Rocky, Cambridge, areas near Oklahoma 9, Oklahoma Highway 9, US Highway 183, Oklahoma 44, Oklahoma 55. If you're in those areas right now, near Rocky, Hobart, and Comalty, you need to get in your safe space right now, because that is a significant, that is probably a significant tornado ongoing at this time. That may be the dagger. How long until this hits Topeka? Topeka won't be in it. You guys will be too far north.
It's reliably to 9,000 feet already.
Jeez. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Wow. Is there any tornadoes in north central Texas? As of right now, north central Texas, if you're talking about like the northern panhandle, you guys are good. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Quanah and Vernon, as well as Crowell, and Benjamin and Seymour. If you're in those areas, I recommend you guys stay indoors because there's a good chance that 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts will continue to linger through your area, as well as, of course, some large
my
hail
God.
possible. Oh, that is a massive debris ball. That is a massive debris ball. That's a huge debris ball. We're gonna see here in 5 seconds how strong the velocities actually are, but this is a significant tornado right here.
Not necessarily stronger, but but it's wider, which is key.
Oh.
So the tornado may be getting larger.
Yeah. According to the TDS, it's saying 2.2 for what it thinks is the strength, but I mean, it's not hitting anything realistically. The fact that it is churning up debris like that, that's a significant tornado. Rocky.
What is it hitting? There's no trees.
Yeah. There's nothing. It's ripping up ground. How bad is it for Yukon? Yukon, you guys still have a lot of time before these storms will get over to your area. But just for reference, these storms over here in western Oklahoma, they are producing hurricane force winds across the board with strong tornadoes embedded in them. So Yukon, in about 45 minutes, give or take, is when this line will start to approach your area, if not be on top of you. So please take that into consideration, that with with these storms producing hurricane force winds across the board, that you might want to treat it like, a weaker tornado warning. But you still got a lot of time, so if you guys want to just wait it out a little bit. The only thing I do ask is that you guys have a plan of action when these storms do get to you, because they will come. They will come to your area. Can you go to sleep in Parker County, Texas? Good question. The answer is, I would say yes. I think you guys over there in Dallas, Fort Worth should be fine. I think it's areas north of you that is going to see the activity. So yeah, down there should be good. Will any strong storms be there for, it's not Miami. It's pronounced something else, and I forgot what it's pronounced. Miami or Miami or whatever, something like that. Anyways, yes. A lot later on tonight, near midnight. Near midnight.
New mesoscale discussion for a very localized corridor of I-40 with these tornadic supercells.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
That is a lot of debris. I don't know what it's picking up, but that's a lot of debris. U.S. Highway 183. Miami. Knew it. Miami.
There's some trees and a couple residences.
Velocity is starting to weaken, though. That's the good news. But I mean, it's still, look at the normalized rotation here, guys. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at the normalized rotation with that storm there, chat. I'll tell you what. That right there tells you everything you needed to know. The significant tornado that is currently ongoing. Kind of surprised they didn't go PDS with how close it is to the radar. But I mean, I guess it's not really hitting too many people, but it's still pretty intense. Still very intense. Anadarko still has a long time to go. Probably about a half an hour from now. Yeah, half an hour, give or take, Anadarko. Half an hour. Fort Smith's fine. Areas south of the Oklahoma and Texas border, you guys are realistically going to see strong damaging winds. But it's not going to be as strong as what's in Oklahoma. So you guys should be fine. If you're north of 20, if you're north of I-20, you guys are probably going to see some stuff. Oh, look at how much turbulence there is right over that. What about Piedmont? Piedmont, you guys are going to be a part of the activity here too. Let's put it this way. Anywhere near the Oklahoma City metro area, you guys have about a half an hour to 45 minutes before we get near that general vicinity. So I would kind of wait a bit. You guys are fine for right now, but in about 15 minutes, I would start figuring out where you would go if there is a tornado warning, because that's how I would treat these storms that are approaching you. Someone asked about Kansas, at least southern Kansas. I'll get to that here right now. Hutchinson, you're going to be in a severe thunderstorm warning here in a second. So if you're in Hutchinson, I recommend that you guys watch out. It'll be about a half an hour before it gets there. But if you're in Hutchinson, Kansas, recommend you guys get indoors and you stay away from windows.
Breeze fanning.
So that probably means that it's weakened.
There's going to be a new tornado near Camalti, though.
Camalti.
It's just
yeah. Yeah.
There will be a tornado there.
It's likely.
State Route 9. Mountain View going up to Carnegie. As well as Gatebo. You need to be in your safe space now.
How high is
Already
the
in
debris
tornado warning.
lofted? Good question.
Just shy of 10.
Yeah, just shy of 10. I'd agree. It didn't really pick too much stuff up. So it probably dispersed on its way up the updraft. That's my guess, at least. Still very strong damaging winds. Just want to remind you all, this giant severe thunderstorm warning right here is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which means that 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts or even stronger than that could be present within this warning. And if you are in that warning, you need to treat it like it's a tornado warning, all right? Because that's essentially the intensity that we are getting out of these storms. It is very strong, and it is, even though it's very linear, all of it is very widespread, which can make impacts a lot more widespread. So please be sure, if you haven't already, all right, if you're well west of OKC, all right, we're talking Highway 281 and 270 in those areas. If you're from Highway 270 and 281 and west, you guys need to get, or I would even say find a way to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. It'll get towards the southwestern Missouri area at about 1 o'clock this morning. It'll still be very strong damaging winds. I'm not sure if it'll be as strong as what's currently happening right now, but still. If you're just tuning in here right now, we've got a prolific severe weather event that is currently ongoing across portions of Oklahoma. I'll show you guys here the outlook for severe weather this evening. You can see we have an area of green right within here, an area of yellow, an area of orange, and an area of red. If you're in the orange or if you're in the red, I highly recommend paying attention to the weather here this evening. If you know anyone who lives within those areas, I recommend telling them to pay attention to the weather this evening. I would recommend you guys go to your local news stations to watch as the weather keeps moving on through. But if you don't have cable, or if you know anyone who doesn't have cable, please share this stream. That is the purpose of this stream. It's for us to get information out to people who may need it, and we want to be able to try and help people out. So if you can, please be sure to spread the stream with as many people as possible, within your own capabilities, of course. Also, to help us out spread the information, please hit that thumbs up button down below. We're very close to 1,000 likes on the stream here. Once we get past 1,000 likes, YouTube will actually speed up the recommendation process to more and more people on the platform. So if you guys do that, you will actually helping out this channel immensely by you know, allowing us to get onto the algorithm. Let's go back over here to the stuff that's happening near Hobart and Comalty, but I also want to read the mesoscale discussion here because did you read the one that was the consolidated mesoscale discussion for OKC, right, Morgan? Okay, I just wanted to read it myself because I haven't been able to see it. It says a swath of intense damaging gusts and possibly a tornado will shift east-northeast from western into central Oklahoma over the next 1 to 2 hours. Mesovortex tornadoes will also be possible. That was from Lightman.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's not too surprising, honestly. We got it's very widespread, and we're starting to get a lot of reports now here. I'm actually going to take some of the warnings off here, so that way you guys can see. Look at how many, reports of damaging winds have occurred through all this area. 62 miles per hour, 62, 75, 71, 64. Way back when, we actually had a report of a 114 mile per hour wind gust over back in Texas. I mean, that's the type of stuff that we're trying to, or I should say, that's the type of stuff that we're dealing with here today. Those significant winds. We got 70 over near Arapahoe up there on 40. So it's, all this type of stuff right here is what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the night. So when we say that, these storms are going to be producing significant damaging winds, we really do mean it. And we want to make sure that you guys do take this seriously as this gets closer. Now, it's not saying that you should be completely worried and scared that bad stuff is going to happen to you. Let's put it this way. If you take your proper precautions, you are going to be safe. If you make sure that all your valuables inside and outside the house are in, proper areas, such as your cars in a carport, or your pets indoors, or any sort of fragile stuff outside, bring them inside. They'll be fine as well, all right? But you got to make sure you do that ahead of time. That way, everything can be, everything can be in place for you to get through this event, all right? So make sure you guys do that if you haven't already. Let's see. Altus just got pushed through. A lot of severe storms over there. Now we're talking about Tipton, Frederick, Snyder, Cache, Lawton in the near term. Lawton, Oklahoma, big place over there in southwestern Oklahoma. We could be talking about that area over there in about a half an hour to 45 minutes. So, if you guys live over near Lawton, I would watch out for those storms. Carnegie, I think it's actually how that's pronounced. Anadarko, probably in about, I would say, 20 minutes is when you guys could actually have these storms knocking on your door. Gracemont, Binger, probably areas near El Reno as well in a half an hour. All those areas, and then eventually Chickasha in about 35-40 minutes is when you guys could probably see your activity. So I would watch out there. If you're over in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and start, planning accordingly. Probably not, Joshy boy. You'll be too far south, realistically. I wonder if Norman's radar is low enough to get some of this other stuff. No. We're still looking up about 7.5. Frederick is definitely better for at least the southern portions of this line.
Oh.
I want to go up to Vance Air Force Base and see what's happening
New
here.
New scan just revealed some very ominous looking situation for Fred. If you're in Frederick, time is now.
Yeah.
Time is now. There's a significant swath moving towards y'all. Very significant swath moving towards y'all. Probably got 90 miles an hour gusts in there.
I just want to update everyone here for north central Oklahoma. I'm talking about areas along Highway 183 all the way up to 281 in Alva. You guys are still getting some strong damaging winds, but it is not as intense as your counterparts to the south. So once again, just make sure you guys stay indoors. and you will be fine. All right, but you got to make sure that you do that in order for you guys to be safe. Don't be outside. Don't do anything stupid. These storms are intense, but you just got to let them pass. And, you know, before you know it, they'll be past you. Before you know it, I guarantee you, they will pass. So it's going to be like a very short burst of wind for about, I would say, 5 minutes, and then boom, it'll be gone. Judith with 100, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Everyone in the chat, if you haven't already, please be sure to thank Judith, because she's a constant supporter to the channel, and it really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. Yeah, Morgan, I think I just found, I was looking at it earlier, but I think I just found what you meant by an ominous situation. Right there, a little mini area of rotation, just to the east of Odell, about to cross over the Oklahoma and Texas border on the Red River.
I wasn't even referring to that. I was just talking about the swath just to the east of Odell, which I don't even consider rotation at that point. That's just a downburst, a really, really strong downburst. Velocity pixels reaching mid-80s, 90s. And we're close enough to the radar where we can almost take that at face value.
Right. Yeah, and we do have some pretty strong velocities within that as well. So, Frederick, a lot of people live over there. Time to go. Time to go.
They just issued a 60 miles per hour wind gust. That doesn't make any sense.
For Frederick?
60 and nickel size. I mean, gusts behind it aren't doing too much, but I don't know, we'll see. Nate, Twitter mentions.
Yes, of course. Yeah, well, look at that. Wow. That is 90 mile per hour wind gust right there. Within that. As I said, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. Hollis. Wait, wasn't that the Siggy? Or where was Hollis? Hollis was north, wasn't it?
Hollis was.
Where's Hollis? Uh, 73 mile per hour wind gust report north of Babs. So that was east of where the tornado went over. There is no idea where Hollis is.
Extreme southwest.
Extreme southwest? Oh, it was that gold cell. Yes, yes. So this right here, guys. This is from Jazz Bishop. All right, Jazz Bishop at Jazz Bishop on Twitter. And this is definitely not a tornado. This is definitely more of a wall cloud that's seeping down. But I mean, that's still very ominous right there. Look at that. I mean, that is as ominous as you can get within that. So I appreciate that, Lance, sending that over. You also sent a couple other things there too. This was a screen grab here. Vortex Weather put this on Twitter. Or not Vortex, Vortix Weather. VORTIX Weather. Shows the screen grab over here near Hobart. That right there, I mean, that in itself looks pretty much like what I would expect a tornado to look like. So that was a significant situation that more than likely went through. So that was in Hobart, and Hobart was the significant tornado. It was the large tornado that went through. So yeah, that right there. We just had a report as well of an 80 mile per hour wind gust measured with that as well. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour wind gusts. This now includes areas like El Reno, Union City, Mustang, technically. It's actually Western Mustang, Anadarko, Lawton, Elgin, Apache.
Chickasha's
Yeah,
on the border. Of the
just
warning.
west of Chickasha. Calumet, Okarche, not quite at Kingfisher yet. Not quite at Kingfisher, Greenfield, Watonga, and Geary. So new giant severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Can we not do this?
Check DMs, Morgan. This is a separate note here. Not related to weather. Just looking through Twitter and it's trying to find the stuff here. This was a picture here. Is this today? Yeah, this was today. This was near Liberal, Kansas. This was one of the storms that was tornado warned earlier on in the stream. And that's a funnel. So this is from Jake Tornado Lover at Jake, or I should say at Tornadic Wonder. This was from KWCH. And that's pretty obvious as to what we're seeing there. And then, of course, the damage from it in Liberal. 77-mile-per-hour wind gust from that tornado. Oh, wow. So there's a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust in Clinton. And then there was a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded down in Hobart, near where the big tornado was.
Yeah.
So even on a widespread scale, we're still getting 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Tornado warning expires. Assume both are going to expire here very soon. It's the confirmed one that's well out of anything at this point.
Hey, chat, you remember when I was talking about in a couple of videos ago that they're saying Hutchinson has rotation? What do you mean? Oh yeah, it does have some slight rotation. That's fine. You remember when I said that California was going to see a significant snow event? That's what I meant. This was at Carter Murphy, 218.
Excuse me, where the heck is Hutchins?
Ouch. Northwest of Wichita. Severe warning. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh. What?
Warning got canceled too.
It's not actually severe warning anymore.
Yeah.
It expired.
Sheesh. All right, we're going to go back down south here to Frederick. Yeah, I think this main thing here now, it's turned into that bow echo right here. This right here is your bow echo. So, according to this then, this takes it on its current trajectory to Anadarko and Chickasha. So I would watch out for this here now. Now, this storm is approaching Anadarko in about, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes from now. 15 to 20 minutes from now is when I probably, would expect these storms to move on through. Should Wichita be worried? I wouldn't be worried. But I'll still watch out for you guys anyways. But I wouldn't say so. I think you guys would just get severe storms. There is a couple areas of rotation near Kiowa and Hazleton in Kansas, as well as Burlington and Capron. That can have some rotation over there along the line, so that'd be something to watch out for. It's nothing anything too strong, but, you know, it's just kind of informing people out near those areas, you know, like Attica, Anthony, Bluff City, Manchester, Waldron, Byron, and Burlington, those areas near Kansas and Oklahoma. You know, I'm just kind of letting you guys know that you guys are probably getting some strong damaging winds here soon. Or maybe even tornadoes. Maybe, though. Line is starting to push on through into Frederick now. Frederick, Oklahoma. All I gotta say
There's
is
definitely rotation. There's definitely rotation over Frederick right now, but it doesn't seem imminent in producing. Been looking up in upper tilts for quite some time. Trying to figure that out.
yeah, there is rotation. It's
But
north of that.
What I'm trying to that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to the storm that's actually over Frederick. What that means though is that areas downstream, you're not out of the woods yet for a tornado threat. You are not out of the woods yet for possible tornadic activity.
Mhm.
This means Chickasha. This means Lawton. This means Anadarko.
Kiowa,
Those
perfect.
areas,
Thank you.
Geronimo.
How
Also
will
need
OKC
IBM for
be
this.
impacted? It'll be significant damaging winds. Hurricane force. That is good for you. Yeah, there is just some rotation to the north of it there, north of Frederick. So maybe Chattanooga, Indiahoma, Cache, and Lawton over there in Oklahoma.
Eh.
I would say you guys would probably need to watch out as this moves east. I-44 as well near Geronimo. Are we getting into range to use Norman's radar yet, or no? We're getting close. We're getting close. Oh, yeah. Look at News 9. This was from Nicholas Krasnavologi. And this was from News 9 and their picture of it. And Lone Wolf, yeah, that's Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf is east of Hobart, which is the significant tornado. Tornado watch, Clay. What? Oh, no. Yeah, there is a tornado watch for Clay. You guys are the furthest easternmost county
What
in
did
Texas,
you-
though, for Clay, though.
What did you think?
Um,
Because your tone was like, what?
I didn't think Clay was going to get it, but, you know, they did. They got the tornado watch. But right there, you can see there's Clay County, and they're the furthest easternmost county in Texas to get the tornado watch. Yeah, it's looking like that cell that's north of Frederick could be trying to spin up. It looks like it's a compact little spin up right within there. Spectrum width. What in the world is that?
It is really hard to say here. Actually, never mind.
What do you mean, never mind?
Actually, never mind. If you look up at 1.3 and look at velocities, you'll see it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was saying, yeah, north of Frederick, there is definitely some rotation. And that will head to Lawton in about a half an hour, but this rotation may not last that long. Unfortunately, it's going over nothing but flatlands up until that point. But still some very significant damaging winds that's moving throughout the area. I want to try and see. All right. Let's put it this way. There isn't really too many people without power here so far, which is kind of the good news. But we're going to constantly refer to this map here. We're going to refer to this map with all the power outages here. And we'll see. We will see how many colors will be added instead of just blue. Possible CC drop near Carnegie.
Oh my god, he's right. What the heck is that? Bookend vortex.
I'd have to use
Frederick, it's there.
Frederick's looking. Oh, wait a second. You're right. I'd have to look at a lower tilt. Yeah, that is a debris signature. That is a tornado that was just north of Carnegie. So if you're near Alfalfa, as well as Albert and Eakley, need to get in your safe space right now. Something tornadic moving through that area. Possible spin-up tornado over there. If you guys would like to send stuff to me on Twitter, I'm sending you the link to my Twitter account right there. Please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder if you can. But yes, that is indeed a tornado that was over near Carnegie. Man, just look at how many. Look at this just long line of storms. Elongated line here for warnings. Absolutely insane. Large warning boxes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Barber County. That'll probably go over to Harper County as well. Let's actually take a look at Vance Air Force Base to see what's happening up there.
Fluids ban.
Someone said something about how to pronounce this. I can't remember. Kiowa. It's probably not Kiowa because the last time I said Kiowa, it wasn't that.
Shukalak.
Yeah, clearly. But Kiowa, there is an area of rotation over there. Hazleton, Corwin, Attica, Sharon. Areas along State Highway 2 in Kansas and south of US Highway 160. Appreciate it, Liam. You guys need to watch out over there. And this will eventually get towards US Highway 81. US Highway 81 over there. A lot of strong damaging winds for your area. Maybe in upwards of 70 to even hurricane force winds. It's definitely possible, at least.
It's still producing it. There's a tornado warning. It's still producing a tornado. That is the shallowest CC I've ever seen.
Tornado
But it's
warning
still
for
producing a tornado.
Central Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma.
Yeah. There's even a new area of rotation. There's actually 2 areas of rotation just the east of that. Fort Cobb and Albert. So Gracemont, Spring Creek, Binger, Kogar, Lukaba. And then that could eventually head off towards the Union City areas here. Yes, that is confirmed tornado over there. So yeah, Binger, Kogar, Lukaba, Albert, Eakley, Hinton. And then beyond a half an hour, it'll head to I-40 near Calumet and El Reno. So if you guys live over in those areas, it's recommended that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. It seems as if the tornado that was over in Liberal has already been rated. It was an EF1.
Really? How'd they do that fast?
Probably had a guy over there already. Ooh, this was over here. This was sent to me from someone, a viewer of something on TikTok. Someone on TikTok put this up. This is in Garden City, and that's quite a bit of damage here from the strong damaging winds. So there is confirmed damage over there in Garden City from the big wind event that occurred over there, and even a couple of tornadoes that formed over there too. Someone just brought up a really good point. Oklahoma City, the Thunder's playing a game tonight. In OKC, I believe. So, people leaving OKC tonight might have major issues.
Really? Really?
Paycom Center is
Really?
in OKC. Yes.
Nate, you need to refer to KVNX. There's 2 tornadic signatures. Maybe 3.
Kiowa thing?
On the line.
Yeah, Kiowa, Burlington.
And south of that, Driftwood.
Driftwood?
Burlington, Driftwood, same thing.
Oh.
I might wrap up. Might.
Kiowa. It's Kiowa. Kiowa. Kiowa.
Right. All right, we are done with Amarillo. We are done with Lubbock. I can move Lubbock down to Abilene. And yeah, having fun. Yeah.
Tornado warning
Nice.
for northeastern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Grant County in northern Oklahoma.
Oh, it's for the Burlington storm that's about to produce a tornado.
Oh yeah, that Burlington storm is about to produce a tornado. Yeah. What's the
Why are you typing so intently?
What's the hashtag for the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I have no idea.
But yeah, if you're in Byron, Emerita, and Waldron, as well as Corwin over there in Kansas and Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space. Oh, it's Thunder Up.
Oh, are you tweeting about that?
I
What
sure
you're doing?
am.
Well job.
All right, guys. Please be sure to help me boost this this tweet on the Twitter algorithm.
On the Twitter.
The Twitter algorithm. Hit that like and retweet if you can. That link that I just sent in chat, please be sure to do that if you can, so that way we can get that out to more and more people. Especially for some of the fans of the Thunder. Yep, well job.
Folks, safe space if you're in Granfield on United States Route 70 in southern Oklahoma. Vortices. Gonna happen.
Yep.
Or might. Will come very close. In any case, stronger pocket of damaging winds there.
And there's actually one north of Granfield near Chattanooga too.
Yep. Indeed. That one's a little bit. I couldn't tell as much. That one's a bit weaker.
Right.
A little bit more difficult to identify, but
Realistically here, you can actually say that entire line from Cache down all the way to the Red River, all of which could potentially have little discrete areas of rotation across the board. Approaching 44.
Bad. Northern.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a CC drop. It's shallow, but it's there, and that's a strong rotation heading towards Waldron and Manchester. Folks, safe space now.
Yep.
Waldron, you're not in a tornado warning because you're not in Norman's jurisdiction. You need to be in your safe space. Manchester, you already are in the warning. You need to be in your safe space as well. Or as much as you can find that's close to a safe space, because, God, there really is nothing out here.
Oh, yeah. Sheesh. Yeah, if you're along if you're along the Oklahoma 58 area. Oklahoma 58. And let's see if I can actually pull some other stuff with Omega, because Omega might be a little bit better for this. Yeah, Oklahoma 58 into the southwestern 140 Avenue area over there, as well as State Highway 2. State Highway 2 in Kansas, approaching Midway, Anthony, Ruella, Waldron, Corwin. You need to take your proper precautions. Get into your safe space right now. All right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and what appears to be this tornado as possible. And this will be heading off in towards the border of Kansas and Oklahoma here. It also looks like there is a debris signature right over there. It does look like that is the case.
Saw someone make the well job remark. If we have time, I will explain that story, and Nate can help me there.
Yeah,
Very
that
good
is a quite the inside joke. I appreciate everyone, by the way, who's been hitting that, who's been liking and retweeting that on Twitter. I really do appreciate that, because that does help me get that out to more and more people, especially people who could be leaving OKC and just driving straight into these storms. That's the last thing I want them to do, is to be, have them get caught red-handed by these storms that are clearly doing, or at least creating a lot of substantial wind gusts across the board. So, and even producing some tornadoes. So I really do appreciate you guys doing that. If you know anybody else who's around, tell them to do that too. I actually wonder, I'm gonna actually put up traffic here. There is slight areas of traffic. There is slight areas of traffic in some areas of OKC. Some actually maybe a little bit more intense than others. And yeah, that right there from Paycom Center, there's actually still quite a lot of traffic over there. So for the people who may even live around OKC, north, south, east, west, there's people still leaving that area there. So yeah, that is definitely something to consider.
Excuse me. Gracemont, United States Route 281, Spring Creek, you need to be inside. Lowest and innermost part of your building. It's not on the ground yet, but that's a spin up that just popped up that looks fairly strong. KTLX.
KTLX. I'll look at that in a sec. Yeah, still strong rotation north of Emerita, approaching the Waldron and Corwin area. That'll also be heading off towards Kansas State Highway 2 near Anthony as well. So if you're over in those areas, north of Emerita, near Waldron, near Corwin, you need to get in your safe space. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for southwestern Harper County in south central Kansas.
Another tornado warning.
Tornado
OKC.
warning for northwestern Grady County in central Oklahoma,
Oh.
east central Caddo County in southwestern
Yeah, it's that
Oklahoma,
cell.
southeastern
cell.
Canadian County in central Oklahoma.
Yep. And now, at this point, we can use Norman's radar, because Norman's radar is close enough. Gracemont, Spring Creek, Kogar, Minco, Union City, all those areas over there, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's the rotation right here. You can see in the normalized rotation. So the blue area is more of a weak area of rotation. The greens and yellows are moderate. If we do get to see a red, pink, or white, which we have seen tonight with some other significant tornadoes, then that is very strong rotation. Right now, it is in the higher spectrum of the moderate rotation. And we do have a storm that is, once again, rotating quite rapidly. And it is approaching over towards the Spring Creek and the Gracemont area. So if you're over near those areas or northeast of it, near Kogar, Minco, Union City, and then eventually towards the Yukon and Mustang area, you guys need to go ahead and start formulating a plan to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space if you haven't already. So that's underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I also want to make a note here. We also have some debris fallout over near Binger from the cell that produced the tornado near Carnegie. So that is a verification method. There was a tornado just earlier. And, we can use what's happened in the past to kind of look forward to what could potentially happen in the future. And the same thing with what happened over south of Bridgeport. There's a report of an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust over there, 1 mile south of Bridgeport on I-40. So widespread impacts that are expected to be prevalent here for the next hour or two. And in the short-term forecast, the OKC metro area is up next here in about a half an hour. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas, it is recommended that you let them know what is going on, or you actually go ahead and prepare accordingly for what could be going on, especially because this is a big populous area and there's a lot of things that could happen, both good or bad, as this gets through into this general vicinity. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Yeah, that area of rotation near Gracemont's still interesting. There's also an area of rotation northeast of Elgin that is getting their stuff near Cyril and Cement. Anadarko is currently getting impacted right now as of this moment. Is this going to the north of Norman? Unlikely. It looks like Norman will be impacted by these storms. So that's the current track of the storms that is near Cyril. And it'll take it to Norman, give or take, in about 40 minutes. So right on top of them over there. West of Elbert, Texas. All right, well, that means I'm going to have to go to Frederick's radar. Elbert? Where is Elbert? I'll have to look that up here in a second. Let's go back over to Norman's radar, though. Once again, tornado warning over here. This is for Grady, Caddo, and Canadian counties here until 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live anywhere within those counties, it is recommended that you get into your safe space anyways, because even though there's a tornado warning there, there's a giant severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag associated with it, which is essentially something similar to a tornado warning. Once you get winds that high and upwards of 80 miles per hour, the consistency of widespread damage is likely. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to monitor that.
80 mile an hour gust reported in Bridgeport, which is just north of Hinton.
Yep.
On the intersection of 40 and 281.
Possible debris signature in Gracemont. Slight, shallow, but
It's
visible.
very shallow, but it's present. Yep.
So good call for someone, whoever said that in the chat. Good call. Also had a 66 mile per hour wind gust here. Lawton is currently getting impacted as we speak. And as we get closer and closer to the OKC metro area, even though there's cameras in Lawton already, we might want to start thinking about those cameras and what we would want to look at. Here is Lawton. Lawton camera right here. A lot of lightning that's moving through Lawton at this time. So pretty strong storm over there. I don't see anything that can kind of give us an idea as to how strong the winds are, but this tower is kind of shaking a bit. So I would like to say the winds are strong, but I can't say that with the utmost certainty. Yeah, both strong damaging winds and strong damaging winds and strong not strong tornado, jeez. And a possible tornado is possible within that area of Spring Creek and Kogar. We noticed that there was a tornado out in that area. Oh, and there's actually another area of rotation that just formed north of Verdon. Let's move over to that real quickly. Actually, we're gonna multitask kind of. So look at the winds, how fast they're moving across the road, just like that. So just something to notice with the strong gusts here in Lawton. But I'm gonna move over here to area north of Verdon. All right, Verdon, Oklahoma, which is north and west of Chickasha. There's an area of rotation right here. See this here, guys? You have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this will be heading off towards the Minco area and the Kogar area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, even Pocaset actually could get into this. And yeah, that is intensifying too. That is intensifying. They need to get into their safe space. All right. If you're in the path of this storm, you probably should get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. And if you know anyone, as I said, please tell them to get in their safe space if they haven't already. I'm going to move over back to Lawton here because you can kind of see the rain that's just being pushed along. But notice that it's not, the cars are not too far or, not that much faster than the rain. So it does look like that there are some strong winds associated with this line that is approaching Lawton. And visibility in itself is already pretty poor. 64 mile per hour wind gusts over near Apache, Oklahoma. They just updated the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball sized hail is possible within this line as well. Golf ball sized hail. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag for OKC, Moore, Norman, Purcell, Chickasha, Rush Springs, Marlow, Duncan, Comanche, Geronimo, Cookie Town, and Wayne. So if you know anyone who lives within those towns that I just called, new severe thunderstorm warning for
Tornado warning.
new tornado warning as well. It'll probably pop up here in a second. But new severe thunderstorm warning for your area that I just called out for.
What?
Tornado warning for
Oh, that is
East
yeah,
Central
that is a
Alfalfa
thing.
County
It's up by
in northwestern
K-
Oklahoma,
KVNX.
western Grant County in northern Oklahoma.
Yeah, that is most definitely a thing. Going right over Jet on 64.
Yes.
Safe space now if you guys are in those areas north of Nash.
Yeah, Jet, Nash, Sand Creek, Oklahoma 132 and 11, as well as 38. If you're in those areas there in northern Oklahoma, this would be Grant County. And actually, it is purely Grant County and extreme eastern Alfalfa County. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So north of Pond Creek, north of Nash, Oklahoma 132, 38, 11. And then potentially even Highway 81 further east. But that is definitely an area to where there could be a tornado here soon. Still strong rotation west of Pocasset, north of Vernon, approaching the Minco and the Tuttle area, as well as Mustang.
I don't like where that rotation's going at all.
Yeah, it is going straight to
Gonna go-
OKC.
It's going to go right into downtown, and it's got a better signature than any of the other ones.
Very
Least better
strong damaging
kinetic
winds.
signature.
Wow. Very strong damaging winds in Lawton now. Look at this line. Visibility is down. Winds are up. KDYX? That's in Abilene, isn't it? Why would I want to go there? Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there. I'll keep that there. That is a supercell, too. That's pretty funny. That is a supercell. I'm curious, what's the flow down there? Southeasterly. It's actually southerly. We'll see, we'll see. I'm gonna actually organize my radars. Yeah, that's still some pretty strong. Still some pretty strong velocities over in that area.
What the?
There we go. Alright, I think I've updated all my radars. Frederick, Vance, Wichita, OKC. Good stuff. Yeah, there is some slight rotation in that severe thunderstorm warning in Throckmorton County, Texas. CC drop jet. Ooh boy.
Not on my screen.
Eh.
It's in flow.
Yeah, it's in flow. That is in flow.
The way I'll check that is if you overlay it with reflectivity. If reflectivity is not as present,
Yes.
it's in flow. If it is in where the hooking signature would be, or if it's over a higher area of reflectivity, tornado.
But it's not.
That is not a tornado. That is the radar having issues looking up 200 feet in the sky.
Yep.
Oh no. Minco's gonna do it soon. Not yet, but very soon.
Very soon. Caleb, can you not say such out-of-pocket stuff until it's, you have 2 scans of it? Chill out, my friend. Chill out. Don't be the one to try and be quick to jump to conclusion.
on the ground?
Don't be the one to try
No.
and jump quick to it. Make sure that
No.
your stuff is accurate first. Make sure that your
Just
stuff is
annoying.
accurate. Ooh,
What the-
south of the other one.
Tornado warning for southeastern Alfalfa
There's
another
County in
one.
northwestern
Another
Poultry.
Oklahoma, southwestern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, northwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
So, once again, same thing. This is going to be heading to Grant, but it'll head to Gultry and Hillsdale first in northern Oklahoma. So if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Here, I'll show you guys what I mean by that. This right here is northern Oklahoma. Northern Oklahoma. And you can clearly see there's the new warning. There's the new rotation. There's the old rotation over here that was near Jet. And both of these have a good reason as to why they're warned too. Both of them have good reason. So, essentially, this is an entire line full of rotations here, up this far north. If you're along Highway 81, from Renfro all the way down to, I would probably say Kremlin, you need to get in your safe space here soon. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, Minco is still rotating. There's a, for those of you who are new to the stream and trying to figure this out, we've got a storm that is approaching the Oklahoma City metro area here. Relatively soon, the Oklahoma City metro area is going to be impacted by these strong storms. So if you know anyone who lives near Oklahoma City in any fashion, especially on the western side of Oklahoma City, you need to tell them to get into their safe space right now, or at least monitor the weather as it gets closer to you. Getting into your safe space is more for the people who live in western Oklahoma City. Western OKC is really where everyone should be getting into their safe space here soon. So Union City, Minco, Tuttle, Mustang, Yukon, Bethany.
Lawton reports a 72 gust.
Yeah. So that camera that we were looking at. Man, this is a massive severe thunderstorm warning. Look at this here, guys. Look at the size of this severe thunderstorm warning. It takes up a good chunk of Oklahoma. A big chunk of Oklahoma. Do I think it's going to weaken before it gets to DFW? More than likely, yes. It's not even going to hit DFW, realistically, unless if you're talking about these storms over here. Then yes, those ones would probably weaken by the time it gets there. Let's see. All right, this is where my camera map shines. This is what it's used for. We are going to try and find some good quality cameras over here in the western portions of OKC. One to the right of 44.
You know, if I knew no better that northern Texas wasn't really going to do anything, I'd say that looks like a. Actually, no, there is rotation. What the heck? Get
Thanks,
a
Morgan.
radar in KDYX.
Get a radar in KDYX. I do have one.
Dias.
Yeah,
And then look
Abilene.
near Olney.
Olney? Oh, yeah. Look at that. What? Look at that storm relative helicity value.
It's got an updraft, too. That is a lot of helicity.
Hmm.
What I was chuckling about was the fact that the storm to the south of it, if I knew no better, I would say that's a freaking tornado. Just looking at the structure.
Aloft, it's got some good rotation.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting camera over there in OKC. Unfortunate. Northeast, west.
Northeast, west.
I'm trying to
East,
figure out
northwest.
these. I'm trying to figure out some of these views here. North, west is pretty mid. North, west is very mid.
Why are you doing webcams midstream?
I'm not. I'm trying to figure out where some of these cameras. I'm gonna have to redo a lot of these cameras. Because I obviously lied to myself.
Oh, Lord.
I did! I obviously can't tell what's happening.
Stop worrying about the damn cameras. Yes, I said damn.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Alright. New area of rotation that's starting to form west of Tuttle. There is a new area of rotation forming west of Tuttle.
That one, the original one failed to go, so I wonder if that one's actually gonna, succeed. Have a look at mesoscale analysis in a minute. What do we got?
Alright, I've got a camera in OKC. That's nice. Good stuff. It's actually good. Should you be concerned in DFW on Thursday? I'm not willing to answer anything about that quite yet because we are still very far away. I do recommend you pay attention to the channel for future uploads.
Nate Snyder was unavailable for comment about Thursday's severe weather potential per sources. Also, I may have figured out the reason that these things aren't actually going to the ground. Not all of them, at least. The main line is drifting away from the vorticity axis, and lapse rates are also sub 4.5 degrees at the surface.
Only so much that dry air can do for you.
Yeah. Measured as 71 at Chickasha.
Yeah, 60 or 71. Yep. Good call. I appreciate everyone helping me spread this information to as many people as possible. If you know anyone that lives in OKC, please be sure to share the stream with them or just send them to the local news station because I'm pretty sure they will be covering it. If they don't have cable, then please be sure to, as I said, send them the stream. And hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this out with more people on YouTube too.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we praise God for mediocre lapse rates. Nate, check your DMs.
Oh boy. Dude, yeah, that is a heck of a win profile.
Show the stream. Oh my gosh.
Yep, there you go, chat. That is your wind profile for today, and just know that that is a very scary wind profile. Like, if the environment was even the slightest bit better, we could be talking about a widespread tornado outbreak. Zach Hall is in Union City. Yeah, there's still an area of rotation. It's now north of Tuttle. I'm not sure if they're going to reissue a tornado warning here soon, because I'm pretty sure this tornado warning cancels at 9:15, and it is currently 9:02 Central. So,
Hey Nate, just keep your eye on Dibble. South Blanchard. Very, very small spin up if it were to go. But it's got spectrum width, and I've been more surprised by some of the things that have gone today. So,
and where?
Dibble.
Dibble.
South of it.
South of the warning.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Well.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation there.
New tornado warning? Question mark. Oh my gosh! It's for another one of the freaking
Tornado
vortices.
warning for Central
Medford,
Grant County in northern
into your
Oklahoma.
safe space
Yes.
now.
Medford, Jefferson, Clyde, US Highway 81 up there in northern Oklahoma. Ooh. I might want to take a look at that here in a second. Ooh. Yeah, that is potentially the funnel cloud that was over in Minco, Oklahoma here. Look at this here, guys. Carbonado posted it on Twitter, but this is what potential funnel cloud and or tornado. So it's right here. That's the funnel cloud. This is a windshield. This is a windshield wiper, I believe. I believe that's a windshield wiper. That's your funnel cloud. But Jefferson and Medford, if you're over there in northern Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. Debris signature. North of Tuttle, Mustang. If you're in Mustang and Yukon, you need to get in your safe space right now. Debris signature.
Oh, real? Oh, no.
Need to get in your safe space right now.
That's very faint. That is certainly debris signature. I think another one of these things may be loading up to spin over Oklahoma City, just south of Mustang.
Yeah, possibly.
Just looking at ZDR, loaded a little bit south of Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a structure there.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Damage threat considerable. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Oklahoma City. More Norman.
Yeah, that is a debris signature.
Oh, that's deep.
Yeah, Mustang, areas west of Mustang, Yukon. If you're in Yukon,
The time is now. Time is now.
I was just trying to find a camera here. I couldn't find it.
Oh, that's... Dude, look at the spectrum width. That's
Yeah, there's the debris
not-
signature right there, west of Mustang, approaching Yukon and Bethany. So if you're in those areas there, this is eastern Canadian County approaching western Oklahoma County. If you're over in these areas here, you need to get in your safe space right now. It's about to cross over I-40 here relatively soon. Give it about 5 minutes when it'll cross I-40. And there's a couple other areas of rotation with it as well. So Bethany, the western side of the OKC Metroplex, approaching the intersection of 40 and 44, and then getting off towards the village area and Yukon, as well as the eastern portions of Piedmont on Highway 3. So if you guys live in those areas, you guys are in immediate danger of a tornado, and you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
I'm just gonna interject really briefly with something
go
that's
for
a
it.
little unsettling. If you go to reflectivity and just kind of zoom out a little bit on the OKC Norman area, you see the giant supercellular structure that's kind of encompassing Bridge
Blanchard.
Creek, Newcastle, and Blanchard right now. You look up and tilt. That's
Yep.
not a coincidence.
Yeah, that is an
So-
embedded supercell.
Areas of Norman, you need to watch out for a brief tornado if this thing gets surface based. There's a very small amount of rotation right now and maybe picking up here in future frames. Norman's gonna be my home in a few months, so
There's a good
be sure to
chance
be
it could
watching out for
potentially
that.
produce a SIG-TOR too, if it gets to the ground.
Later on, yeah. Again, low level lapse rates are so mediocre. Who knows?
Depends upon the vorticity, really. Here, I'm just gonna have to.
We're definitely. That's a big tornado. Big tornado, Yukon. Big tornado, and also Mustang is starting to get ready to go too.
Yeah, this is Bethany, Yukon, Piedmont. If you're in those areas there right now, you need to get in your safe space here. Big tornado that's moving through into Yukon right now. We'll put the correlation coefficient up here. There it is. There's the debris signature. This is approaching the Yukon and the Bethany area. This is going to be north of the airport, north of the international airport, approaching Route 66. Of course, this is also going to be near the John Kilpatrick area, Turnpike area, north of 40. And then it will be approaching the State Highway 4 and 3 areas over here relatively soon. So we got a confirmed tornado. This is a larger tornado that is approaching the Oklahoma City metro area. Guys, if you guys haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Tornado on the ground right now over here that is approaching the western portions of Oklahoma City. Need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. And if you know anyone that lives in these areas, please spread that information if you can. So once again, if you're in western OKC, along the Western Memorial Road areas, near the intersection of Highway 4 and Highway 3, and then approaching Route 66, you need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's see. Ground or lowest. All right, let me actually, let me do two pane here, 2 panels. Velocity and CC.
Yukon is fanning.
Yeah.
It never got that high, capped at about 3,000 feet. So I wonder if it just lifted something that was very easily liftable and destroyed it.
Maybe.
But regardless, Mustang getting ready to go. West Oklahoma City, Bethany, need to be in your safe spaces now. I don't care that you're not in a warning.
Yep.
There's another one of these very similar rotations.
I'm posting something on Twitter so that way I can try and increase my reach.
Wow.
OKWX.
That was a textbook bookend vortex, and it just separated from the forward flank and died.
Tornado warning for North Central Kingfisher County
going
in
east,
central
okay.
Oklahoma,
Leo.
southeastern Garfield
say,
County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern
Near
Oklahoma.
Goldsby is not, or excuse me, near Cole or so.
There we go.
Not making me very
Just tweeted that out.
New tornado warning. Garfield Kingfisher Major.
If you can, please like and retweet that if you can. That way we can get it out to as many people as possible.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that
Nate,
is.
I stand corrected. 5,500 feet. Oh my gosh, maybe even higher. 67. And that's about as high as I can
New
go
area of
reliably.
rotation east of Mustang as well. New area of
Yep.
rotation east of Mustang.
Another new tornado warning.
It's over south of Enid. Here, let me go check that
Confirmed
real quickly.
OKC.
Yep.
Tornado warning for northwestern Oklahoma
It's another
County
one of those
in central
vortices near
Oklahoma,
Enid.
northwestern Cleveland
Enid, I'm
County
sorry
in
Yep.
if I
central
pronounced that
Oklahoma,
wrong, I probably
east
really butchered
central
that.
Canadian County in central
But
Oklahoma.
folks, confirmed tornado warning, Oklahoma City. You have been through this before. I'm sure of it. You know what you need to do? You need to do it.
Yep.
Safe space now. I don't care that it's not. I don't care that it's not more. I don't care that it's not El Reno. It's a tornado. And it can destroy. It can destroy buildings. It can toss cars.
Right.
Need to be in your safe space. Need to be in a safe space. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building. I know y'all don't really have much underground there, but storm cellars. I know those are a thing. I visited family out there. They had a storm cellar. Get in it.
Yeah, for sure. I've got a camera here, fortunately. This is right at the intersection here of 44 and 40. 44 and 40 might give us a decent idea because this is looking, it's looking west. It's looking west. So if there's a tornado that is going to go over, first off, it's going to cross I-40. It's going to be west of that intersection over there, near the general area of the Oklahoma State University area, near the fairgrounds over there. It'll be north of the Will Rogers Airport. Definitely well north of the Will Rogers
I'm
Airport.
Tornado warning
Oh
for
no.
northwestern Oklahoma County in central Oklahoma.
Can we not, Norman?
Northeastern Canadian County in central Oklahoma.
Yep, this will be right here. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys here real quickly. This is not Collins, Mississippi. That's OKC. But this right here is the rotation. You can clearly see the rotation right here. Here's I-40. Here's I-44. There's that intersection. That's where our camera is localized, right here at this intersection of I-44 and I-40. If you live over near Melrose Lane, if you live near Rockwell Avenue, Ann Arbor Avenue, Council Road, areas near 23rd and 16th, as well as 10th Street, and then eventually towards 39th Expressway, heading off towards the Northwest Expressway, Highway 3, Highway 74.
Tornado
You need to get in your
warning
safe
for
space right now.
Southwestern K County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, northeastern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
So once again, guys, please be sure to keep spreading this information with as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to spread this with more and more people on YouTube. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that we can spread this out to more and more people. That's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning
Yeah,
for
they're coming rapid
southeastern
fire.
Oklahoma County in central
Oh,
Oklahoma.
tornado warning, Norman.
northern
Tornado
Cleveland
warning,
County
Norman.
in central Oklahoma.
Yes.
West central McLean County
Oh
in
my
central
God.
Oklahoma.
And that
Apparently,
one,
I think they've got the confidence, and that thing is starting to translate to the surface. I think they've got the confidence in a couple vortices. Norman, OU, safe space now. You know where they are. They're in all dorms, underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Yep.
Underground.
Norman, you gotta get in your safe space now. This is a serious situation here that is unfolding. Basically anywhere along I-35 from Norman and north all the way up to Edmond and Guthrie. We've got the threat for tornadoes likely across that entire area along all those showers and thunderstorms. It is recommended that you get indoors right now. You get into your lowest innermost part of your building. That is whether it's the bathroom or a closet or a basement. That way you can put as many walls between yourself. All right. If you were to try and to like map out your house and you were to find a closet in the middle of it, that is where you go. You go to that closet. You go to those places. That is where you should go to stay safe away from these tornadoes. All right. If they are going to be producing those tornadoes, that looks like a potential debris signature, and that is a debris signature. Wow.
Oh my god.
That is a debris signature. That went right over I-40 right there.
I just want to make a note. Oh, that is a debris signature. Okay, so that's not what I was looking at. Norman, man,
So
that thing really might. And I was gonna just make the note of what happened in Yukon. It could hit a trailer park.
Oh, power flash! Power flash! Power flash!
What camera are you on?
Furthest west. Power flash. We saw a power flash. Northernmost, westernmost camera on 40, and we're looking north. That was a power flash. Tornado. Tornado caught. Tornado on the camera right in front of us. That is a tornado in progress, doing damage. Power flash.
Looking north, you said?
Yeah, it was looking north. Looking north. It was at the left part of the screen. Furthest left part of the screen.
They reported cone tornado. Max Olson, cone tornado. OKC.
Large tornado. Large tornado.
Spectrum with degrees. Oh my gosh.
Yep, that is a tornado heading off into northern OKC right now. We have a current ongoing situation. Tornado on the ground. We just saw a power flash here, and spotters are reporting a tornado that is in progress and just went right across I-40. See if we can find any other cameras that could be useful. Probably the one beyond 66. North, west. Oh, that one's looking south. That one's going to be perfect here. We'll be able to see something with this one if something does happen. This is intersection of 66 and 44. Looking south. 66 and 44. It'll probably be on the right part of the screen, if anything.
44 is there. 66 is...
Norman, need to go now. Power flash right in front of us. Big power flash. Big power flash. Huge power flash.
Oh my goodness. Still going.
Huge power flash. Big power flash. Look at that, chat. Huge power
Norman,
flash. Tornado tornado in progress right now. Tornado right in front of us.
OKC, safe space. Piedmont, safe space. Norman, particularly, safe space. This is, and I sent it to Nate, that profile.
Power flash.
That we showed you on stream. That profile we showed you on stream. Large curvature in the photographs. This is what'll happen. And
more power flashes.
Tell that's down yet. It's right next to campus.
Norman needs to get in their safe space. Norman needs to get in their safe space right now as well. We got a current tornado right in front of us. Tornado right in front of us in OKC. Oklahoma City, tornado right now. And then we've got another tornado that more than likely can be possible approaching Norman. Maybe a significant tornado. Possible. It is definitely possible. You got rotation aloft with it. I'll go to the dual screen here. Here is Norman. All right. So there is Norman right there. Strong rotation. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Right over Highway 9. Highway 9's where it's currently located. It's going to cross over 77 and move northeast towards Hall Park. I'm actually going to move this radar back over just a little bit further to the south. It's about to go over OU right now, over towards Almeda Drive, eventually towards Franklin, and the 24th Avenue, right in that area. So 12th and 24th here. It is going to go right over those areas here. And then we're talking about 36th and 48th, and then Almeda approaching the Robinson areas, Rock Creek Road, and the 60th Avenue area over near Stardust. So if I were to give you kind of a general track as to where this storm is going to go, it's going to go somewhere like this. And so if you live within these areas, we're talking Franklin, we're talking, once again, Almeda Drive, areas north of that. That is where I'm anticipating where the potential tornado could go here in Norman if there were something to drop. Back up north to OKC.
Tornado warning for
Power's been knocked out.
Northwestern K County in northern Oklahoma.
Power's been knocked out.
Northeastern
Can't
Grant
use the
County
cameras.
in northern Oklahoma.
Yep, power's been knocked out. You can't use the cameras anymore. Yeah, once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, we just saw the tornado in northern Oklahoma. Oh, that's a significant tornado.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
That is gone. That is a significant tornado there in southeastern Norman. It is going to be on the ground here soon. It is going to be a significant tornado. We are telling you guys right now, it is going to be a significant tornado here in Norman.
I think it dodged campus. I think it's going to skip campus to the southeast, which was the biggest concern. That is excellent news. Regardless, if you are in Eastern Norman, there's a lot of residents out there. Eastern Norman, you need to be in your safe space. Lowest, innermost part of your building, like a bathroom or closet. Campus, remain in your safe space. This is still, it's still right on your doorstep, and debris could still fall out of the air if that is the case, and that is a TVS.
Yeah,
TVS as well.
Yeah, we're talking about the Washington Elementary School. All right, Washington Elementary School, the Norman Korean Baptist Church, approaching the areas over there on the western side of this would be Lake Thunderbird. Lake Thunderbird. If you're on the western side of Lake Thunderbird, you need to get in your safe space right now, approaching the Dollar General, and then eventually towards the Rock Creek Youth Camp and the Feather Creek Farm. If you're in those areas right now, there is going to be a significant storm moving on through. Here's the Doppler velocities. You can clearly see very strong velocity couplet right there. That's where the velocities are. That's where the tornado currently is at. And it will be heading off, as I said, towards the Washington Elementary School here in about a few minutes. And then the Feather
tornado.
And then the Feather Creek Farm area. Folks, you need to get into your safe space right now. Intense situation, extreme situation over here for Eastern Norman and Northeastern Norman approaching Franklin. If you're over near Franklin right now, the Franklin Baptist Church, the Robin Hill Public School over there, as well as areas over near the Franklin corner. So this would be Franklin Road. So Franklin Road is right here. And this is going to be heading off near Franklin Road, as well as the intersection of 108th Street. So that would be the In Faith Baptist Church up there, as well as areas along the northern portions of Lake Thunderbird. So if you're near the western portions of Lake Thunderbird right now, as well as the areas near the Hilltop Baptist Church, the Franklin Baptist Church, and then areas near the Stella Grocery, you need to get into your safe space right now. And we're also talking about areas further north and east of that, We're talking about areas near, of course, we said Stella. We also said the Oklahoma City Fire Department over there south of I-40. If you're over in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, very strong tornado that is currently ongoing, and there is your debris signature right there. Clearly see big amounts of debris. They have confirmed it now. It is not a PDS, surprisingly, but it is still a confirmed tornado that is moving through the area. I'm waiting for this next velocity scan, and this might tell us, yeah, that is still a very strong tornado. We're taking a look at a delta velocity here, 71 on top of 90. So we're talking, oh boy, that we're talking about 160 mile per hour winds at the surface here with its velocity. That's how fast the tornado is right now, 160 miles per hour, and it very well could be even stronger as it continues to move northeast. So once again, we're talking about Lake Thunderbird. If you're on the western side of Lake Thunderbird, approaching the Franklin area and the Stella area, you need to get into your safe space right now. There's a significant storm that's currently ongoing. It'll just pass Denver to the east, all right? If you're near Denver, you need to stay in your safe space regardless, but it'll be going just to, or I should say not the east, it'll go to the west of Denver here in a few minutes. And we'll actually kind of show you guys a little bit of the lay of the land here. It is currently crossing over Almeda Drive right now. It just went over the Washington Elementary School. The Washington Elementary School. It is now going to approach the Lakeview Elementary School and those areas around there, including the Franklin Corner general vicinity. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get into their safe space immediately. That's where the tornado is currently going as of right now. And then we're talking about the Hilltop Baptist Church, the Stella Grocery, and the areas around there, as well as the Oklahoma City Fire Department, Station 36. If you know where the fire department is over there, as well as the Shells, Machine, Quilting, and Design area over there, they need to get in their safe space. Eventually, this could head over to the Grand Casino. All right, just for reference, the Grand Casino is right over here, right there, just to the south and west of Dale, and this will be heading off near the Grand Casino as we turn off the radar now.
Oklahoma, northwestern Noble County in northern Oklahoma,
that new
southeastern
signature.
Grant
Oh
County
my
in northern
goodness.
Oklahoma, northern Garfield
my
County
goodness.
in northern Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's a strong tornado. That's a very strong tornado ongoing right now. Very strong tornado. It'll be heading off close to the Grand Casino here soon.
I've got debris to probably 7,000 feet already reliably.
Delta velocity here. I'm trying to take a delta velocity.
I am
95
checking
on top
people.
of 59. So that's 155, given that there could also be some potential de-aliasing. That is a significant storm. That is a significant tornado. There's the debris signature. You can still see very large debris signature right here. If I actually go over to the velocity signature back on Omega, you can see quite how expansive it actually is. I'm going to see if there's a way for us to view this. There is a little bit of a camera. Might be able to, but it probably is unlikely. There's the debris signature right there. You can clearly see it just crossed over the Tecumseh Road area. It just went right over. This would be approaching Franklin Road right now. So it's approaching Franklin Road right now. And it is going towards the Stella area. Once again, Stella Grocery, Hilltop Baptist Church. It'll head towards that Dollar General that's just to the south of I-40, near the intersection of the Kickapoo Turnpike and I-40. And then it is heading over near the Oklahoma City Fire Department, Station 36. So you guys need to take your proper precautions right now. You need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, this is a strong area of rotation that is producing a tornado over eastern Norman and northeastern Norman, and this is heading off towards the I-40 area and eventually towards McLeod, Dale, and Harris. So just for reference there, a little bit further on, if this thing does continue, it will head off to that area. Folks at home over there need to prepare accordingly if they do want to prepare for the storm ahead of time. And then as this continues to move off further and further, We could even be talking about the Meeker areas, as well as areas along Oklahoma 270 and US Highway 62. So please be sure, if you haven't already, share this live stream with as many people as possible. If you know a person doesn't have cable over here in the eastern portions of the OKC metro area, please be sure to share this live stream with them. And even just share it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to spread this out with more and more people. Hit that thumbs up button down below to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So that way we can continue to increase our coverage to more and more people who may live over here. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. A pretty large storm, once again, that is producing a tornado over here northeast of Norman. It went into the eastern side of Norman, and it is now pushing through once again into the Stella area now. It is approaching the Stella area. It'll get near the Best in Boxers, and then eventually the Dollar General that is right off of the Interstate 40 area off of exit 172. Exit 172, and this would also be exit 170 right over there. So the intersection of the Kickapoo Turnpike and I-40 over there, this is going to head off into that general vicinity. So you need to be able to take this very, very seriously. NOAA, Stella, 89th Street up in that area as well. You know,
Nate, I'm going to just interject really quickly because there's so many people asking. We can't 3D. It's right up against the radar. It will be sliced up the middle of it. We can't 3D because of how far the beam is to the ground.
Yes.
If it was farther away, we would be fine. If it was in northwest, if this cell was in northwestern OKC, we would be, oh my god, that signature. If this cell was in northwestern Oklahoma City, we would be fine. But it's right up against the radar. I'm thankful that it's not hitting the radar. It's really, really close.
Yeah.
I'm going to just reiterate some stuff that Nate has already said, because I know a few people up and around this area. North of Shawnee, that's a name people will recognize. North of Shawnee, Meeker in particular, and Dale as well.
Dale
You need to be
McLeod.
in your safe space. Dale McLeod, north of I-40, United States Route 177, and State Route 18. Those areas are the next up. There is obviously a bunch of residents out here, and that's what sickens me the most. But the next towns are those on deck.
Right.
Right now, the concern is northeastern Norman, Lake Thunderbird, that area.
Yes.
But I'm gonna let Nate keep talking now because I was interjecting, but we can't 3D. That's the bottom line.
Right. This is getting to the northern portions of Lake Thunderbird right now. Near 149th. It's getting towards 149th right now at this point, and it is approaching Stella. So if you guys live in Stella, it's all the more imperative for you to get into your safe space right now. East Stella Road or 149th Street into your safe space. And then this will head straight off towards the NOAA, the Dale, and the McLeod area. All right, so if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. We're also talking about areas near the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, right off of 40 over there, just to the west of Shawnee. And we're talking about areas west of the casino as well, approaching the West Watkins Lake area. If you're near the West Watkins Lake area, as well as the McLeod High School in the McLeod area, you need to get into your safe space right now. Now is the time for you to go, because it is imperative for you to be safe from this tornado. This is a tornado in progress right now. It is approaching Stella, and this is moving off towards the north and east. You can see here the polygon is updated. We have this dark red polygon, which indicates that this is a confirmed tornado currently on the ground and doing damage. And we can see that with the correlation coefficient. That is exactly the case. As a matter of fact, if we go back in time to where it's a little bit more clearer, you can see a very large debris signature over here right on top of where the velocities actually were. And that is a very strong velocity couplet with where it once was. Now it's a lot closer to the radar, which means you could have some difficulties trying to figure out if it's exactly or what exactly its intensity with a lot of de-aliasing, a lot of contamination that is possible there within that storm. But the fact of the matter is that with presentation, you can still see it clearly still has a very good signature here on reflectivity, telling me that this thing definitely still has a shot of either being on the ground right now or doing significant damage wind-wise across the board. So it's all the more reason for you to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. This is approaching the Shawnee Reservoir as well as the West Watkins Lake, and they just issued a new tornado warning for Shawnee, Dale, and McLeod. So Shawnee, Dale, McLeod need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already, as we do have a tornado warning for your area.
Warning for northwestern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma County in central Oklahoma, southern Lincoln County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Cleveland County in central Oklahoma, northern Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma.
Yep, and this will be heading off once again. Meeker, Prague, Sparks, and Johnson after this does move through the Shawnee, Dale, and McLeod area.
Underground. Shawnee, you said Shawnee is now in a tornado warning. There's a tornado-producing storm that went through OU, progressing up north and east. A lot going on.
Yeah.
There's friends. I have friends all across the board now because I'm going to OU, and the problem is once you get to know people like that, I know like 20 now.
Yeah.
I gotta get so I'm kind of panicking. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I got it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I can't use the Oklahoma traffic cameras near OKC now. It's just power is out across the board in that area. Yes, we do need to put the police scanner. Broadcastify. And this is Cleveland County.
Yes.
No weather radio. Okay, railroads. Blanchard, Tuttle.
It's going outflow dominant. Holy crap. Yeah, the outflow boundary just went through the inflow.
I'm gonna see if I can find...
This week at Macy's, find big savings on essentials for you and your home, like men's classic polos from Tommy Hilfiger and more. A limited time special at $44.99 to $55.99. 30 to 60% off gorgeous handbags, and 15% off select blenders, juicers, and more for your kitchen. Plus, Star Rewards members earn on every purchase, except gift cards, services, and fees.
And how we make the most of it never stops changing. Aeon helps you rethink access to capital.
I'm gonna try and put up some feeds here so I can figure out what exactly is going on. Yes, Morgan is Morgan's right in saying that this thing is going outflow dominant. Very strong damaging winds now behind this. So what's essentially happening here is we got this kind of big bow echo that is surged out in front, and the rotation is kind of pulled in back behind it to kind of aid with that strong damaging winds.
Southport line, Southwest 42. Southport line, Southwest 42nd Street. Signal 82 reported vehicle rollover, map 4140, time 2131.
So very strong damaging winds surging in behind it. Dale, McLeod, you're not out of the risk completely, all right? Even though this thing is starting to weaken tornado-wise, wind-wise, it's still relatively strong. So it's recommended that you guys still stay indoors. Stay indoors, stay away from windows, get into the lowest innermost part of your building if you can, because this is definitely some stuff.
And there's no saying that this thing can't produce once the once that boundary gets away from it.
Yeah.
There's still rotation there. I don't think it's on the ground though. Regardless, the significant damaging winds from today we thought were going to come from these embedded supercell structures when they bow out. This is an embedded supercell structure bowing out. You need to shelter in place. Shawnee, Dale McLeod, Meeker, Johnson, Craig, and Sparks.
Yep.
1416 Northwest 105th Terrace. 1416 Northwest 105th Terrace. Map is 4450. 2133. Is the light pole hit your car?
314 headquarters. We see if we have a call out or any kind of contact for
Manager, what for those?
Yeah, look at that. Look at that here, guys.
Kansas.
Very strong damaging winds.
Clear.
New tornado warning.
Light will hit your
Yeah, it's-
patrol car.
Tornado warning
south of
for
Wichita.
northeastern Sumner County in south central Kansas.
Oh, that's a tornado on the ground.
Very strong damaging winds surging in behind that. Yeah.
Northeast of Mayfield, northwest of Wellington, tornado on the ground. Heading up towards Riverdale, you need to be in a safe
Yes.
space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, intersecting 35. Up there, once it gets to once it gets north of Riverdale. In Wichita, you gotta also be in your safe spaces for significant damage and wind gusts. This is going up there.
Yeah, Wellington, Cicero, Riverdale, Belle Plaine, Anson, Kansas, approaching the I-35 area. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space because it does look like there is indeed a tornado in progress in that area. So south of Wichita, due south of Wichita, due west of Wellington, and moving off towards the north and east. There's your area of rotation right there. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle, the consolidation of the two velocities is where the rotation is. So definitely something to note there as that continues to move on through. It looks like the storm might be trying to recycle just slightly. That's over near McLeod and Dale. But give it time. Very strong damaging winds across the area regardless. Look at this. Big bow echo here with surging winds here on the western side. If I take a look at the velocities, we're talking about 90-mile-per-hour winds at the surface here in some of these areas, which is absolutely insane. That is very strong damaging winds. So Dale, McLeod, Meeker, Bethel Acres, Shawnee, and Northern Shawnee, you need to get in your safe space right now.
The profile right before this thing went through the radar. Ugh. This thing could go for a bit.
Oh yeah, new tornado, new tornado. Yep, right over 40,
Oh
approaching
my-
McLeod and
yep,
Dale.
yep.
Exactly. Or Meeker.
Dale McLeod safe space now, as well as Meeker in the future. Heading up right that way.
Yep, it has recycled. It has recycled. New tornado, Dale, McLeod, Meeker. If you're in those areas there in eastern Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. Dale, McLeod, Meeker, areas near the Grand Casino Hotel, and areas near the exit 176 area on I-40, as well as areas near the exit 172 areas on I-40 as well. This will also be heading off to the eastern side of the West Watkins Lake area. So if you know anyone who lives over there in the West Watkins Lake area over there on that eastern side, they need to get in their safe space right now. The McLeod High School, anywhere near there, heading off towards the Hickory Creek RV Park up there. You need to get into your safe space as well as that gets closer and closer towards your area. We do believe that this thing is currently attempting to try and produce a tornado as we speak, as we are talking right now. So this tornado will do damage to you, but you can be safe from it if you get indoors and you get in the lowest innermost part of your sturdy building. A mobile home will not do it. So you need to be able to get into a sturdy building if you can, all right? There's the new velocity scan. No debris signature quite yet, which is the fortunate news. But still, the potential of a tornado is possible within this area as it now crosses over the intersection of 102. So that exit 176 area, right near the Love's Country Store. All right, right there, and the Curtis Watson Catfish over there. Off of exit 176. It is now near there or just slightly to the west of there on the southern side of West Watkins Lakes, or the West Watkins Lake, and it'll be heading off to the eastern side here very shortly. So do me a favor, if you are in these areas, or I should say if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them now to get into their safe space. Now is the time for them to go, because this could very well produce a tornado very, very shortly. copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. We're trying to increase our outreach here to as many people as possible, all right? We're trying to make sure that everyone gets information about this stuff here live, and it would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help us out ahead of time. But Meeker, Prague, Sparks, we're talking about areas now approaching the Meeker Lake area. So Meeker Lake areas over in that general vicinity and south of the Meeker Lake area near the Happy Acres RV Park and Campground, the Shawnee RV Park, the Pond Pro Shop areas over there. If you know anyone who lives in those areas north of Shawnee, we're talking about well north of Shawnee, near the Meeker area, you need to get into your safe space right now. Very strong damaging winds regardless. Look at this massive bow echo right here. This is a lot of surging winds moving off towards the north and east. So accompanied by what could be a potential tornado, we have some very strong damaging winds that could knock over trees, power lines, and that can even fall onto any sort of unsuspecting people. So it's once again recommended that you get indoors and that you stay away from windows. Get into the innermost part of your building. We're also now talking about Prague, and we're talking about Arlington, and we're talking about Sparks. So if you're in those areas as well, it's recommended that you get into your safe space. We'll go to your reflectivity. Meeker, Belmont, Prague, areas near Johnson and north of Johnson near Highway 62. So this is now getting towards Highway 62, and this is also getting off near the areas. This would be 18B approaching Sparks, and areas near the Sparks America Campground. So if you know anyone, once again, who lives in those areas, they need to get into their safe space right now. I'm going to try and take a drink here and get a drink if I can.
Yeah, feel free. I'm sorry, I've been just dead silent. I'm contacting so many people. That's a tornado that's about to form on the northern side of Shawnee. Right along the boundary, right along the outflow boundary.
Yeah.
So northern Shawnee.
Northern Shawnee.
Go right over 40. You got to be in your safe space if you're not already.
Yep, Northern Shawnee. Northern Shawnee. You need to get in your safe space right now. Northern Shawnee. People are saying power flashes on News 9. Northern Shawnee. If you're in Northern Shawnee, we got another tornado here. Another tornado. Clearly, we got rotation right here. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. So clear rotation right there. Northern Shawnee. If you're in Northern Shawnee, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is also approaching the Johnson area, the Prague area. So even further down along the line, the immediate danger is Johnson. But once you get to Belmont, Garden Grove, Prague, Centerville, you do have a little bit of time. But now is the time for you to get into your safe space as this continues to progress. Could also be a couple other tornadoes. If I look back up north in Kansas, of course we got a couple other tornado warnings that are surging on through, and I might actually use Vance Air Force Base for this. Couple areas of decent rotation along the line from Cicero to Derby, and even down south, we got a couple of these other tornado warnings that are over here in the northern portions of Oklahoma. All these could potentially try to produce tornadoes, as well as some 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Very strong damaging winds associated with those storms in northern Oklahoma as well. Treat that like a tornado warning with that severe thunderstorm warning, please. And yes, that does look like, we could be getting a tornado right now.
Shawnee is so...
Northern Shawnee.
Oh. That's where my friends are.
I use radar scopes base velocity. Yeah, Northern Shawnee right now. Northern Shawnee. It's got a tornado. North of Shawnee, Johnson, Prague. need to get into your safe space right now. We got some strong rotation within this area right here.
Debris is still fanning from the other tornado.
There's the tornado right there. There's the tornado. There it is.
No, it's not. Oh, that is one. Oh,
there's the tornado right there. Just crossed over I-40. Just crossed over I-40. Yep, there's the velocities. That is your tornado right now. So tornado just went across I-40, northern portion of Shawnee. It's approaching Johnson. It's approaching Meeker. It's approaching Prague. So it just went north of the Gordon Cooper Technology Center. It passed the hotel complex over there near the Walmart, and it is now heading off towards the north and east, towards the Rolling Stone Stables and RV Park, as well as the Stuteville Precision area, and even further towards the, I'm trying to see, there's fortunately not too much stuff, but the Moccasin Trail Road area, near the Canadian River, the North Canadian River, where it parallels the North Canadian River on the Moccasin Trail Road area. That is where the tornado is going to end up heading off towards. So just for kind of reference here, you can see here is the North Canadian River, just like that. That's that road that I'm talking about right there, and it will be heading off towards that area here relatively soon, and eventually maybe even a little bit behind it over here towards the Arrowhead area. Further off toward...
Power flashes on mile marker 174 on 40. It is definitely down. Still going. It's still definitely going. Wow.
This will be also heading off towards the Toucan RV Park. The Toucan RV Park heading off towards areas east of Meeker. So it'll be Meeker and east of Meeker towards Prague. If you're along US Highway 62 near Prague and you're moving west, turn around, go back east, sit in Prague for a little bit. Even go south on 377 if you have to, just for a little. Because it really is, there really is a tornado that is attempting to continue to sustain. And yes, that is still going. It is still going at this time. Just crossed over 18. Yeah, it just crossed over 18. People are saying it's Prague instead of Prague, so that's fine. Prague. There's also another area of rotation south of that over here on the eastern side of Shawnee. I'm not sure if this one's going to end up trying to be significant, but based off of what's been happening over the past few minutes, I mean, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if this thing started to intensify. So this is getting off towards the Seminole Nation Casino. The Seminole Nation Casino, if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to watch out for the potential of a tornado to start move on through, and then eventually towards 377.
As it went through Norman, debris was readable from Frederick up to 25,000 feet.
Sheesh.
So that may have been our Siggy, if nothing else.
Well, I definitely think we've had quite a few Siggies here today, but that's... Ooh, still big debris signature northwest of Johnson. Velocity signature is pretty immense. We've got 76 on top of 50, which is 125, give or take, mile per hour delta velocity right within there. So this is still a strong storm that is producing a tornado, let alone a strong tornado. And as I said, it is heading off towards US Highway 62 near Prague and Meeker, in between Meeker and Prague. If you're in those areas, and if you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space now. That is where the tornado is heading off towards at this time. If you live near Sparks, if you live near US Highway 377 or Oklahoma 18, you need to get in your safe space, especially if you're east of 18. If you're east of Oklahoma 18, you need to get in your safe space. If you're west of there and you're north of 40, you're fine as of this moment, all right? Stay in your safe space, but you're fine as of right now. But yeah, this is continuing to move off towards the north and east. And yes, this is gonna split Meeker. It's actually gonna get closer to Meeker more than it is to Prague, which means this could get dangerously close to the Meeker High School. So if you're in Meeker, you need to get in your safe space. If you're east of Meeker, you need to get in your safe space right now. Still a debris signature ongoing at this time. We still got a quite a large debris signature actually, just to the south of Meeker right here.
Northeastern Garvin County in southern Oklahoma, southern Seminole
Southern
County
Oklahoma?
in east central Oklahoma, northern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, south central Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma, southeastern McLean County in central Oklahoma.
Pauls Valley. Tornado warning Pauls Valley. Heading off towards Ada.
Wynnewood?
No, north of Wynnewood.
No. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got you.
So Powley, it's approaching Byers and Stratford Center, Ada, Bing, Kanawha, Asher, and Waynette. If you're in those areas here, a new tornado warning has been issued for your area. Need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We've had numerous tornadoes here today. It is recommended, it is highly recommended that you get into your safe space now. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for
we gotta talk
southern
about
K
northern
County
Oklahoma
in
just
northern
really quickly.
Oklahoma,
We gotta go through
northern
There's a
Noble
lot.
County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, northeastern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
Yep. We're talking, northern Oklahoma here, we're talking about I-35 near the Tonkawa areas, Marlin, Billings, Blackwell, Brahman, as well as areas near Ponca City. Large area over here in Ponca City, as well as Kildare and Newkirk. So if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. This is northern Noble County, heading off now into, I believe this is, I'm trying to find which county this is up here. This is K County, heading off into K County. So northern Noble County, heading off into K County. If you're in K County right now, you should be in a safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or tornado as possible. So once again, K County, you need to get in your safe space. Northern Noble County in Oklahoma, you need to get into your safe space as well. I also want to move off real quickly towards areas south of Wichita. We're also talking about Sumner County, eventually going to move off towards southeastern Sedgwick and northwestern Cowley County, as well as southwestern Butler County. So a lot of areas over here along this this boundary, this line of storms here in Kansas definitely could produce some tornadoes, brief tornadoes that is, within that area. So something to watch out for. Cowley County and Butler County, new giant severe thunderstorm warning just got issued over there. And there's definitely a threat for brief tornadoes within that line as well. Back to Oklahoma City, or let's go to Oklahoma City and to eastern Oklahoma City. We still got those areas of rotation over near Meeker. A lot of debris that is starting to scatter across the area. So the rotation has died, the tornado has died, but that does not mean that it is safe to go outside, because you see all this, we still have a lot of debris in the air, which means that with no tornado lofting that debris up in the sky and keeping it up in the sky, it is now going to come down immediately. So if you live out in any of those areas near Meeker and east of Meeker, as well as areas north of Meeker near Sparks, you need to get into your safe space and stay away. Go away. It's Wednesday. We're 11 o'clock, my dudes. 11 o'clock, my dudes, is doing the thing. Whatever day it is, whatever time it is. Once again, large amounts of debris in the sky. Do not go outside, all right? The debris can hit you. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. So you need to stay indoors. You need to stay away from windows, because that debris is going to start crashing down. There is now reports of damage near the Kickapoo exit at I-40. So that's a new report from a spotter network that just came in. And yeah, as I said, the velocities have died. The debris has not. There is still debris in the air, which means it could be deadly to those caught without shelter. Just, you don't want to be impacted by a giant 2x4 that can hit you, that fell from the sky. So please be sure, a lot of hail, a lot of debris, don't be impaled. So, areas near 62 and north of 62, and in between Highway 377 and Oklahoma Highway 18. If you're in between those areas, south of Chandler, south of Davenport, south of Stroud, south of 44, you need to get in your safe spaces because that debris is going to start to move off into your general area here relatively soon. I'm going to try and take a look and see. Once again, we still have an area down here near Byers and Stratford over here in southern Oklahoma. There's a tornado warning over here. This is specifically for Garvin, Seminole, Pontotoc, Pottawatomie, and McLean counties here in Oklahoma until 10:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space if you haven't already. There's also been reports here. Remember, we talked about the tornadoes that were moving through into Oklahoma City. Reports of power flashes, as we saw earlier on in the stream. We saw the tornado that was moving on through 2 different areas of power flashes from the same tornado in western OKC. Someone else also reported that there was power flashes off of a potential bookend vortex along West Reno in OKC. So definitely some immense activity that moved on through. The good news here now is that it is over in OKC. OKC, you are clear for the night. I'm going to move back over here. There's been reports in eastern Norman of power poles snapped. We also have multiple large trees snapped, one laying on a home, occupant accounted for and safe. And then we also have goats and livestock trapped under destroyed barn. So we've got what appears to be a pretty strong tornado that occurred on the eastern side of Norman. We'll see what else is coming out of there here soon. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, so that way I may be able to try and show you guys where the stuff is actually at. This was the picture of the Hollis tornado, the strong tornado that was over in western Oklahoma earlier on today. This right here, look at that. This is from Storm Chaser Jaden Pappenheim right there. So if you want to go follow him, please be sure to do so. There was the tornado, pretty good sized tornado over there as well. So very interesting to say the least.
Antler Boulevard, 20 Antler Boulevard.
Ooh, that is also a very interesting.
Got a down pole all the way at the end of East Borough. There's no lines in the roadway, but it's down.
Wow.
It's hanging. Okay, I'm working my way.
We've also got this here. This is from Tyler Pardon. Fire sent this one in as well, so thank you so much. Look at this here, guys. This is from Norman, a video from Norman. Big power flash.
18 Central, I'm going to be 97 on this accident. We got multiple cars in the roadway is blocked.
Yep, there's the power flash again. That actually looked to be a little bit large too. That did seem to be a large tornado actually. Wow. And there's the let's see. We'll update you guys here in a second. But this was also a picture of the tornado over in Mustang. This is from Nicholas Krasnevologi as well. But this was from News 9. This was their stream. Clear tornado right there. Look at that. There's the power flash right within there too. So clear tornado within that area as well. And we were watching that live as that moved on through. We saw the power flashes as well live on stream, which was pretty insane.
Tornado warning for
Ooh.
southwestern Creek County in northeastern
Grim.
Oklahoma, southwestern
Jared.
Okmulgee County in northeastern Oklahoma, Okfuskee County in east central Oklahoma.
This was from Jared, one of my good friends, Grim's side. This right here. Take a look at this here, guys. This was from a good friend of mine. He actually put in that spotter network report over there about the power flashes from a bookend vortex. Watch this here, guys. Look at that. Very strong winds there. Sheesh. That's a heck of a view right there of what he had. Thanks,
Nate,
Jared.
There's another new. Nate, there's the old supercell broke off. There's a new structure. New tornado is going to be put down along United States Route 62 here shortly.
Yes, south of Prague, heading towards Payton. Yes, I do see that. There is reports of damage in Norman. A lot of power lines down across the board. But there is the area of rotation in question down here, south of Prague. This is heading off to the east, heading near the U.S. Highway 62 area near Padina and Boley. And that's the reason why a new tornado warning was issued over here for Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties. So, as well as also southern portions of Creek County as well. So, you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, a long history of producing tornadoes. So we really need to heed this warning. Yeah, and there it is. That definitely seems to be a storm that's going to try and produce a tornado here within the next couple of minutes. So something to watch out. Payton, Boley. We're also talking about areas over near, this would be the Circle K steel buildings, areas over near the Curtis Bullard area and the general vicinity here. If you're essentially north of the North Canadian River, if you're north of the North Canadian River, there's a good chance that you could potentially be impacted by this tornadic storm. So, yeah, clearly the storm has detached. There is the hook right within there. Inflow trying to come in. And there's some form of rotation right within this area right there. New scan just came in. No debris signature, fortunately.
Debris is still fanning to the north and east.
Excuse me?
From earlier. From the Shawnee storm. From that storm still, it's still going.
Yeah, it is fanning. It's all the way up there now. Debris has started to fall from the sky. And it's starting to get towards I-44 near Stroud and Davenport, which is the reason why the tornado warning has not been alleviated yet. There's the new velocity signature. Yeah, there's a good chance it could try to produce a tornado right over Payton. So if you're in Payton, you need to get into your safe space right now. By the way, I really do appreciate everyone sending me stuff on Twitter. If you would like to send me more stuff, please at me at Nate_Snyder. Try not to send it to my messages, although I am going to look anyways. But it's easier for me to look if you at me and then at your local National Weather Service office, or at least the local National Weather Service office of where the stuff actually occurred.
New tornado warning. Observed. Sparks. Observed. Wait.
Sparks?
What?
Where is Sparks?
It's a new tornado.
Tornado warning for southeastern Lincoln County in central Oklahoma.
What? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think they might just be doing it for that debris.
Says a tornado producing storm. Yeah, congratulations, you're right.
I think it might be for the debris. So,
So I was gonna say, if that thing produces a tornado, then I'm.
Payton's gonna get hit here in a second. Payton is going to get hit. Yeah, Payton is going to. It's right next to it here, guys. I mean, you can clearly see. Right there is Payton. Right there is the rotation. It's going to go straight for it here in a second. Now, it may not be the strongest thing in the world, but it definitely is still a tornado. It's still going to do damage. So if you're in Payton, if you're along US Highway 62, you need to get in your safe space right now. Check near Byers and Chisholm. Gotta find where Byers and Chisholm is.
No, negative. I'm running across 62. There's some people at the GLC though. If you need anything.
That's clear. Be advised, we've got units on 62 at 3480 62 Dragon Maker that have got some damage.
Byers, Oklahoma.
Okay,
oh, that's over down here. Yes. There is some rotation, but it's not a whole lot. Fortunately. It hasn't done anything quite yet, so that's good. There is something down here near Sulphur there. That might be something to watch out for. Regardless, this entire line here in Oklahoma is producing some very strong damaging winds across the board. It also appears, Morgan, as if the bow echoes in itself have detached from the main cold front. Or at least kind of. Because it looks like there's still some decent surface obs north of that. New tornado warning. Tris with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Southwestern Butler County in south central Kansas.
South central Kansas. Interesting. That's Udall, I think. Or it probably would be Udall. No, it's not. It's Augusta. It's Gordon. Yeah, if you're over there south of Andover, south of Towanda and Augusta and Gordon here in Kansas, you need to get in your safe space. This is another tornado that is possible. It actually probably will produce a tornado here in a few. Need to get in your safe space as well. What about Ponca City? Ponca City is about to be impacted here in a bit. Let me see if I can go to a different radar for me to tell. There's 2 small areas of rotation, not very strong, however, so that's the good news. But regardless, there's a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So it's recommended that you guys stay indoors, stay away from windows, as there is some pretty catastrophic winds within that possible. But yes, this is south and east of Andover. And this is approaching the Augusta area. So if you're in Augusta in Kansas, Kansas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And as I said, I do think that this thing could definitely have a shot at trying to be a tornado. So at any moment, could Augusta be completely under the gun in regards to a tornado forming? So Augusta, Towanda, El Dorado. This is approaching the Butler County. Actually, this is Butler County. We are in Butler County. This is going to go to the central portions of Butler County, and it's going to parallel I-35 up. So if you live along I-35 or south of I-35 from Towanda and Andover, you need to get into your safe space now. As I said, more than likely, there is going to be a tornado within this storm here. Let's move back to the Boley cell. Doesn't look like that's all too significant anymore, actually.
Yeah, kind of.
Boley and Padina, or Payton, I should say. The Payton cell. Yeah, it kind of just weakened a bit. Didn't even produce, fortunately, so that's kind of the good news. I don't see anything else. There is still some pretty decent rotation in Ponca City. There is still some pretty decent rotation over there in Ponca City. So it's recommended that if you're in Ponca City, you do not leave your safe space quite yet, all right? There is still some decent rotation. get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. But once again, this is over here approaching Augusta, Kansas here. In a few minutes, this is where the storm is more than likely going to head off. And this is actually our most intense storm as of this very moment here. So I apologize for me rambling and stuff like that about tornadoes. You know, I've just been trying to give as much information and stuff like that to people who may be, you know, first joining into the stream. But I really do appreciate you guys helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. If you haven't already, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. Hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can help spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. And even subscribe if you want to, and then you can unsubscribe after the stream so that we can continue to spread this out with more and more people. Rock over there doesn't look like it's producing at this moment. Augusta weakened significantly. Man, oh man, that thing just absolutely flatlined. Yeah, that thing did indeed flatline. Holy. Golly. Ooh, this cell over here, Kanawha. So essentially, areas north of Ada. There's a big line of storms that's moving through Ada right now. But north of Ada, near the Kanawha areas and the US Highway 377 area, little bit of rotation over there. Just a little bit of rotation. There's also another area over near Mill Creek and Connorville, approaching the Stonewall and Tupelo areas there in Oklahoma. So I'd watch out for that too. New mesoscale discussion just got issued for this tornado watch. It says the damaging gust and tornado threat will continue across portions of central into eastern Oklahoma over the next few hours. Several severe gusts near 60 to 70 miles per hour has been reported over the past hour across central/south central Oklahoma. Additionally, a few mesovortex tornadoes have likely occurred with a surging Boeing segment near the OKC metro vicinity, with several other mesovortex circulations noted in radar data across north central Oklahoma. Intense low-level shear and strong forcing along the eastward advancing cold front will continue to support damaging wind potential.
Okay, I'm fixing to go 10-8.
VWP show large, low-level hydrographs with back surface winds somewhat orthogonal to the Boeing segment tracking toward east central Oklahoma and the segment tracking across north central Oklahoma near the Kansas border. This should continue to support mesovortex generation for a couple more hours. So it's not done. It is definitely not done. We are still going to be dealing with this.
In the same location as County 7.
I don't know if you saw this info, but they saw power flashes south of the National Weather Center, and they also lost power. I think campus got clipped.
I didn't see that.
Lightning said it on Twitter.
Sheesh. This was sent in to me here. I'm looking on Twitter because a bunch of you guys have sent me a bunch of stuff on Twitter. This is from Tyler at its_cal_ right here. This was from Grafford. Look at this. 70, 80 mile per hour gusts possible.
There ain't no way this is real. This is a dream. My God. Oh my.
Strong
as the Prey G lady. Weathercaster confirmed. So how's it
Tornado
pronounced then?
warning for
Officially?
North Central Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma, central Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, southern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma.
That's a new tornado warning.
I have a lot of debris, including a power line in the road at Sarah Drive and Moxon Trail.
That's the new tornado warning. It's over Ada. And fortunately, we have a camera over Ada right now.
36.
Let's look at that.
He's got a call.
This is the camera in Ada. There's some pretty significant winds over there, so yeah, probably a good reason as to why they issued that tornado warning. Look at the winds. Wow. Golly. Look at that wind. A reminder, this is in Ada, Oklahoma. East Central University.
Go ahead.
That's pretty intense. Prague? Prague? Makes sense. Prague. So it's Prague. Good stuff. Now I know. And look at how visibility just kind of got better as soon as the line passed through. Very strong damaging winds and then immediately just alleviated. But yes, Allen, Gertie, Atwood, Calvin, areas along Oklahoma 1, Francis, Oklahoma 48. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. New tornado warning for your area that was issued. Once again, that was for Hughes, extreme northern Cole, Pontotoc, as well as that would be extreme southeastern Seminole County. We could also be talking about here within the next 5 minutes a new tornado warning north of Wilmot, heading towards Atlanta, Latham, Leon, and Beaumont in Kansas. That might be something interesting to note here. Yeah, I'm figuring out how to pronounce Oklahoma names. I'm figuring it out slowly but surely. It'll get there.
Hey, Liza, with signal 11 at 17709 Kings Road, 17709 Kings Road.
All right, I'm going to continue to look on Twitter because you guys have sent me all sorts of stuff, which I really do appreciate that. Oh, that's pretty cool. So, National Weather Service Pueblo issued a severe thunderstorm warning earlier on today. And that was the earliest warning they've issued ever in a year. So, really interesting. Pretty interesting to say. This was Gage Shaw. Gage Shaw, right here. So, when he made the report over there of, the, livestock trapped under a barn, this is what he meant in there.
Oh, come on. Come on, come on. Come here. Come here, get out. I'll hold it, you grab him. I got it. Oh, shit. Oh, go, go, go. Come on, guys. They're shook, man. That gum. pretty hardy creatures there. Yeah. 1 second, we'll get you, buddy. Hold on.
Humanity, am I right? That's amazing. You're in Springfield, Missouri. Should you sleep? You can sleep if you want to, but I would recommend having a way to get warnings, because these storms will get to your area eventually.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, the goats at first were just like, yeah, I'm not... We're not leaving. Here's some damage on 12th and 9th in Norman. This is from Dylan Strilko. I haven't seen this at all. Lot of power lines down. Kansas City ETA? I think you guys actually might be in the clear, honestly, but if you really want an ETA that badly, I can give you one here. We're talking 2.5 hours.
Good. Looks like it just brushed buyers and continued east. There's no damage to buyers. I'll be going back today.
My suspicion for Atlanta is starting to come into fruition.
Yep. What?
Spin up. Here's another video from Aaron J. Jack. Aaron J. Jack's an amazing storm chaser. I'll tell you what, he's probably one of the best out there. Take a look at the damage that he's got. When will these storms make it to Siloam Springs, Arkansas? Huh?
That's Riley asking.
No. Probably in an hour and a half. Probably in an hour and a half. I'll look at it later, Caleb. Don't worry about it. I saw it earlier, and I'll show everyone, but I already saw it. Trucks flipped over in Highway 18 and I-40.
Definitely clip campus. I'm looking at
Apartment of 12th and Highway 9.
Yeah, I saw that. Apparently Terminal Radar actually did this really well. I think it clipped the southern corner of campus, southeastern corner of campus.
Robbie Frost weather right there. Here's a picture. And let's put it this way. Sign the tree up to be a Sooner, all right? Sign that tree to be a wide receiver. Because it caught that debris really well. A lot of shingles around. Lot of debris around, actually. Wow. Lot of debris.
Trying to make my way up there if we can assess that entire area. If you see residences with significant damage, make sure we try to check on them, make sure everyone's okay.
Here's some more, another video from Aaron J. Jack. Another video from Aaron J. Jack. Actually, I'll do that. That looks like a tree down. Is that a tree? Or that's, that roof. Dozen homes damage. With a car thrown into it. This is a car thrown into this. Yeah, look, there's the car right there.
Central County 36.
There was the car.
Go ahead.
There it is, right there.
Another individual from 121 Carmen Drive who called.
That's the car. It was thrown into the house.
Wait, what?
Aaron J. Jack.
What's clear?
You retweet?
Yeah, just did.
Oh my.
Two, go ahead.
Hey, Tom Center, we contact
This is from Matt Carter.
Have you heard in the scanner of any like debris reports?
No, not really. Would you like my scanner?
Okay.
Affirmative, safe identified.
No.
I've heard like a lot of debris in some areas, but I haven't heard anything super catastrophic, nor have I really paid attention too much. This is from Matt Carter, at Matt Carter. And this is damage over at Cloverdale Lane in southeast Norman off of 24th and Highway 9. That house has collapsed. That is a collapsed house. Now, I'm not saying that this house is, house has a very solid structure, but that is a collapsed house regardless. That house has collapsed. Let me see if I can organize my radars now here real quickly. Let me do that, and then we'll do this. Pluto with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. Do that there real quickly. This is from Carl Top. Carl Top at Carl Torp, or Carl Torp. I'm sorry, Carl Torp. My apologies. Carl Torp says tornado damage in Norman. 36th and Lindsay. This definitely looks like that barn that fell over. Or close to a barn, like a shed. Because there's the Jeep. There's a Jeep. More damage. This is from Live Crisis Intel. Live Crisis Intel right here. And there's definitely some pretty widespread damage in Norman. Fortunately, a lot of these buildings are very well built. A lot of these brick buildings. So it hasn't sustained too much damage, fortunately.
Excellent news. Lightman just reported onto Twitter that everyone at OUN, SPC, and the National Weather Center are okay and accounted for.
That's good. That's good. It's very good.
Go ahead.
And apparently the tornado missed her house by less than a mile.
Yeesh. Oof. Just got reports from Spotter Network here. Possible tornado damage, sheet metal in a road, trees damage at this location. Stop sign blown down at the corner of Peebly Road and 149th. From Heidi Farrar.
That are stuck inside their house. County 7. County 7. Just wanted to advise you, we have a member of our team headed to that Carmen Drive address, and we're hearing now there's 2 houses out there that possibly need help. Yeah, we've got deputies and the Shawnee Fire out there. They're going house to house.
Oh.
Checking on everybody. There's on Memorial Road at 29411. There's some damage around that area, and we've got 6307 out there looking for more. Okay. 18, since you're going to be out in that area, will you help them assessing that area in the memorial?
Interesting.
All that area off I-40 that it started at.
Watch for this area near Tupelo, Lula, and Stonewall over here in Oklahoma. This is central and northern Cole counties getting towards the southern portions of Hughes County, as well as southwestern Pittsburgh County and northern Atoka County. Watch out for that one. It's already got some very large hail and strong damaging winds. But don't be surprised if that one gets tornado warned either. Look back up to the only tornado warning as of right now, Ponca City. Ponca City, yes, is the only tornado warning as of this moment right now. And luckily there's a lot of strong damaging winds throughout the area. So Ponca City, just give it another 5 minutes. You guys are done afterwards. Wichita and areas along I-35, you guys are definitely done. Areas to the east of that, Atlanta, Latham, Leon, Beaumont. Big vorticity band here with numerous areas of rotation. There's one right here, and then one right here. And we had another one, but that one just disappeared. And then we also have this one near Dexter, down here, near Cedar Vale. This is southeastern Cali County. Southeastern Cali County. I want to quickly take a look at something here, chat. If you guys don't mind me just doing this here temporarily. I want to cherry pick. Because I saw on NATOcast the funny. And I don't exactly believe it.
Oh, Lord. What did it do?
For tomorrow, the funny.
It cannot possibly. There ain't crap. It cannot.
Well, go take a look.
No shot.
I'm not saying that it's going to do it.
What is that? What is that?
I'm not going to say it's going to do it, because I really don't think it
Where's
will.
Caleb? Where's Caleb? Need to get him on the phone.
Klebe?
Got a job for him tomorrow. I got a place for you.
Yeah, I got a place for you. Klebe. Oh, what's that northwestern South Carolina? That's interesting. But nothing really too serious. Nothing really too serious. It's fine. Five-minute basement trip. What did you miss? Not too much, honestly. We looked through a lot of damage that was over in Norman.
Damage threat destructive. Warning for what is that? I'm sorry.
What counties?
Atoka, Cole, Hughes, Johnson, Pontotoc, and Seminole. It continues.
Oh.
Also an estimated gust of 85 in Comanche. 5 miles west-southwest of Hewlin.
Mm.
Down along the dam at the lakes.
Thank you guys so much for sending me stuff on Twitter. I really do mean a lot. And it really does mean a lot to me.
Clear.
I really do mean a lot.
I really do mean a lot, yeah. It really does mean a lot to me.
I'm from a also showed me at Hazel Dell.
Yeah, there's the damage threat, destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
There are debris out here.
And there's still some rotation on that storm that's approaching central Cole County, Tupelo and Colgate. So once again, watch out for that storm right there. Watch out. I want to do this here real quickly as well. Storm reports. Yeah. There's only 2 tornado reports right now. You want to guess where they are?
One's probably in northern Oklahoma, and the other one, if I had to guess, is probably somewhere in Norman, OKC.
Neither. You're not even in the right state.
No, Texas.
Not the right state.
I went to. Can't do what I was going to do. Can't do it because that's not PG-13. Where are they?
Kansas.
Oh.
Yep, they're both in Kansas. One is in Liberal, the other one is 7 miles south of Ingalls. We have 96 wind reports though. 96. Look at that. Now, here's something interesting here, chat. All right, you guys are probably gonna try and ask for what else has been happening. Listen, we're not at the end of the stream. We're not at the end of the stream yet, but I do want to inform you guys because some of you might want to go to bed here soon, which I understand. It's late.
Myself included.
All right. I'm going to move this to the south, the east. Nope. I got to move this to the deep south. Nope. I just got to move this. Wow. No. Apparently not. Okay, cool. South Central. No, that's not going to work. All right, you know what? We're just going to go United States. There we go. United States view. Right? So this is the risk for Thursday. Thursday. So that's the reason why I say we're probably going to go live on Thursday because we have a 30% chance for severe weather over here for eastern Texas, central and northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, central Mississippi, and west central Alabama. All right. We also have another area to watch on Friday. Here is Friday. We've got areas over here in the southeast that's probably going to get some stuff too. So, big thing here to take away, guys. You guys should come back to the channel tomorrow because I'm going to upload a video that's not only going to go over what's happening, you know, what happened today. I'll go briefly over what's happening tomorrow, but I'm going to go in depth as to what's going to happen on Thursday and Friday, which could very well be our next significant severe weather event. Because once again, you don't really see 30% chances for severe weather all too often. Not like that, at least. Should Fort Smith worry about the 80-mile-per-hour wind gust that's heading your way? Yeah, it will eventually get near your area, but as long as you get into a sturdy building, I wouldn't be worried. Oh, crap.
It remains to be seen if it'll be 80 at that point, but definitely.
Verification just came in for that damage, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported 6 miles southwest of Fitztown, which is, that would be Pontotoc County. It's the damage, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's to the rear of it. What would be the main threats for Thursday? All hazards. Everything.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Hail,
I went to look
wind,
here
tornadoes.
again.
Fortunately, you are not on it there quite yet, but let me change that. There you go. All right, well, remember when we said we're going to take a look at power outages and stuff like that? Well, here you go. Here's your power outage map. And it's not as expansive as you would think. Over 50,000 customers without power. But as you get closer to areas like Oklahoma County, you got 11,000. Cleveland County has got 8.5. Potawatomi, almost 6,000. But a lot of areas over here in southwestern Oklahoma are without power too. So very strong damaging winds over there as well. Just got another report back with the Norman tornado of a tree partially on a home. So, more damage.
Clear.
All my friends are good. Thank God.
They're fine?
Yep.
That's good. That's very good.
A couple of them have lost power. A couple of them in Shawnee missed by maybe 2 miles. Just too close. Too close. That's probably the thing that I hate the most about what we do.
Yeah.
I love this. There's so much to it. It's just when it gets to my friends is when I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Like more than anything else.
Oh, I get it. I get it. So Norman has a shelter that is an office so that they can still issue warnings. That's pretty unique.
That's very Oklahoma. That's very Oklahoma.
They have a shelter that is an office.
Nate, a little bit of a lighthearted thing at this point.
Hmm.
I present to you the number 8. There you go.
What? That is the number 8. Hold up, I'll show you guys what... Yeah, there it is. Look at that. I don't know what the storms are telling me. Maybe it's congratulating us on, you know, the coverage here? Maybe?
Has it been 8 hours? No, it's been 6.
No. 6, almost 7, actually. But, you know, Nate, I think we've been the one to stream the longest here today, so...
Yeah.
Been doing good work on that front.
I'm just gonna go look and see if I can find more weird things. It's... Go look at Fort Smith! Go look at Fort Smith! Go do it.
The who's-y what's? Oh, what?
Fort Smith. 1,300 surface to 3 helicity.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Yes. Yes, it is. Tulsa's profile is good. I just don't see much tornadic stuff happening at this point.
I get that.
It's flatlined. There'll be embedded spin-ups, but nothing that you will really be able to tell, I don't think.
Right. By the way, I just want to tell you all, we've been climbing. So I really do appreciate everyone who's been helping grow the channel. So just for reference here, we were at 35,220. Now we're at 35,490. So appreciate everyone who's been subscribing. We're so close to 35.5. We're getting closer towards 36. Let's see if we can hit it. I think we're supposed to. I think our goal is actually at the end of February. 36,000. So that'd be pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. Hold up. Hey, Morgan.
What's
up? AZ Shear. That is on Radar Scope. So you have the account for Radar Scope, right? For the advanced stuff?
18 clear.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to go to Norman, or actually I want you to go to OKC KTLX on scope. Right.
Sure. God, that's a lot of red dots in Norman. Thanks, Snyder Network.
And then I want you to go to azimuthal shear.
We know what units we have out here, and anything that we report, make sure that they're aware.
That would be layers, derived contours, azimuthal shear. And that'll tell you, if you look over the damage path from Norman and Northeast, that'll give you your essential damage path. Is there a way for me to make the contours? Can I make the contours larger?
Yeah, Norman got it.
Color palettes.
May have to go into settings for that.
Yeah, I think so too. Animation, text size is all the way up. Pro. Color palettes. Doesn't look like it, fortunately. Oh, I could just do radar brightness as well. I could just make my radar brightness. I'll put it right there, so that way it's easier to see. Is that better, chat? Can we see radar scope better that way?
King William Charles, 925. Gonna be a vehicle.
Change the background of the map? I mean, I can do that. Yes, I can. Wow, there you go. Look at that.
27 to EM 6303.
But I mean, look at that, guys. You can clearly see
303, go ahead.
the path of vorticity here.
Since you got our radio frequency,
That is where the tornado was. That's where it went through.
give it directly to Shawnee instead of us having to relay it through dispatch.
I don't know how to, that would be pretty cool to figure out.
4 and 6308 are headed that way. Okay, yeah, as long as there's someone there that can monitor our radio, so everything we report, they can let Shawnee know they're going to get the map out and start mapping everything that's already been checked and where the damage is. Copy that. If somebody saw no here clear on my traffic about the road funds.
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting swath. And look at all these swaths here too. Look at this. Golly. Man, that's kind of crazy. If I had to guess, that's almost like a normalized rotation. Swath. If I had to guess. Yeah, look at this here real quickly, chat. Here's your normalized rotation swath over OKC and everywhere else. Which is not that surprising, but I mean, look at that. I actually wish I could change that color table to make things look a little bit better. What I can do, hold up, there is something I can do. Yeah. 24.
I'm just gonna really quickly interject with this while you're figuring that how to show that.
Yep.
Tanner Janot, right?
Yeah.
Predators bottom 6 guy.
Mm-hmm.
Traded to Tampa. You want to hear the return?
What?
Cal Foodie. A 2025 first, which is top 10 protected. A 2024 second. A 2023 third, fourth, and fifth. 5 picks, a prospect for a bottom 6 grinder.
Hey, Barry Trotz is doing a great job on his first day of GM.
Working that, yeah.
19-307 is gonna be climbing in my unit with me to help with damage assessment.
Oof. Unfortunate. We can't show it. We're too far ahead. Which sucks. That's okay. Lot of rain.
Just advising that the debris on MacArthur and Gaddy, I was able to clear that roadway.
Pretty sure I just broke the product. True facts. But it's okay. That's alright. Is the tour risk about over? It's starting to decrease significantly. It is starting to decrease significantly. There is a couple areas of rotation along the line. One is north of Okmulgee.
Pretty good.
And that's pretty much it. Reports of trucks flipped over north of Blackhawk Casino by Brandon Alexander, north of Shawnee. So that's another report of a tornado over in that area.
Wait.
Ooh.
Hey, Nate. Hang on. Hang on. Nope.
I'm gonna watch this.
Central, if you will log on, being Country Creek Estates. Yeah, lots of damage out here.
Oh, there's the tornado. Yeah, you caught it.
18, sir.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a heck of a tornado that this dude caught. I'll have to, I can't show it to you guys because it's a YouTube video. But that is a heck of a tornado. Oh, yes.
Oh, ow.
Norman.
I am bot. That's a new mesoscale discussion concerning watch 45. I don't know what it is because it won't load on my screen. What the heck? Severe weather risk, mainly in the form of damaging winds, continues across the eastern half of watch 45.
Wow.
We're going to issue another watch for the wind.
All right, chat. If you want to watch this video yourself, feel free. I don't want to get copyright claimed or anything like that. But there you go. Go watch that video right there. It's a heck of a view, honestly. Here is a picture of some more damage over in Norman. This is from Trey Greenwood. So there's that collapsed house that we were talking about earlier. Definitely looked like it had some bricks. It was built up with bricks, so it's actually not... Like, it actually is reasonably built from the looks of it. Roof, a lot of roof damage over there as well. Very interesting. You watching the video?
Hey, can I ask you to consider the following really quickly?
About?
The original severe thunderstorm warning that Tulsa issued for the line, right? Can I read just to you the text?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of the text. 10:26 Central Time, it was a little while ago. The severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of Slick, moving southeast at 105 miles per hour.
What? That's a bruh.
Go find it. Go find it. If you don't believe me, go find it. But I ain't lying.
moving northeast at 105. Yeah.
20, go ahead.
Does seem to be moving highway speed.
I just inadvertently caught the best picture of the two of us in history.
Gangy, you missed a significant tornado that went next to Norman, Oklahoma. Unless if you weren't here during that period and the storms were over in western Oklahoma. You also missed those tornadoes over there too. Missed a lot of stuff. So here, I'll tell you what. This is the best way to tell you if you missed anything or not.
Go ahead.
I am refreshing the damage reports.
Let's clear. Back in Thursday, 2301.
Here's the damage reports right here. So depending upon which area you left off when you left the stream, that's what you missed. With the exception of a lot more tornadoes that should be on there.
Go ahead.
Norman police are requesting all 911 calls be limited to injuries only. The system is being overwhelmed. Yeah.
Make a note in the debris log. I'll be canvassing the area for more debris.
Clear.
Oh God, Morgan. That's pretty...
That's a great photo. It's a great screen clip that I got.
Jeez. Yeah, no problem. And let's put it this way. I like sharing information to you guys, but I also believe in my, me actually wanting a channel because people actually are stingy about content and stuff like that. It's not like it's, their fault or anything either, because it's their content, and I don't really want to be like stealing everyone's content on YouTube. On Twitter, maybe not, but when kind of underperform, I disagree.
No.
I disagree. When you have a wind gust report of 114 miles per hour.
Hate to be an ass, but your opinion is incorrect.
Plus, you got a plethora amount of tornadoes to make up for what could have been your version of wind. So, but yeah, I try to, give you guys some stuff. What's the take on the new mesoscale discussion that the National Weather Service has for southern Kansas? Let's see. It says over the next 60 to 90 minutes, storms will approach eastern portions of the watch. Upper 50 dew points evident in southwestern Missouri and western Arkansas, at least with some severe risk extending downstream into the area, will likely warrant a downstream weather watch. And more than likely, my guess is they're probably going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch.
Well, compared to what they said the widespread 110 was like. It's several warnings that were out for 100 miles per hour wind gusts, and this, this wasn't August 10th. This was never going to be August 10th.
Right.
Like, widespread 110. They didn't mean like 110 was going to be the main thing. No, like.
Well, and the other thing
for
too.
For as much tornadic activity as that was, wind definitely verified.
Well, and the other thing there too, the peak of the risk was when the supercells combined with the line, because that's when the Boeing segments were going to be the most significant. Was when the supercells were along the line, which was in western Oklahoma. Now, it just so happened that there was a supercell that combined with a line down in Texas as well, which created that 114 mile per hour wind gust. But yeah. As I said, though, I appreciate everyone who is stuck around in the stream, help spread the information. I think we got our information out to a lot of people. I mean, we're definitely right next to 35,500 subscribers, as I said, inching closer and closer to that range. But let me check here. It might be best for me to check, how many people we actually got to.
I'm making my escape at 15. I don't know when you're done, but
12:15?
12:15. I've got school in the morning.
That's fine. That's fine.
Forestry Service.
This stream
Couple tree branches broke, but nothing major.
has, first off, it's almost to 1,300 likes as well. That's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Well done to all.
Tornado warning for
well done to all
South
y'all for
Central
doing
Rogers
that. Thank
County
you.
in
Does help.
northeastern Oklahoma, Wagoner County in northeastern Oklahoma.
That's pretty funny.
Northeastern Okmulgee County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Muskogee
Congratulations,
County
Tulsa.
in east central Oklahoma.
Well, that is a new tornado warning. Haskell, Coweta, Porter. That'll be heading off into northeastern portions of Okmulgee County, it should be northwestern portions of Muskogee County, and then southern portions of Wagoner County. If you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of rotation, right there is where it's at. Not too strong, but if you go up into the upper levels, it's a little bit stronger, ? So, that's, I'm assuming, is what the reason they issued the tornado warning. And if you live, once again, Haskell, Porter, Redbird, Coweta, Wagoner, Tallahassee, north of Tallahassee, U.S. Highway 64, Oklahoma 72, Oklahoma 104, Oklahoma 51, and Oklahoma 16. You guys need to get into your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This stream has got out to over 33,000 people. 33,000 people.
Information only. After the tornado hit, we did have a signal 3 that was called in at a business. It's holding.
Absolutely insane. 33,000 people.
Okay, where's it at?
Give or take.
Southeast 36.
Clear.
So yeah, that's... I actually wonder... Well, no, I'm actually not wondering anymore. I was thinking about maybe if I use the airport radar, I might be able to see something, but I realize the other radar is like right next to it, so it's not like it's going to matter all too much. I'm going to look back at these storms down here in Kansas, near Howard, in Eureka. More severe weather, but it's smaller amounts of severe weather, not as intense, which is the good news. I wonder. I actually want to see something here real quickly. I want to try and find it. If I can find it, that is. And I cannot find it, Lamau. I was going to try and see if there's any debris fanning from KTLX that was extremely noticeable besides the one that was north of Shawnee. But that is not the case. So, that's also no dice. It probably won't go long track Nep. It probably won't go Nep Spartan. It'll probably be a little bit more of a cyclic cell, if anything. But it's not really too much.
Before I go to bed.
Yeah.
Important question.
Important question.
HRRR snow for tomorrow night. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the Northeast is getting snow, measurable snow, and the New York City interior is getting measurable snow for the first time all season. Second time all season, pardon me, because it happened in early December. Second time all season, it's February the 27th. No, I don't want super self-composite. Actually, Ohio.
Ooh, tomorrow morning at 12Z, the name's gonna get a grip on Thursday. So that's gonna be really interesting for tomorrow's video, guys. Listen, I'm gonna try and upload my video sometime around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. So make sure 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern, something like that. If it doesn't get uploaded at 4 o'clock, it'll be uploaded at 5 o'clock. But I will try to upload it sometime around then. It's going to be a really interesting video, I'll tell you what. Did the derecho verify if it was one? It's still going. I don't think it's done it yet. Hold up. I am not sure. So it started, what, like back here? I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes, but look at Twitter. Ooh, trees down in Shawnee. Interesting. Thanks, Caitlin. Here, let me, show you guys here. This was from Caitlin. Caitlin N. Claire 7, at Caitlin N. Claire 7 on Twitter. Big tree down over there north of Shawnee. So that's definitely from the tornado. 100%.
Also a map of the path of the tornado that they're getting, so I can give you guys a better area of where we need to be checking.
Go ahead. Call center, I didn't advise. I'll be 10-8 for calls. Clear.
Why did they warn them?
Still continues, it just got updated. So it's now Kawita, Wagoner, and Haskell.
I'll tell you what, mate. You can have fun with this stream. I need some sleep.
CP time.
Wait. We'll discuss more about tomorrow and about today. Tomorrow evening, I presume.
Probably.
I can. Oh, it just de-al. What? The radar just died.
It just sliced through the storm. And that.
I can pray that I'll actually get like a snow day for once, even though I'm convinced that those don't exist. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
Road is clear all the way
Alright.
to 1070.
You have fun. Stream. Y'all are great. And I will see you around.
Yep.
Hazeldale North.
Take luck.
Right,
Good night.
this is clear.
Night. So he just ended his thing. That means I have to add... What? So... That.
Seven Central.
Go ahead.
Has OG&E or whatever power company is responsible for up here off of Moxon Trail been notified about the power lines across the road?
Let's try that.
Not to my knowledge, but I'll get a hold of them.
Okay. Good.
There we go. All right, it's fixed. It is fixed.
Central, I have no idea.
So now we have the radar up above us. Or what we could do is we can put a camera up there.
Clear, thank you.
What are we thinking, chat? We put a camera up top, or do we put a satellite? Yep, no problem, Vixie. Thanks for staying up. What do I think the ice storm over lower Michigan last week? That's a lot of ice, I'll tell you what. I saw quite a few pictures over there, and everything just seemed to be flattened because of the weight of the ice. It was absolutely insane.
Go ahead.
This is the satellite imagery right above me, by the way. And then that's the radar over there.
You guys were in. All the homes are clear. Everybody's good. Right. To my knowledge, that's correct.
Yeah, Tulsa does have a couple of cameras. They are a little bit too far to the, we are a little bit too far to the east, though. Arkansas has cameras, though. Arkansas has cameras. Yeah, if we were able to show something, though. Yeah, that is the only thing. There is a little bit of rotation north of Haskell. Just a little teeny bit of rotation. I doubt that that's going to do a whole lot, although it's kind of being de-aliased to all daylight, so it's probably not going to be too much. You know what? I've got an idea then, chat. Here. We're going to do a poll. Top left view. Replacing Morgan.
Chad is all clear. Chad's clear. Stand by.
What should be the let me do this. 2 L's in satellite, Lamau. Satellite or live camera somewhere. Alright, we asked the community. There's the poll. There's the poll. It's actually not top left, it's top right. It's not top left, it's top right. Everything is left to me. Everything is left.
Northside Command, BP2.
It's right. It is definitely right. Everyone says camera somewhere. We have 46 votes. We'll go until it passes 100 votes. 100 votes, and then we'll see. Yeah, it does have some really interesting rotation near Redbird right there. That is definitely a bookend vortice right there.
We're ready for reassignment. Stand by.
But it's pretty weak, I'll tell you what. So, west of Wagner, if you guys live over there near Redbird and Porter, and near the intersection of the Muskogee Turnpike and Oklahoma 51, you guys are probably going to get some stuff. I also want to mention here, just north of I-40 near Council Hill and Wainwright, there could also be some strong damaging winds associated with this line here, there, too. Here, there. There it is.
25, go ahead.
I'll be out at 110th and Golden Avenue.
So essentially, if you're along US Highway 69 and 64, north and south, it's recommended that you get indoors at this point. It's recommended that you get indoors and stay away from windows, because you got a pretty strong storm that's moving on through with some strong damaging winds.
Go ahead.
This is looking...
Highway 62 between Craig and Maker is all clear.
I'm also going to reorganize my cameras. Or not my cameras, my radars. Because I might as well. Let me, do that, do that, do that, and do that.
Do we have anything else down here in this area that needs to be checked on? Not sure. I was just kind of making a big loop around just to see if we had...
Just 2 more votes, and then, actually, I might as well take a look to see. Yeah, that's overwhelming. Put a camera somewhere. Yeah. 102. Alright, we're putting a camera up there. Alright, let's decide where our camera is, as there is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rogers County in northeastern Oklahoma, southern Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma, central Wagoner County in northeastern Oklahoma.
So that is a new tornado warning. Maisie, Chateau, as well as Enola, Murphy, Cedar Crest, Locust Grove, Sportsman Acres, and then areas near Wagoner and west of Wagoner. New tornado warning issued for your area. Let's quickly take a look. Here is the camera map. Giant camera map over here. This is Arkansas right here. Alright, so this is all the cameras in Arkansas. We've also got stuff over here in Tulsa. We don't have anything, believe it or not, in a couple of the other areas. But we do have a westward facing camera over here that's in Siloam Springs. So we could do a camera of that. It would be looking at the storms that are moving east, or technically northeast, and we'd be able to see the lightning. Does that sound good? Do we want to do Siloam Springs? Or wherever else? Where else is weather? Where else is weather? I also wish there was more cameras that I could find in southeastern Oklahoma, but it's understandable why. And that's the same goes for northwestern Oklahoma too. I mean, I've got so many cameras over here in Kansas. So many in Arkansas, so many in Mississippi. Although I wish there was some stuff in north central and eastern. But that's besides the point. We'll get to that later. Lawton, Oklahoma. Lawton's good for tonight. You guys can go to bed. Got some pretty strong damaging winds over there. Yeah, it's heading towards Salina. It is heading towards Salina in Oklahoma. Salina's not in the tornado warning, though, quite yet. Shoto, thank you so much, Kelly. I appreciate you correcting me. I really do. Anytime I mess up like that, please tell me. That way I can change it.
There's a rather large tree
Shoto.
on the roadway right here at Green and Wilkerson. The roadway is still passable, but the eastbound lane's blocked. What's there? Maker 4 Comm Center, there's also a line of some sorts down right here as well.
Oh, stop it. There we go. Goodness gracious. There's our camera, West. It's not looking in the sky. Come on, man. Thanks, Arkansas Dot. Very cool. I'll have to go through Arkansas and edit those cameras again. Is Bartlesville okay? So that you can go to sleep. Yes, you guys dodged a bullet, actually. The line of storms split in between the two of you. So yeah, Bartlesville is good. The line actually broke up into two different spots, and it split you guys. So yeah, you guys are good. Tulsa is good. Tulsa can go to sleep. Okmulgee can go to sleep. Nowata can go to sleep. Nowata County in general can go to sleep.
I've got Logan County on the line. They would like to speak to an officer about a possible dangerous man in our area.
Looks quick.
I'm going to transfer to your 21.
So if you would contact the electric company, there's a power pole that's snapped off here as well.
See if I can fix that.
What's across street? The Green and Wilkerson Lane.
Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. That's not bad. Can Coweta come out? Good question. I would say yes. Coweta, you're good. Porter, you're good. Haskell, you're good. And you guys just got good over the past couple of minutes. Because the rain started to diminish.
North Side Command.
Verdigris is good. Claremore is good. You guys are fine.
We have an all clear on the
Look at the velocities on the tornado warning. You want to see what's happening? I mean, there's a couple areas of rotation here.
Okay, go ahead and come to command post at Wolverine and 18.
Small areas of rotation, but not very strong. Might be one or two over here near Redbird. Yeah, a bit of area of rotation near Redbird, and then it just kind of diminished. That one might be a new area of rotation over there. Due west of Wagoner. Maybe a weak tornado that could try to develop. Yeah, that looks like a potential weak tornado. Right here. Right there is where there's some rotation. Twitter. 03 observed sounding from Norman. Oh, wow.
EM2 contact.
Go ahead.
That is a massive amount of capping inversion. That's an observed 3Z sounding. Wow, from Lightman. Look at this here real quickly, chat. This is the sounding that Norman took. About 15 to 20 minutes before the tornado came through. And this was a weather balloon that they launched at Norman. And you can clearly see there's that warm nose that we were talking about, that warm air above the surface. So here's that warm air. Here's the surface. And I mean, we're talking about 70-degree temperatures right here above that 65-degree temperatures at the surface, because it's 65 at the surface. Actually, it might be easier. Let's do this. By the way, thank you for 35,500 subscribers. I really do appreciate it. It might be easier for us to do this. Severe Soundings Analysis Archive. 3Z Norman. There it is. Alright. So, this is a little teeny bit easier. So, I'm going to zoom in to these spots over here. And you can clearly see 65-degree temperatures here in this red number. 62-degree dew points right here. So boundaries moving on through. You have south-southeasterly flow here. That also tells you, based off the hodograph, that we do have that south-southeasterly flow. And then we also have warm air above the surface, just like that. See that? So you have cooler air at the surface, warmer air above it, which means this cool air cannot rise. Alright, this cool air just sits in place. And hypothetically, there should be no rising motion, but because of all the forcing from that cold front, that deleted the capping inversion, and you were able to have a significant tornado still. And you still had a lot of dry air, too. This dry air also helped out with your wind shear because of evaporative cooling. And then, of course, we can't forget about the hodograph, which, I mean, from surface to 1 kilometer, you had 1,000 storm relative helicity. 1,116 from surface to 3. So you essentially had nothing but surface. And actually, that is true. You had nothing but surface vorticity within that area. You had a lot of streamwise from 0 to 1, which is what storm relative helicity is. And then you had crosswise vorticity, mostly crosswise vorticity from 1 to 2, which kind of actually aided a little bit of a long track mode as it went through Norman. So that's a really interesting sounding. Kind of crazy, actually. Very crazy.
Jack or whoever's gonna be there in the morning to call whoever's hangar that is.
Very crazy sounding. We're going to continue to stay live just for a bit longer. I want to try and stream at least until we get to the Joplin area. We might not get to Springfield, honestly, because Springfield, I've got a feeling the storms might start to disappear as soon as we get to that point. But we do have, once again, a damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this massive line of storms over here. From I-40 all the way up to I-44, northeast of Tulsa. Is this for Ohio? No, this is for Oklahoma. So, we've been live for 7.5 hours. So we started live in the beginning. Like in the beginning of the event, when there was all sorts of tornadoes in Kansas, the activity over in Texas still. We've had a jam-packed stream here today. We almost got up to 2,000 viewers. Covered the Oklahoma City metro area. Is Wichita, Kansas good? They should be good, honestly. Yeah, they are good. The storms have passed, you guys, so You're fine. You're good. Can we talk about tomorrow? Am I going to be live tomorrow? No, I'm not going to be live tomorrow because the storms are not going to be as significant. However, I will upload a video for severe weather that is going to occur on Thursday and Friday. So make sure you come back to the channel sometime around 4 Eastern, maybe even 5 Eastern. If it's not uploaded at 4, it's going to be uploaded at 5. So that would be helpful, or helpful, I should say. Helpful to the channel. What about Kenwood, Oklahoma? Let me go check that. I'm okay with searching up people's town names now to help people if they need to go to bed or something like that. Are we talking about Kenwood, Oklahoma, or are we talking about... Yeah, it looks like Kenwood, Oklahoma. Kenwood... South of Langley. Which is north and east of Locust Grove. Just well north of... Alright, over here. So kind of like the Spavinaw, or actually it's south and east of Spavinaw. So you guys still have severe storms that are going to move through your area. And they will be moving through here in a half an hour. So I would watch out for that. Is Topeka good? Yeah, Topeka's fine. What's on NATOcast then? Drugs. That's probably what it is, because I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, Springfield should be... I'm thinking Springfield should be fine. That might be a new area to watch here for a potential tornado. This area right here near Pryor and Adair and Strang. We've got a nice little supercell right here. You guys see how this rain is curling down just like this? The storm is wrapping rain around the bottom part of the storm along the rear flank downdraft. And don't be surprised if this gets pulled up, if this gets jutted out. So it's kind of a little bit something like that. You could see something like that here relatively soon. Kansas City can go to sleep, yes. Wagoner, Oklahoma. They are almost done with the risk. Give it another, I'd say 5 minutes, and then you guys should be good. You guys can go to sleep. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fayetteville is in the path. They still got a lot of time before the storm actually gets there, though, believe it or not. Say a good hour and a half, and even then it might even not be as significant. So, should be fine. At least I think you'd be fine. So I think Friday's setup is going to be a wind threat or a tornado threat. I think it could very well be a mixture of both, but it'll be more of a wind threat, I think, the further north you get. We're going to be able to see what the CAMs, or the convective allowing models, are going to say once we get to tomorrow morning, which will set up perfectly for tomorrow's video. I actually recommend you guys do turn on post notifications for that, because, you know, if you guys weren't excited for, you know, today, because I did all that analysis, I mean, for 2 straight days, we went in depth as to what could happen and what could not happen and stuff like that, and what made this event so weird. You can only imagine what's going to happen for Thursday and Friday and what I'm going to do for that as well. So I'm excited to upload some videos and talk in depth about it. Thoughts on Southeast Kansas? Southeast Kansas, depending upon where you are, could very well see some severe storms, but I wouldn't say they'd be very significant. If anything, it'd be something similar to what you guys have already been getting, which is just that strong, gusty winds. So, what about Neosho? Neosho, you still got a lot of time before these storms get up into your area. Give it an hour. Give it an hour and it'll be there in your area. But once again, who knows if that will actually still be there, still be strong. How's Bentonville? Bentonville is kind of in that same boat as Neosho and Fayetteville, honestly. It really depends upon if these storms continue to sustain. But I'm going to say, here, actually, I'll put up HRRR and see for myself. simulated reflectivity. Let's just go, actually. South Central US. It's better that way. Yeah, lines start to dissipate at 7Z, which is 1 in the morning. At 1 in the morning is when it'll start to approach your area, and it may not be that. May not be that significant. It'll still be really gusty, don't get me wrong, but it'll definitely take a step down from what it's doing right now. What about Lincoln, Nebraska? What time will you see bad storms come through? You'll be fine, honestly. Lincoln, Nebraska is not even in the risk here today, so you guys are good. You're in Choteau. Thank you for staying live. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad to be helping you guys here tonight. I've been doing this on YouTube for 3.5 years, all right? And I haven't been able to cover a whole lot of Oklahoma events because there haven't been a whole lot of Oklahoma events. And, you know, of course, some people probably are thankful because of it, but, you know, for me to start learning geography in Oklahoma, all right, it's been pretty difficult because, you know, even though I've been doing this for so long. So I appreciate everyone who's helping me out with the pronunciations of town names. And if you put it in the chat, if I do find it, if I do see it, I will try and actually memorize it like I do for most other states, because I cover practically the entire United States. Is Carnegie okay? Carnegie got hit by a tornado earlier. But yeah, you should be fine. Neosho, Missouri, same thing. You guys are probably going to see some strong damaging winds, but it'll really depend upon if those storms sustain up to that point. Yeah, it does look like that storm near Pryor is starting to try and get some rotation. So we could honestly be talking about something tornadic here relatively soon near Adair and Pensacola, as well as Strang. Are you good to sleep in Chambersburg, PA? Oh, JK? Yeah, that is pretty funny. I was about to say, that's north of me by, like, a good bit. Joplin, yeah, it's similar to Neosho. You guys will get strong damaging winds in about an hour. But, you know, don't be surprised if the storms even break up by that point. So. Hello from Boonville. Is it safe to sleep? Boonville is specifically over there, which is south of 40. Yeah, I'd say you can go to sleep. I'd say you're fine. There's a new mesoscale discussion for southeastern Oklahoma, west central Arkansas. It's a severe potential will rapidly diminish with eastward extent across far southeast Oklahoma and west central Arkansas. Downstream watch is not expected. Okay, so yeah, storms will not be super significant heading into west central Arkansas. So it'll be fine. I wonder if that's the same Carnegie. Yeah, Carnegie, Oklahoma got hit by a tornado earlier, but they're fine for right now. When do I think it'll hit St. Louis? Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning it will. Your friends in Miami? You go to bed at the top of the hour no matter what happens? Yeah, I understand that. I do. I understand that. I get it. What about Springfield? Springfield, I definitely think they could see some strong, severe weather here, but it'll take a couple hours before it gets there. And even then, the storms, according to the models, say it'll start to diminish at that point. So when this line ends up getting to the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas and Missouri, approaching Joplin and Neosho, that's when I will start to. That's when I will start to end the stream, stuff like that.
Was clear, and we're at 23:45.
Will Tyler, Texas area be at risk for Thursday? I believe so. I believe so. Ran all shut down for the night. You have a chance to grab some of his viewers. I heard his computer died too. It's unfortunate. Although he's got so many monitors that connect to his computer, so I mean, a lot of power that has to go through a spot could easily spark up. I'll look at Twitter in a bit, Caleb. Calm down. Sheesh. Adair. Yeah, Adair. Yeah, Bartlesville is fine for right now. They're okay. Yeah, Arkansas can go to bed for the most part. Honestly, realistically, anyone in Arkansas, or even Missouri for that matter, could probably go to bed. But just in the off chance that something happens, this is kind of the last stretch here. You know, the last leg for these storms to try and do something before things start to weaken. So I want to make sure I get that so that way I don't miss anything. I don't want to miss anything, you know, just in the off chance that the worst case scenario does happen. So you're in Beaumont, Texas. Glad to help. In Beaumont, like, yeah, southeastern Texas. That's pretty cool. I've covered that area a couple of times. I think it was in 2021. There was a tornado over there during the day. That was crazy. I think it was 2021 at least. Can't remember.
I did make contact with the property owners. They're going to be on scene repairing some of the property. Everything's code for.
St. Louis will be fine for the most part. It'll be tomorrow morning when you guys will get your stuff, but not really too much after that. All right, Wagoner is fine. You guys can go to sleep. Wagoner is fine. Just had a severe thunderstorm warning with even a tornado warning or two that went through that area. Now the line has passed through. You guys are fine. It'll be areas that are east of you all. Once again, forgive me for butchering people's town names. But Tahlequah, as well as Moody's and Scraper, Kansas, Oaks, Pegs, Colquhoun, Tags Flat, Spavinaw, Salina, stuff like that over in extreme eastern and even northeastern Oklahoma is the ones that are realistically going to have a shot against severe weather. Adair County, you guys still got a little bit of ways before the storms get off to you. I'd say give it about an hour to 45 minutes from now. Actually, I'd say 45 minutes, give or take, depending upon where you're at in Adair. But if this line does get through to you, because this is where that line is, if that line does get through to you, then you guys could probably see some 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Although there was a report of a 60 mile per hour wind gust within this line. So regardless, it's severe. Regardless. Can you recommend you can watch after you sign out since you live in the Osho? I think I'm the last one live right now, believe it or not. Someone said in the chat that I was. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. All right. Is Frisco, Texas safe tonight? Yeah, they're fine. All right. I'm gonna take a break from looking at chat, and I'm gonna look at Twitter because someone wanted me to look at Twitter. Oh, that's from Charles Peak. Interesting. So here you go, guys. Charles Peak on Twitter. He's a correspondent, or I should say a field weather reporter for the Weather Channel. Charles Peak's a really good chaser, actually. Here's some damage from Charles Peak, at Charles Peak WX on Twitter. By the way, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder. Look at this. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of the buildings in Norman are well built, like well constructed. So, for this being the worst style of damage, it's actually not that bad. It's like really, we're very fortunate actually that that is the case here so far. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe in ads during live streams. I don't. Anybody who puts ads on weather live streams is purely doing it for the money.
GP3, I'm sorry.
And it's not, you know, for trying to help out anyone. Anybody that really tries to do weather analysis for money is not doing it for the people. They're not trying to help anyone. They're trying to do it for themselves. They're only masking their work by providing, you know, fake morals of them trying to help people. Like self-promoting, you know, their own stuff. Like money, different ways to make money. Like for him to make money. Telling other people to, you know, give him money during, you know, him or her, I should say. Him or her money. During like a significant severe weather event that's currently ongoing. You know, like if there's a tornado on the ground, I wouldn't say, hey, you know, become a member or buy merch or, you know, it's just, it's tasteless. It's kind of tasteless. Same thing with ads during a weather event. We make it adless, and we hope that the donations to this channel work out. Oh, it's Lexington, Kentucky tomorrow. You're very anxious about tornadoes. You should be fine, honestly. It'll be more strong damaging winds more than anything. Hello from Vernon country? Oh, hey, what's up? If you're talking about Vernon, Texas, I've covered that area a couple of times, too. How does Kansas City look? They look fine. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Thank you.
Tahlequah. Tahlequah. There we go. Tahlequah. Yeah, trust me, St. Louis is going to get their stuff tomorrow morning, but it won't be super significant. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Bentonville, Siloam Springs.
GP3 and Tanker 1.
What's the sound in the background? It's the,
looks like regular fire.
it's the, police scanner over near Norman. The police scanner over near Norman. Ugh, I gotta pop my hands. Ouch. Grace Case with the 10, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Pluto Sahara with the 20, thank you so much. By the way, Grace said, thanks for keeping it pure. Thank you all for keeping it pure. For helping us all out here at the studio with both Morgan, who left, what, 45 minutes ago. And then, of course, me up here. Tahlequah, like igloo. Tahlequah. That makes sense. Tris with the 2 as well. Thank you so much. Says thanks, or sending thanks for streaming for so long. Yeah, I mean, listen, it may take a long time, but it's always worth it in my honest opinion. For me, I just don't want to miss anything. I want to make sure everyone gets the information they may need. And then that's the reason why whenever you see me leave, it'll usually be because there isn't as much stuff happening. Or it's because I've streamed for so long. For too long. So.
Go ahead, Northside Command Utility 1.
Yeah, Norman did get hit. Norman 100% got hit.
East of Bringus. Where do you need to? Stand by.
What's the weather looking like on Highway 49 north of Nevada?
One is requesting mutual aid with a
from Joplin?
for a fully engulfed structure fire.
You said Highway 49.
Utility North Second.
Highway 49.
10 units up to Hazeldale on Brian. Yes, we've already
It should look.
Okay.
So, let me pull this up. Nevada, Missouri.
Command to Utility 1. Go ahead and make your way back over to Snyder Heights at Moccasin Trail.
So if you're if you're at Nevada and you're going north, realistically, if you keep going north, you should be all right. Because there's a long time between now and then when you guys will actually get your thunderstorms. But if you're heading south, that's where I would probably watch out once you get closer to Joplin. That's where I would probably watch out, Kevin. What do I think the highest risk would be like level-wise for Thursday? I mean, listen, all right? Honestly, I really do not like the GFS and the Euro this year in regards to its minuscule thermodynamics. It's not meant for that. It is not meant for that at all. So what I'm going to say, all right, and, of course, I'll probably add on to it tomorrow further a lot. By the way, 5 tour has been issued for central Ohio. You can see up above. We've got a 2% tornado risk in green and then a 5% in Ohio as well. Who knows? I mean, I might. I probably won't stream. I don't think it'll be enough. Anyways, yeah, Viva, you can go back to your house. Chateau is, or at least Chateau should be fine. Yeah, Chateau is good. Pryor is good as well. Hulbert's good. Wagoner's good. Wagoner's good. There was something else I was saying. I just completely forgot it. Hello from Vrom, Maryland. Well, hello. I'm actually a lot closer to you than I am over in Oklahoma. I'm in PA. Am I using Tulsa or Fort Smith? I'm using Tulsa's radar. Tulsa's radar is where the main gist of the severe weather is, especially as it gets closer to Siloam Springs. Nevada. Let's talk about GFS and thermodynamics. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. I was talking about that. I hate it. I hate it. All right. Coming into this event here today, there's a good chance that today was going to be a significant tornado outbreak. Now, it technically was, to be fair, but it could have been much worse. And it wasn't because of the capping inversion and because yesterday there was a lot of cold air trapped at the surface. So, yeah. That wasn't picked up on the GFS or the Euro, but the CAMs, the convective allowing models, the higher res models picked it up. So, that's stupid. And I am waiting until the convective allowing models. Now, based off of what the long-range models say, I mean, that's, if all things go right, for weather at least, severe weather, you could be talking about a higher-end tornado risk. But for right now, it says or the Storm Prediction Center is saying 30% chance for severe weather, which is an enhanced risk. So we'll stick with the enhanced risk, and we'll wait for the NAM tomorrow to tell us otherwise. Everything good in Crawford County, Kansas? Or is that Crawford County? Yeah, Crawford County, Kansas. Crawford County is where? I gotta find it. Is that Crawford? No, that's Cherokee. Crawford County, Pittsburgh. Haha. Yeah, there's no more severe thunderstorm warnings for your area. You should be good. I think you should be good. Crawford County should be fine. Yeah, this is so much better than Farm Simulator. I'll tell you what, there's a storm chasing simulator game that's going to be coming out here soon, and I'm going to be so excited to play it. I'll tell you what. I very well could start up a gaming channel with Morgan here relatively soon, which we keep saying we're going to do it, but we very well could here relatively soon to play that game, or just any video games in general. That would be cool. But yeah, there's like a whole storm chasing simulator game called Outbreak. That's very realistic. It's OUTBRK. Which, by the way, Outbreak, if you're seeing this, please sponsor me. I will self-promote that game until Kingdom Come. I will. I really will. But yeah, Outbreak is really nice. From what I've seen. High quality storm chasing game, too. Is Fort Gibson, Oklahoma going to be impacted severely? Where is Fort Gibson?
Roads clear of this car line on lost control and...
Fort Gibson is near Muskogee. You guys are alright. You guys, these storms... The line that just passed right on top of you, that's literally it. Once the rain starts dying down, you're good. What's with the background noise classified stuff? That's a police scanner over in Norman, because we had a significant tornado there earlier. Oh, that's pretty cool, Ryan. That's actually really cool. Being a part of FEMA and stuff like that. Is the new storm chasing game coming for Xbox? I don't think so. I think it's only for Steam on PC. Any real threat for Springfield? I think the line of storms here, this one right here that has the severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, probably could be it. But you know, there's a big question to ask if that storm or this line of storms would actually sustain once it gets there. So, in short, the answer is yes, there is the possibility, but there is also, from what I've seen from the models, the chance for these storms to start to kind of break up and weaken on its approach. So, regardless, it'll get to your area in an hour and a half. An hour and a half. Just got a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust report in Hulbert. One of the storm spotters reported that over. Samuel Macklemore. There's also a large tree branch flew over. Several lawn equipment blown. So still very strong damaging winds over here in eastern Oklahoma. How do I know Cape? Are you talking about how much Cape is in this environment, or how do I find how much Cape there is in this environment? Any real threat for Gentry? Isn't Gentry like here? I'm just gonna look it up before I say anything. Gentry, Arkansas. I knew it. It's northeast of Siloam Springs. There. Yes, there is definitely the threat for severe weather over in your area. I definitely think it is possible. And it'll occur here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes.
What other assets do we have responding to the Stevens Road fire?
By the way, just for reference, that 79 mile per hour, actually 80 mile per hour wind gust, that's over hurricane force winds. So we still got a strong storm that's moving on through over here.
Tribute tanker is responding. If you're listening, go ahead and hook up to
Now I can check cameras. Yeah, that's true. That's Siloam Springs right here. So this will be moving off into that area here in a second. We'll be able to see how strong the winds are by looking at this camera up top.
Back to 8 roadways clear.
How high Cape can be in an area? If you go to the Storm Prediction Center site, just like this, go to the Storm Prediction Center site, there is something called mesoanalysis. If you click the box into which the weather is at, so for instance, this, it'll come up with a screen just like that. Go to thermodynamics and then go to surface-based Cape. From there, it'll tell you how much Cape you have. And essentially what this is saying is there is little to no Cape. It's actually no Cape whatsoever. There's a lot of vorticity here, though. A lot of vorticity. Yeah, Siloam Springs. Siloam Springs. There we go. What about Chicago? I mean, honestly, I think they should be fine. Cooler temperatures tomorrow, though. What about West Virginia? I used to live in West Virginia, actually. North of Martinsburg. Not in the heart of West Virginia. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is when you guys could probably see some damaging winds. It'll be, actually more tomorrow, tomorrow night. Let's actually show you guys here real quickly what I mean. Reflectivity and precip type. We'll go, what, Mid-Atlantic? Oh, Ohio Valley. Ohio Valley. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. So, right there. Boom. All right, so, timing above me in Eastern Standard Time, so, you know, subtract it by an hour if you're in Central. I apologize. But storms start to move on through here at about 1 Central, 2 Eastern. They get to St. Louis at about 6 Central tomorrow morning. And then by about tomorrow afternoon here, Eastern Indiana, Western Ohio, that's when storms start to kind of ramp back up a bit. You can see there's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms over here in Central Ohio. And that's really where the main tornado threat is there tomorrow. Also, a lot of snow over here in the Great Lakes, and a lot of freezing rain over there too. So something to kind of watch out for as well. The winter aspect of that could be pretty vast. And then tomorrow evening, a lot of these showers and thunderstorms are going to be starting to move on through the area. I would expect the ones to the rear right about here to be the more significant ones, your strong damaging wind makers. I don't really anticipate too many tornadoes tomorrow, honestly, if any. They'll be localized over here in Ohio and Indiana, but I really don't think it'll be too much. And then by late Monday night into Tuesday morning, that's when the storms will move out and it'll start to get pretty cold again. So. How bad did Norman do? I'd say it's decently bad. It's not like, you know, the place is completely slabbed or anything. It's fine in that aspect, but will there be any severe weather for Tennessee tomorrow or Tuesday? It'll probably be tomorrow, but it'll also be very marginal. Very marginal. Very, very marginal. Move that back over here. Nino with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I also appreciate everyone helping me spread the information with as many people as possible on YouTube. Like, everyone hitting the thumbs up button down below, everyone subscribing, or copying the link and putting it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or sending it with a text message. You know, you guys really helped me out here today. Get this out to as many people as possible. And we're actually approaching 35,600 subscribers here. So it is really helpful. And we're also approaching 40,000 people that we've reached with this stream. Now, granted, I know that's not a lot compared to, you know, the #1 most viewed weather YouTuber out there. But, you know, for us being #2, it's not bad for us getting back into severe weather season, right? So, hopefully you guys listen, all right? I know, you know, you guys might come here for a one-time thing and then, you know, leave afterwards. You might forget about me. But listen, all right? If you've ever wondered how weather works and all the little unique little tidbits of how it makes things different, like, you know, some people may not care about weather, and I understand about that. You know, I understand that. But weather is different from day to day, especially from event to event, and how things come together to make things such as tornadoes or 114-mile-per-hour winds that we had in Texas earlier on today. All of that stuff, the obstacles that come with it to, you know, make an event as good as it is, or as bad as it is, or as weak or as strong as it is. I try to go over that, and I try to make it as understandable as I possibly can in my videos. So, you know, if you want to stick around, I upload videos too. I'll be uploading a video tomorrow afternoon at like 4 Eastern or 5 Eastern, sometime around then. So it'll be 3 or 4 Central. But if you want to just kind of like get a taste as to what my channel is like, I recommend you go watch my 2 previous videos. One of them is 18 minutes, the other one's 15 minutes, but watch the 18-minute one. The 18-minute one, that's where my colors really shine in regards to, you know, how weather works. So if you wanted, you know, if you want to kind of see what you can look forward to, I recommend sticking around, because stuff like this, it'll continue for every single event that'll occur, especially during the spring.
According to the 210 unit, we're going to still only 100.
Ha! Thanks, Jeff. I really do like the look of that game. That game looks really nice. So there's a good chance, Golden, that you guys could get some severe weather on Thursday or Friday, but it's a little too far out. As I said, I recommend you just watch the video tomorrow, because it'll give us, you know, it'll give everyone, including myself, a better idea as to what could be happening, because there's a model that'll be able to pick it out, a model that I'm waiting for that comes out tomorrow morning. So, can I repeat that? Essentially what I'm saying is, if you want to take a look, or if you want to listen to how the weather works and how everything, you know, comes together and all the obstacles and the things that make it a strong event or a weak event, stick around to the channel. It'll be really interesting. Or watch my 18-minute video that I had on Friday.
This is Trivia 1828 to Central. Go ahead.
That's going to be something interesting right here, approaching Siloam Springs.
Well, it's clearing around at midnight 15.
Beacon 1022 per homeowner. We make contact. 1022.
What time will I have the video tomorrow? It'll be sometime around 4 to 5 Eastern, so 3 to 4 Central. I usually upload it at the top of the hour. So it's either at 3 o'clock Central or 4 o'clock Central. So if you check my channel at 3, let's say 3:10 Central, and it's not there, then it'll be uploaded at 4:10. Yeah, let me check Harrison, Arkansas. Harrison, Arkansas should be fine. They're really far to the east. I mean, these storms will get to their area, but it will not be. It will not be super significant. All right, let us take a look at the storm reports. Look at that. Quite a few storm reports. Over 100 different wind reports. There's going to be more tornado reports. Don't worry about that. They'll have, they'll do their damage surveys tomorrow and probably Tuesday. And that'll fill these reports up here. So I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I think this derecho verified. I think it did.
Should be BP7 to 1 at command.
Howling, LaFleur County, just curious, are you all clear? If it's not raining anymore, then yes, it'll just be very strong damaging winds. That are not associated with thunderstorms. Oh, LaFleur County, Mississippi? I mean, you guys should be fine. LaFleur County, Oklahoma. Oh, there it is. Oklahoma, haha. New tornado warning. It just got issued.
Tornado warning for Ottawa County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Alright, well, we're going to take a look at that here in a second. Storms are going to be approaching your area, but yeah, LaFleur should be okay. New tornado warning, Ottawa County in Oklahoma. And yes, there is some rotation there. So look, you see, this is the reason why I don't end live streaming quite yet. This is the reason why I don't do it. Kind of figured that something would try to do something, but you know. New tornado warning, Ottawa County, Oklahoma. That will be in effect until the top of the hour, until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Here's the rotation in question. Greens are moving towards the radar, and reds are moving away, so it's clockwise, apparently. Clockwise rotation. That doesn't exactly make too much sense, but, you know, I've seen weirder stuff. I have indeed seen weirder stuff. So, but right somewhere over here along the I-44 area and the U.S. Highway 60 area is where the rotation would be. So if you're in Fairland, if you're in Wyandotte, if you're near Miami, Peoria, Quapaw, and then this would also be, once again, U.S. Highway 60, Interstate 44, areas east of U.S. Highway 59, and then, of course, we're going to be talking about Oklahoma 220, or not 225, 125, 137, 10, 100, and that seems to be it. So if you're in those areas, get in your safe space. New severe thunderstorm warning as well just got issued for Joplin and Neosho. These storms going to be going over a lot of areas too.
Go ahead. We show us on scene, please.
But yeah, that is a new severe thunderstorm warning over there. And that includes Joplin, Carthage, Baxter Springs, Neosho, Goodman, Pineville.
It's not going to go anywhere, but it's the last bit of fire that we really got.
Miami. I knew it was not Miami. It's always that one. It's always that one that I get confused on. Tell me you're not from Oklahoma without telling me you're not from Oklahoma. All right, Miami. Something like that. Hey, as long as you do it safely, you can always record thunderstorms on its approach. But you gotta do it safely, of course. I wouldn't want you to go outside, in the middle of a tornado just for you to, put yourself in jeopardy.
Go ahead.
Sir, we've got the RB back on the line now. She's advising he's not breathing, and we're trying to get her to contact you somehow.
Someone said, that's actually my playlist there. Someone said it's heading to the casino. Yes, it is.
Clear. Did you see a small house out in the wooded area by itself?
Quite a few areas out there, actually. Recreational areas, I should say. What's heading towards Harrison? Damaging winds, realistically. Nothing too much beyond that. What's happening in Fort Smith? Nothing much. Once again, just line of damaging winds, sub-severe winds in your area. It'll be okay. That's pretty funny. Hailstones hit me in the head. How do you get a good velocity signature on the warning? Mine's not showing any rotation. I mean, to be fair, mine's not showing a whole lot of rotation either. But what I have is something called storm motion from warning, which really does help out make good velocities. Radar Omega can give you storm motion, but it's not very high quality. I'll show you what I mean here. Products, velocity products, you can go to storm relative velocity, and it'll show you something like this. That's not fun at all. I don't like that from Radar Omega. So, instead, if you go to Radar Scope, there is a product here called Storm Relative Velocity. It'll give you the same exact thing that I just showed you on GR2. So, all in all, Radar Scope is better for nerds. Weather nerds. People who want to track weather better. It also has beam heights. Watch this. Look at this. Love beam heights, because this can tell you how high you're actually looking up in the sky, which can actually tell you which radar is better if you want to look at heights. Or this could also tell you how high debris is being lofted into the sky. This is looking up, 5,000 feet. Or this area over here near Colcord. The radar is looking up 3,500 feet. Or, just small stuff like that. There's a couple other things too, but... It is definitely helpful. It is definitely helpful. That's understandable, Chris. That is understandable. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Yeah, it's still clockwise. Unless if we're talking about this. If we're talking about that, that might be it. But there's not really a whole lot of rotation. I actually think we are talking about that. Yes, we are. So there's the rotation. It's just very weak. But if I look up and tilt, it's like 0.9 and 1.3. It's clearly a lot more visible. A lot more reds moving away, and then some grays and greens moving towards. So right in the middle would be where the rotation, south of Wyandotte. Is Reed okay? I hope he's okay. I haven't heard from him in a bit. Can I look at Kansas City, Missouri? Just woke you up and now you're confused. Oh, there's a severe thunderstorm warning over there for Topeka. For 56-mile-per-hour winds. Huh. Well, let's just go see what's happening over there. And I don't anticipate it to be too much, honestly. There's also another severe thunderstorm warning heading off towards St. Joseph. That just got issued. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's that. Don't tell me that's going to try and produce a tornado, I swear. You better not. If I have to hear a tornado warning from Douglas County or Jefferson County here, or Shawnee County, then I might quit. I might quit. At least for the night. If sirens are going off, does it mean it's on the ground? No, it just means that there is a warning that has been issued, a weather warning that has been issued. So it's recommended that you heed it. He was helping with rescue in Norman. Okay, so yeah, he's probably fine. He's probably fine. Yeah, no problem, Rachel. Good night. Yeah, we will rebuild. Have I heard of radar now? It's good. It's definitely not as good as these radars that I have. But yes, I have. What about Jefferson County, Missouri? Jefferson County. Isn't Jefferson County like... Never mind. I don't know. I don't know. No idea where Jefferson County, Missouri is. So I'm just going to look it up. Jefferson County, Missouri is on the opposite side of the whole state. Yeah, you guys are getting your stuff tomorrow morning. You'll be able to go to bed. You'll be fine. Yeah, that's a little embedded supercell. That's kind of funny, actually. Surface-based supercell near Richland and Stoll. Approaching the Perry area, due west of Lawrence. Yeah, I like radar scope. I like radar scope. Any big tornadoes tonight? There was quite a few. Not your classic tornadoes, though. We also had a 114-mile-per-hour wind gust from just a straight line storm, like a damaging windstorm in Texas. Bruh. By the way, I appreciate everyone who's been subscribing and hitting the like button down below and even sharing the live stream. As I said, we have now gotten over, or at least before I said we were approaching 35,600. Now we're over that, 35,600 subscribers. I really do appreciate you guys subscribing and stuff like that. It really does mean a lot to me. And I hope you guys stick around the channel because there's more live streams where that came from. And we've got a recorded video giving a forecast on what's going to happen for Thursday and Friday, which is the next significant weather event coming up. And you'll be able to see down there, it says our next live broadcast, Thursday, March 2nd. It probably will be then. So this Thursday. And then our next recorded broadcast will be tomorrow, Monday. It's actually today, technically. It'll be today. But it'll be later on today. It'll be in the afternoon. Like 4 o'clock, 4 to 5 o'clock Eastern, 3 to 4 o'clock Central. I usually upload it at the top of the hour. So if it's not there by 3:10 Central, then come back at 4:10, and then it'll be up there. Just got a tornado warning at Seneca. It's probably because the tornado warning for Ottawa County, Oklahoma, has a tornado warning. Will Erie, PA get hit? Probably by, well, you guys might get some wintry stuff. I don't know. Rain. Not really tornadoes. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Yep, good night, Julie. Hypothetically, I could do that, RV. That's the funny part, too. Should we be worried about Thursday or Friday? Let's put it this way. I would rather not be worried, and I would be more of just open-minded. I'd be open-minded. Tomorrow, I'm really going to give you guys a good idea of what could possibly happen on Thursday and Friday, which is all the more reason why I keep saying you probably should watch the video tomorrow. But I would more or less be open-minded to what could happen on Thursday or Friday. And, you know, if it happens to be the worst case scenario, then, you know, we just got to hope that everyone takes, you know, has a plan of action. That really is it. You know, we can always hope for the best. So, thanks for the sub, Ricky. Really do appreciate it. 32,000 people without power. It was at 55 earlier. Hold up. Let's exit out of the Salem Springs traffic camera right there. And now it is almost 69,000 people, which is nice. Nice. It's pretty funny. I just looked at what was on Twitter there for a brief second. I wanted to see what was going on with that. Springfield, Missouri should be okay. There's going to be severe storms that are going to move on through the area. That's for sure. Or at least I think that's for sure. Even though the line in the northern portion of this system is starting to oh, where's the Arkansas dot? Messed up. Arkansas. There we go. All right, that's better. So even though the storms on the northern portion of this line, right along the border of Arkansas, Missouri, is starting to kind of, you know, fan apart, I still think there could be the chance for severe storms within your area. But it would take an hour and a half to get there, and by then it might even be a little bit more dissipated than it usually would be. Same thing for this storm over here in Ottawa County, heading into Newton and Jasper counties. I think that'll be the same exact thing. be just more shallower severe weather. But storms are getting there. Joplin in about 10 minutes is when the storms will get into your front door. About Fayetteville. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Fayetteville really is going to see... Actually, might see its severe weather a little bit later than that, half an hour from now. But it won't really be, like, that bad. Or at least I don't believe it will be that bad. Got some reports of a 64 mile per hour wind gust in Tahlequah. So that's not bad. It was 79 earlier. It was. Joplin should be okay. Joplin should be okay. A lot of this stuff is a wind bag, actually. A lot of it is just gusty winds. Man, I'm so happy I stayed up until like 2:30 or 3 o'clock for the past 3 nights, because now I'm actually able to stay up this late without actually feeling too poorly. You know, that is pretty gusty. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. Made things just a little bit better. Just a little bit, though. Yeah, look at that. Look at the strong damaging winds right here. See this? Look at all the rain that's pushing on through. Look at that. This is in Asylum Springs. In Arkansas. Woo, son, look at that. Am I a storm chaser as well? Whenever I can, I do storm chase. I have caught a tornado before. But because I live over in Pennsylvania, it's kind of hard for me to get severe weather over here. I traveled down to Virginia to get the tornado, if that makes any sense. That tornado warning has been canceled, by the way. Tell you what, 2011, for obvious reasons, was one of the more intense years for tornadoes. All right. And the only reason why I say that, everyone obviously remembers April 27th, right? You also have to remember Joplin happened in 2011. And then a forgotten EF5 the El Reno Piedmont tornado. Not the El Reno tornado that went over like this. Kind of like that. Not that one. This one. That EF5 over there. El Reno Piedmont. And then, of course, a few other tornadoes across the board, too. What's my best video? So I have unedited footage of my tornado for members only. I probably will upload it here soon, or turn it from members only to just the general public. But it's probably got to be that. Let me actually, I'll do you all a favor. We can watch that tornado if you guys want. Oh, there is someone else that's streaming. Oh, but they're... Oh, no, they're live. Huh. Cool. Anyways. Go to my channel. Go to the membership. Unedited footage.
Repositioned myself over. Got a nice wall cloud. Focus in.
Let's actually put the thing right here. Yeah, I put it at 2 times speed. I'm sorry. I apologize for anyone who doesn't like jittery cameras, because that is exactly what my my hold is. It's also that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Crawford County in northwestern Arkansas, northern Sebastian County in west central Arkansas, eastern Sequoia County in east central Oklahoma.
Check that out here in a second. Yep, no problem, Doreen. Have a good night.
Oh, it's back. It's back on the ground. Back on the ground. Back on the ground.
Yeah, there's the tornado again.
Tornado back on the ground.
This is not from today, by the way. This is the only tornado I've ever seen visually in my life. I missed one tornado by like a mile. I missed another one by 2 miles. And it's very hard for me to storm chase in the eastern portions of the United States, so. I'm gonna actually fast forward it to when the tornado was actually, oh, I don't know, tornadoing? There you go. This is when the rain curtain started to wrap around the tornado. Look at that.
All the rain wrapping around it with its curtains. That's a big time storm.
By the way, it's 2 times speed.
Look at that. It's extending all the way. It's starting to make it again. There it is. It's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground again. The time right now is 6:30 flat. The time is 6:30. I'm 3.5 miles north of Montpelier, Virginia. Tornado on the ground. Yep, still on the ground. Jeez.
Yeah, look at that.
Yep,
How much would it cost to chase in the plains? A crap ton of money. Crap ton of money.
big time storm.
Let's put it this way. Getting gas, I would have to get gas
Tornado in progress right now.
twice a day,
That's a huge tornado. Big tornado now. It's starting to get out.
which would be about $100 in its own right.
Don't fail me now.
Staying in a hotel is about another $100.
Look at the horizontal vortice. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground.
So that's $200 in one singular day. Then that's without food, by the way.
Don't go towards it.
Which means food's probably another $50 if I budget it correctly.
Still on the ground, doing damage.
So that's $250. Am I forgetting anything else?
Golly. I'm gonna try and see if I can...
Yeah, by the way, look at this. This is at 2 times speed, but look at that tornado, guys. Pretty dope tornado. Yeah, let's say $250 to $300 per day.
Still there. It's still going. I gotta get out of here. I gotta reposition.
That's the raw footage of that. I still think that's pretty cool to this day. The fact that I got a tornado like that. I need to also move my radar over. I need to get a radar over to Fort Smith. All right, let's check Fort Smith, Van Buren, and Alma. We do have some traffic cameras down there, which can also help us see where these storms could potentially be as well. But yeah, it would be about $250 to $300 per day. And I'm not staying down there for one singular day. So it'll probably be for, say, 2 weeks. Probably 2 weeks. Yeah, and I'm forgetting tolls too. Crap. Who even knows how much tolls are? Yeah, that is a new tornado warning. It's not really too much, believe it or not. Let's see. I'm going to move my camera from Siloam Springs down to Van Buren. Because we do have a camera down there. And it is looking west. That's looking east. I want west. That's our west camera right there. So it's that one. So we'll be able to see it come closer to us. Could sleep in your car some days, cut a lot on costs. I have a Dodge Dart though, so that wouldn't really work too well. But I could. I'll be 21 the end of April. Not that it'll matter too much though, but yeah. Let's say $350 a day. 2 straight weeks. That's about $4,200 right there to storm chase. $4,200. Be sure to add the credit on screen. Redditor would be copyright claiming if you found out a streamer is using footage without a release form. That's the reason why I don't use content for specific people. Because if they have their own companies and stuff like that, I don't show it. I don't steal people's stuff. But these cameras here, I mean, this is all public domain. So it's the same thing for people who post stuff on Twitter for their stuff. Unless if they say it's not for rebroadcast or can't rebroadcast it and stuff like that or whatever. Paywall it. It's public domain. So. The Arkansas Department of Transportation is public domain. And you know what? I just realized that in order for me to chase this too, especially if I want to stream it to you all, I need to be able to have a mobile hotspot, like a powerful mobile hotspot. Because I have the equipment to stream if I need to. I just need the internet. And I just kind of don't have the internet. I just don't. So there's still the tornado warning here. Van Buren, Rena, Alma, Cedarville. So it'd be Crawford County. It would also be, what county is this? This is Sequoia County in Oklahoma. As well as Sebastian County in Arkansas. Is that what DOT stands for? Yes, Department of Transportation. I really don't see a whole lot of rotation along the line here. I mean, there definitely could be... There was a little bit of rotation over here near Muldrow and Long and Remy, but it just became really linear. So, I mean, not really too much. There is Starlink RV now? Then yeah, if I get Starlink thing, or whichever one is the best way for me to get a mobile hotspot, then boom. Storms are moving through Joplin now, and they don't seem to be super significant, so you'll be fine. Or at least you guys should be fine. Might as well use Springfield's radar, right? Mobile radar will be your job. I'm driving. But I can chase by myself if I have to. I did it when I was chasing in Virginia. I did a really good job of it, too. Or at least I think I did. T-Mobile wireless internet router is pretty good. Yeah, but that connects to, like a satellite dish of some sort. It gets signal from there. I need a hotspot. Something I can put in my car. You know what I mean? How's it looking like in Springfield now? It's looking pretty good, to be honest with you. It's there's not really too much. I mean, this storm has had a history of producing 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But if that's the case, then you guys honestly should be okay. Give it another hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour, actually. Maybe closer to an hour. I'm going to look up Mountain Grove, Missouri for you and tell you what's going to happen. Fortunately for you, I believe I know where Mountain Grove is. Or at least I thought I do. I thought it's over here somewhere. Oh, that's... Yeah! Yeah! I knew it. I knew it. Line will start to kind of deteriorate over a little bit of time, so I think you guys will be alright. I think you guys will be... You'll be better off than what's currently, or what's going to happen in Springfield, honestly. The only reason why I know Mountain Grove exists there, by the way, there's like a sky camera over there that I put up on my camera map. So, scored 4 touchdowns in a single game once. That's pretty cool. I scored 5 goals in a hockey game once. That dog mentality. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Been watching the stream since it started at 10 p.m. in Perth, Scotland. Now it's 6:53 a.m. Wow. That's dedication right there. Hey, whenever the stream ends, I hope you get a good night, good morning sleep, good day sleep, good sleep in general. Or if you decide to leave here now, I hope you get a just good sleep in general. Yeah, you're fine, Trent. You're fine. You're fine. You're good. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll be able to get people in a very good spot for strong tornadoes. Or at least, hopefully I'll be able to. I've got a history of being able to do so. Yep, no problem, Wendy. Thank you much. Slight rotation in Seneca. Very slight. Very slight. If anything, it's more divergence more than anything, but probably not. I think you'll be fine. Be all good. Yeah, the line is hauling. Actually, just for reference, this line's moving at 65 miles per hour. It's actually moving specifically northeast at 65 miles per hour. So yeah, it's moving. It's moving pretty quickly. When is this tornado warning supposed to end? At 1:15 a.m. 20 minutes from now. Whack. I wonder if they'll cancel that tornado warning. Once this tornado warning expires, chat, that's when we'll probably end the stream. Because I did say we'd stream until the storms pass the border of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. This stream is starting to approach 40,000 people that we've gotten this out to. That's pretty crazy. I'll tell you what. Or at least 40,000 people have watched. Almost 40,000 people have watched. And, gotten a good reach. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, 26.8. That makes sense. I'm looking at statistics here. Statistics. We had a peak of 1,731 viewers in our stream the one time. An average of 937. That's pretty good. That's very good. What about Oskaloosa, Iowa? How much rain? Not too much, honestly. I think you guys should be okay. Will this hit Chicago by any chance? No, it'll be a lot further south. It'll hit St. Louis, if anything, tomorrow. What about Fort Smith? Fort Smith's currently getting hit right now, but honestly, I don't even think this storm is that significant. I think we just got a lot of damaging winds with this one. Is Roland safe to get out? That is a good question. What time will the storms hit Harrison? Let me get timing out here for you. Hour and 15 to an hour 30. So a good ways away. Roland, Oklahoma. Yes, Roland, Oklahoma is good. They're in the clear. If you're talking about Roland, Arkansas, definitely not. Or actually, no. Yes, I should say you guys are fine. So both Rolands in Arkansas and Oklahoma are good. Do I expect heavy rain in Oskaloosa, Iowa? I wouldn't say immense amounts of heavy rain, but I mean, yeah, I do think there could be some heavy rain early tomorrow morning. Thanks, Bob. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, covered a lot of stuff here today. from the beginning to the end, especially the beginning stuff really hit the fan very quickly with all those tornado warnings from Kansas down into Oklahoma and northern Texas. So, what causes a day to be classified as a high risk or a more moderate risk day? So, the Storm Prediction Center essentially issues their outlooks based off of confidence in an event happening, and or based off of how significant an event could be, within their confidence level, of course. And the high risk is essentially just them having a high confidence. Moderate risk is them having, not high confidence, but strong, like a good enough amount of, higher echelon amount of confidence, I guess, before high. I don't know how to word that one. Like, what would I word moderate? Upper echelon values of good confidence? I don't know, something like that. Tornado sirens going off in Lawrence, that's more for severe weather or severe thunderstorm warnings. You're fine. I haven't had a new tornado warning come across my feed, so. College classes coming, they're going all right. They could be better, could be worse, honestly. What are my credentials? Well, it seems how I'm 20 years old. I definitely would not have been able to make it through college quite yet. But if anything, my credentials are going to weather classes at Penn State before college, and then constantly communicating with meteorologists and learning about them, or learning with them and stuff like that, having them teach me and stuff. So, essentially self-taught / assisted taught by degreed people. But I have been doing this for 3.5 years, so I would like to think I kind of know what I'm doing, but I understand for the people who think that I don't. I understand. Even if that isn't the case, that tornado warning just expired, by the way. Even if that is the case, that's the reason why you also have degreed meteorologists. People are more, comfortable with that too. That's fine. They're still gonna tell me, tell you guys something similar to what I say. But, I mean, of course, their voice is gonna be a lot louder than mine. But trust me, all right? If you want to stick around and see what I can do, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. I'll tell you what, weather is so fun, being able to dissect things completely and being able to identify the differences in different events. A good example of that was my video that I uploaded on Friday. 18-minute, or actually it's more of a 19-minute long video, where I talked about how there was some issues with today and how that could plague certain aspects of this event. And it's pretty, I gotta say, I was really proud of that video. I was really proud of that video, being able to kind of show you guys what, hopefully, by the way, you guys understood what I was talking about. Hopefully I made it easier for everyone to understand, but seeing that different type of weather and being able to go in depth in what makes these events tick and what all these limiting factors could be. I'm going to try and give it to you as straight as I possibly can with not a whole lot of hype. Yeah, that tornado warning did get canceled, which means we will be ending the stream here. That severe thunderstorm warning actually got canceled over there in southwestern Missouri, too. So the only severe thunderstorm warning that is left is the one in northwestern Arkansas. And this one's for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It's not even for 70 mile per hour wind gusts anymore. and that will remain in effect for another 10 minutes, actually, believe it or not. So, a part of me wants to stay live for another 10 minutes, just to see if this warning expires. And if they issue a new warning, I'll tell everyone what the counties are for the next severe thunderstorm warning, and then I'll be on my way. I will go to sleep, and then I will wake up tomorrow, and then I will look at the model that will come out tomorrow morning at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, and I will try to figure out what's going to happen on Thursday. And once I figure out what happens on Thursday, then I will put out that video tomorrow afternoon, and it's going to be really interesting. Usually the Storm Prediction Center, when they issue 30% risks for severe weather that far out, and I'll actually show you guys what I mean by this here real quickly. Load, please. Thank you. There's your 30% chance for severe weather right here. You can see it's over eastern Texas, southern Arkansas, central and northern Louisiana, central portions of Mississippi, and extreme western Alabama. And then, of course, you have the 15% chance for severe weather in yellow all the way around that as well in the surrounding states. Usually when they issue a risk like this, there's some pretty strong severe weather that's going to occur that'll follow behind it. So that's on Thursday, which will more than likely be our next live broadcast. And then, of course, our next recorded broadcast will be tomorrow. But not to completely overshadow Friday's risk here. Friday has a chance for severe weather over here for the southeast. That would be portions of Tennessee, Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, and maybe extreme northern Florida towards the Big Bend of Florida. So 15% chance for severe weather over there as well. Surprised to see I'm still on. I'm surprised to see that you were chasing there, Max. How was your chase here, buddy? Way too much wind. What's happening in Vernon, Missouri? Vernon, I think, should be... Is Vernon actually that up here? Let me look that up. Vernon, Missouri. Oh, that's up near Nevada. Vernon. Yeah, you guys, it's fine. It's 40, maybe 50 mile per hour winds over there, but it's not anything too significant beyond that. You'll be good. So tornado going to hit Cedarville? It's kind of unlikely. The tornado threat is starting to decrease more and more for tonight. So I would honestly say for tonight, the tornado risk is realistically a shell of itself. And Cedarville in itself is actually even behind the risk, so it's fine. Who was on the stream with me when things were popping? That's Morgan. So Morgan is actually, he's now technically a co-owner. Jeez, I am sleepy. Co-owner of the channel now. Of course, I actually do more stuff with the channel. So technically, I'm more of a majority owner and he's a minority owner. But he's going to be adding some content himself. He's actually going to, he's committed to Oklahoma University this fall for meteorology. So, yeah, his name is Morgan. Nevada. It's called Nevada. Interesting. Will Chicago be okay? Yeah, they'll be fine. Storm motions ended up keeping me from seeing most of the tornadoes after they got out front. Almost got hit by the Hobart one after he caught off guard by the deviant motion. Well, there you go. Yeah. Once I saw how fast storm motion was going to be, I was like, as much as I want to go chase the significant tornadoes in southwestern Oklahoma, if I were to chase, I would probably be forced to sit around I-40 and have to utilize I-40 to escape. What about Bolivar? How do you guys look? Bolivar, I think, is also fine, too. Or at least I believe you guys are. Yeah, you guys are okay. Bolivar's alright. Actually, Bolivar is more than alright. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning, but it is on a weaker stage. So there you go. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Benton, Madison, Franklin, Carroll, Crawford, Sebastian, and Washington counties until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts only. So if you live in those counties, recommended that you guys stay indoors. But other than that, that's pretty much it here today, guys. Really interesting severe weather event that we had. Numerous significant tornadoes. That might go tornado warned here soon, north of Avila. Heading towards the Greenfield and Arcola areas. That might be something to watch. If you're in Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, or Arcola in Missouri, I'd probably watch out for another 15 to 20 minutes. If there's a tornado warning issued for your area, then I recommend you guys go ahead and get indoors. But I'm going to go ahead and skedaddle. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. If you did, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe if you are new. There are more live streams where that came from. There's going to be one on Thursday. So if you guys want to just only watch my content for live streams, that's fine too. But I will be recording a video tomorrow as well as on Tuesday and Wednesday to tell you guys what exactly is going to be going on, or at least around what is going to be happening and how this, how those events on Thursday and Friday will be functioning over the next 3 days. So please be sure to keep your post notifications on for my channel. I will be sure to get you as much information as I possibly can for you guys. And with that being said, if you haven't already, as I said, share this channel with as many people as you possibly can. It'd be a great way to help support the channel. As I said, liking and even subscribing is a great way to help support the channel. And then follow me on Twitter, Instagram, other stuff like that, or join my Discord server. Let's see. If I invite people, let's see. Let's do 30 minutes, no limit, generate a link right there. Join my Discord server. We talk about weather in there and stuff like that. So if you're familiar with Discord, boom, join that. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. So, yeah, peace out, everyone. Stay safe out there. Bye. Put the camera out as we're going out here. There you go.